Hi everyone, we hope you're doing well. We're hanging in there though honestly, we haven't been getting much sleep lately. Today, we want to answer a question we get a lot: how do we publish our audiobooks? First, we post most audiobooks on Patreon as paid content. They stay paid for a few months. After that, they become free to listen to on Patreon forever. A few weeks later, we post them on other places like YouTube, Facebook, and Twitter, X. Lately, things have been a bit slow in terms of new members. So we'd love your help. Please share our site with your friends or in places like Facebook groups, Twitter, X, Discord, Reddit, or novel forums. Even one share can really help us grow. Thanks so much for your support. Chapter 1, Transmigrated. Hidden Leaf Village. The morning sunlight streamed through the windows of the Hokage office, illuminating stacks of paperwork piled high on the desk. Hiruzen Sarutobi, the third Hokage, leaned back in his chair, a cloud of smoke rising lazily from his pipe. His gaze drifted toward the Hokage's monument, etched into the mountain outside. Though he held the title of the most powerful and respected figure in the village, his face betrayed only sadness and weariness. Hidden Leaf Village had endured unspeakable losses. The third great ninja war had strained their forces too much, forcing them to fight on every front against every ninja village out there, and after the war ended and the village was enjoying a time of peace. Barely a year later, the Nine Tails rampaged through the village, leaving destruction and grief in its wake. Minato no Mikaze, the fourth Hokage, had sacrificed his life to seal the beast and save the village, but the cost of that heroic act was staggering the life of the Kage and the Jinchuriki of the village, almost crippling the village's strength. Ninjas, civilians, and their families all suffered during both of these events. The orphanages, once able to house a manageable number of children, were now bursting at the seams. New facilities had to be hastily established, yet even those were struggling to keep up. The increase in the number of orphans was really heart-wrenching. Hiruzen sighed deeply, his pipe resting momentarily on the desk. With a heavy heart, he turned his attention back to the endless paperwork, his day beginning as it always did. In one of the overfilled orphanages, a young boy stirred in a dimly lit room. Bandages wrapped around his head, evidence of a recent injury. His small frame rested on a thin mattress, and a faint medicinal scent lingered in the air. As the boy's eyelids fluttered open, a sharp, searing pain shot through his skull. "Arg, what is this headache?" he muttered under his breath, his voice weak. The pain was unlike anything he'd felt before. It wasn't just pain, it felt as though his very mind was being reshaped, and not just mind but even something deep inside too was going through the same procedure. He groaned and raised a trembling hand to his forehead, freezing mid-motion when his eyes caught sight of his own fingers. They were small. Too small. Panic surged through him. His wide eyes scanned his surroundings, taking in the unfamiliar room. This isn't the hospital I was admitted in, he thought. Where am I? What happened to me? Forcing himself to sit up, he caught a glimpse of his legs beneath the blanket. They were shorter, his body smaller than he remembered. His heart pounded as a terrifying thought crept into his mind. Did I go back in time? No, I don't want to suffer through all that once again, he nearly cried. Before he could process further, the door creaked open. A middle-aged man with graying hair entered, his concerned gaze fixed on the boy. "Gda, are you awake?" he asked gently, pulling a chair close to the bed. The boy frowned, confusion written all over his face. "Who are you?" he asked, his voice cautious. "And why are you calling me Gda?" The man's expression darkened. "It seems the injury affected your memory," he said, worry evident in his tone. "You don't remember anything, do you?" Gda shook his head, the movement causing another spike of pain. He clutched his temple, the headache he had been experiencing till now increasing further, as fragmented memories began flooding in, memories that weren't his own. A young boy's laughter, a pair of warm smiles, and then darkness. Too much. His body couldn't handle it. With a sharp gasp, he collapsed back onto the bed, unconscious. When he next woke, it was to the soft hum of voices outside his room produced by the fan rotating above him. The headache had dulled to an ache, but his thoughts were clearer. He lay still, pretending to be asleep, as he pieced together the fragments in his mind. Memories new, foreign memories which somehow felt personal, like he himself had lived that life as well. But they weren't his. They belonged to the boy this body once belonged to. Gda Senju. A sharp intake of breath escaped him. Senju? No way. The realization hit like a lightning bolt. The names, the faces, the events, surroundings, everything pointed to one undeniable fact. I transmigrated. And into the Naruto world, of all places. His disbelief gave way to panic. How? Why? I don't even remember dying. Isn't that supposed to be a prerequisite? And why this world? A place filled with ninjas capable of ending lives with a flick of their fingers? Taking deep breaths, he He forced himself to calm down. The memories continued to surface, offering him glimpses of Kida Senju's life. His parents, Asami Senju and Aiko Uchiha, were among the many who died during the Nine Tails attack. Orphaned at just 5 years old, Kida had been brought to this orphanage, narrowly escaping recruitment by Harut. Lucky me, he thought bitterly. At least Danzo didn't get his hands on me. Otherwise I would have lived this life as a puppet of a deranged person till who knows how long. But the more he delved into these memories, the more he realized how dear his situation was. This isn't a game. This is real. If I don't take this seriously, I'll be dead before I even hit puberty. The news of the death of a neighbor who had just become Genin and went on a mission only to come back blown up because some bandits attacked the caravan they were protecting was present in the memories of the boy. Even though that little boy didn't understand much of it, now they played an important role. A strange warmth stirred within him, interrupting his grim thoughts. It was subtle at first, like a gentle current, but it grew stronger, flowing through his body in a rhythmic pulse. He closed his eyes, focusing on the sensation. Is this Chakra? The realization brought a faint smile to his lips. So, this body's Chakra network is active. That's something, at least. But he forcefully turned his thoughts into practical ones. Alright, let's assess. If I'm 5 years old now, that puts me 4 years ahead of Naruto's generation. The Uchiha massacre will happen in about 7 years, the Chunin exams in 12, and the 4th Great Ninja War in 16. No, that is the amount of time I have for getting at least strong enough to handle myself in this dangerous world. The gravity of his situation settled over him. If I'm going to survive, I need to get stronger. Fast. Steeling himself, Kida opened his eyes and sat up. It was time to embrace his new identity, his new life. Kida Senju, huh? He muttered. The name felt foreign on his tongue, but it was his now. Let's see what this world has in store for me. Chapter 2, Orphanage. After waking up, Kida realized it was already evening. The clock on the wall showed 6:30 p.m. and a pang of hunger hit him hard as his stomach growled audibly, reminding him that he hadn't eaten anything all day. I haven't eaten since this morning. No wonder I'm starving. I'd better get something to eat. Also I need to remember to act like a kid, a 5-year-old one at that, but how the hell am I going to do that? Let's just follow how real Kida acted in the memories. I just hope no one notices anything strange about me, otherwise, there is no shortage of crazy scientists in this world, he thought, steeling himself as he got out of bed. Kida approached the door, pausing when he heard muffled voices outside. Just as his hand reached for the doorknob, the door creaked open, and the same old man who had visited him earlier stepped in. Kida immediately recognized him from the recent memories as the caretaker of the orphanage and his legal guardian, a kind-hearted man who, despite his busy responsibilities, often spent some time with children, playing with them and helping them with different things, especially toward Kida. However, this extra attention sometimes drew the ire of the older kids, 7 or 8 years old, older but still kids, leading to bullying and confrontations. Kida, why are you standing here? Oh. Are you feeling better now? Does your head still hurt? Do you remember who I am? The caretaker asked in a flurry of questions, his concern evident. Kida offered a small smile, replying, Yes, uncle, I'm all right. My headache is gone, and I remember you perfectly. Just as he finished speaking, his stomach growled loudly, betraying his hunger. The old man chuckled. I see your appetite's back. Come on, let's get you something to eat. They headed to the dining hall, where Kida eagerly devoured his meal. The simple food tasted like a feast to his famished body. After finishing, the caretaker asked, So how is your head, is it still hurting? No uncle, I am fine now, though it still hurts a little. It is much better than before. Kida replied. Then, are you ready to head back to your room now? Kida hesitated, weighing his options. Even though I'm not the same Kida who let some jealous kids bully him, since I could easily deal with them now, but if I stay in that room, I'll have no privacy at all, and I will also have to act as a 5-year-old all the time. Not to mention I can't waste my time playing with some children when my life will be in danger in a decade or so. So to train or make plans for the future, I need a space of my own, Kida thought, though he couldn't tell this to the caretaker, could he? So, uncle. Kida began, his voice tinged with hesitation, I don't want to go back to that room. The other kids. They'll bully me again. They always say mean things about my parents. Can I live in some other place, please? He looked up at the old man with pleading eyes, hoping to sway his decision. The caretaker's expression softened, but he hesitated. I understand how you feel, Kida, but there aren't any empty rooms in the orphanage. This building is already packed to capacity. Kida had expected this response. He knew the orphanage was overcrowded, with every available room occupied. But he had already an alternative in mind. Uncle, can't I stay in the basement? Nobody uses it. Kda suggested, his tone hopeful. The old man frowned. The basement? Kda, that's just a storage area. It's not a proper living space. What if something happens to you while you're down there all alone? Kda pressed on, determined. I'll call for help if anything happens. I can shout really loud, you know. So please, uncle, let me stay there. I'll be fine, I promise. He put on his best puppy dog expression, shamelessly tugging at the old man's heartstrings. The caretaker sighed, mulling over the request. All right. He relented after a moment. But only if you promise to call me immediately if there's any trouble. Kda's face lit up with genuine happiness. Thank you, uncle. I promise. The caretaker led Kda to the basement, a dimly lit space filled with old furniture and forgotten items. For a moment, Kda's enthusiasm wavered as he took in the cluttered room. But then the caretaker opened a side door, revealing a small, cozy room hidden away. Kda's eyes widened in surprise. Uncle, why is there such a nice room down here? Why isn't anyone using it? The old man smiled. This is an emergency shelter, built in case the village ever comes under attack. Every building in Hidden Leaf Village has one. Since it's rarely needed and in such a difficult location, I didn't assign it to any children. It's been sitting empty. So, do you like it? Kda nodded eagerly, feeling like his wish came true. Yes. It's perfect? Can I really stay here? Of course. Why do you think I showed it to you? The caretaker replied with a chuckle. Overwhelmed with gratitude, Kda hugged the old man tightly. Thank you so much, uncle. As Kda looked around his new room, a sense of determination took root in his heart. This room wasn't just a place to sleep, it was a sanctuary, a private space where he could focus on growing stronger. The thought brought a small smile to his lips. In my previous life, I was confined to a hospital bed, unable to live freely. Now, I've been given a second chance, and I'm not wasting it. This world is dangerous, but it's also filled with opportunities. If I want to survive and thrive, I need power. Because with only power will I be really free to live this life with freedom. His thoughts turned to his childhood dreams of flying, running faster than cars, and wielding incredible powers, completely opposite of his scenario where he could barely walk for a few minutes without a world of pain because of his medical condition. But in this world of ninjas, those dreams were within reach if he worked hard enough. Kda clenched his fists, his resolve solidifying. Kda. The caretaker's voice interrupted his thoughts. I want to ask you something. Kda turned, curious about what the old man had to say. Chapter 3, No need to hide. Now that Kda had his private room, a sense of accomplishment filled his heart. This space would be the foundation for his growth, a safe place where he could train, plan, and prepare for the dangerous world ahead. However, his thoughts were interrupted when the caretaker spoke in a serious tone, pulling Kda back to reality. Kda, I want to ask you something. Kda turned to face him, his expression cautious. Yes, uncle? The caretaker's face was a little serious this time, different from his previous joyful expression. Does your request to live alone have something to do with your chakra activation? Kda froze. A cold sweat ran down his back as panic set in. How does he know? Did I mess up already? He thought, already imagining being recruited into Root by Danzo for this reason and becoming a slave. That's why he stammered, I. Whether it was his young age or the remnants of Kda's emotions from the memories he now carried, the old man could read him easily, his kind eyes softening as he saw that Kda was very worried about it for some reason. Don't worry, Kda. The old man said with a reassuring smile. Chakra activation is not a bad thing. Many children of your age get this opportunity, don't worry. In fact, I'm proud of you. Your parents would have been proud too. Hearing this, Kda felt the weight of anxiety lift from his chest. If it was common, then Root would not target him, at least he hoped that. Emboldened by the caretaker's understanding, he decided to come clean, at least partially. Yes, uncle. When I woke up earlier, I felt something. It's hard to explain, but it was warm and comforting, like a part of me I hadn't noticed before. The old man chuckled softly. That's your chakra, Kda. It means you're ready to take the first steps toward becoming a ninja. I have no doubt you'll be strong, just like your parents. At the mention of his parents, Kda's heart clenched. Even though they were not his parents, the pain he felt in his heart suggested otherwise, like they were really his parents. It was a weird feeling to say the least. But aside from the feeling, he realized this was the perfect opportunity to ask the questions that had been gnawing at him. Uncle. He began hesitantly, can you tell me about my parents? I don't remember much about them. What were they like? The old man sighed. Kda was just a child anyway, and the situation of losing his parents in front of his eyes surely took a toll on his mind. That's why he decided to tell the boy a little about his parents, his eyes distant as he recalled the past. Your father, Asami Senshu, was a remarkable man, a proud member of the Senju clan, though he was an orphan himself. Despite his struggles, he had a kind heart and unwavering determination. He himself had supported many orphans in his youth after he became a ninja, and he was my friend, my best friend. A look of nostalgia appeared on the caretaker's face. After a moment, he continued. He met your mother, Aiko Uchiha, when they were assigned to the same Genin team along with me as well. They grew close, first with rivalry then friendship, and over time, they fell in love. The caretaker's voice grew heavier as he continued. But their love wasn't without challenges. The Uchiha clan opposed their union harshly. They wanted Aiko to marry another Uchiha to ensure the continuation of their bloodline and that the secrets of the clan remained in the clan. But your mother defied them and their rules. She chose your father, even if it meant leaving her clan behind. He listened intently, a mix of pride and sorrow welling up within him. They were strong shinobi. The caretaker said, his voice tinged with admiration. Your father had extraordinary chakra reserves, even for a senju, and your mother had mastered her 3 Tomoe Sharingan at a young age. Together, they were a force to be reckoned with. Then, why did they die? He asked softly, dreading the answer. The caretaker's expression darkened. They gave their lives to protect others, protect those who were unable to do so in front of a giant beast, those who froze at critical moments. A guilty look appeared on his face because he knew he was among the people they had rescued, even though he should have been helping them. But there was nothing he could do now other than taking care of the one thing they left behind. With a heavy tone, he continued, during the Nine Tails attack on the village. They had the chance to escape with you, but they chose to stay and protect others. They saved countless lives that day, becoming heroes of Hidden Leaf Village. But in the end, he clenched his fists. The memories he inherited made the pain of their loss feel all too real. But alongside the grief was a burning pride and determination. His mom and dad were stupidly heroic. If he was the real Kda, he would get angry at them for leaving him, but he would still admire them for what they did. And unknown to him, he was already doing that. I'll make you proud, Mom and Dad. Kda whispered under his breath. The old man placed a hand on Kda's shoulder, offering a gentle squeeze. They would already be proud of you, Kda. You are a good kid. And now that you have awakened your chakra, with the right training and hard work, you will become a fine shinobi just like your parents. You'll achieve great things. Kda nodded, resolve shining in his eyes. Uncle, will you train me? I want to become a ninja like my parents. No, I want to become a ninja they would be proud of. I want to be the strongest ninja in the world. Kda said, his emotions taking over him. The old man chuckled at Kda's bold declaration. That's quite a goal, young man. But if you're serious, there won't be anything able to stop you from achieving it, and I can most definitely help you get started. The Academy's admission test is in 5 months. Until then, I'll train you. But you need to promise me one thing, no matter how tough it gets, you won't give up. Kda's lips curled into a determined smile. I promise, uncle. As the caretaker prepared to leave, Kda hesitated. There was one more question gnawing at him, not the old Kda, but the real one who knew how the world works. Uncle. He asked cautiously, do you think I'll awaken the Sharingan like my mother? The caretaker's expression grew serious. Kda, awakening the Sharingan is complicated. Even among full-blooded Uchiha, it requires strong luck to get it awakened, usually in life or death situations. For you, being half Uchiha, it might be even harder. He gave the true details but at last added a little motivation. But there's a chance. If you work hard, you might unlock it one day. Kda nodded, determination etched on his face. Then I'll work hard. I'll make sure it happens. Though it was just on the surface because he also knew not everyone awakened Sharingan. The old man smiled warmly. Good. But for now, get some rest. Training starts the day after tomorrow. And remember, meals are in the dining hall. Don't expect room service. Since you're going to be a ninja, you can't hide away in fear now. Kda grinned. Understood, uncle. As the caretaker left, Kda flopped onto the bed, exhaustion finally catching up to him. This is the beginning, he thought. Chapter 4, Children. Oh. I slept well, and this is my first sleep without painkillers. It sure feels nice, Kda thought after waking up in the morning. After waking up, Kda went to do his daily activities and took a quick bath. When he came out of the bathroom, it was already time for breakfast, so he went to the ground floor for breakfast. Oh. Look, here comes the Prince of Hidden Leaf Village. Wait, he's also just an orphan like us with no parents. Came a voice from behind. Hearing that, Kda did feel embarrassed. Not because of what was said, but because there was a time when the real Kda got angry after hearing such remarks. But technically, it wasn't him, so he decided to ignore it, recalling a useful quote from his previous life, silence is the best answer for fools. Kda just went to the breakfast table, took a hearty serving, and sat at a corner table. While eating, he heard it again. "Oh ho, look. Now the prince is also a pig, ha ha ha. What do you want me to do? Fight you? Can't you see I am already injured? Man, can't I even eat in peace?" he thought in his mind, sighing but still didn't say anything. But the boy became increasingly angry and decided to push it further. He walked over to Kda, shoved him, and said, "Hey, don't you know it's basic manners to reply when someone is speaking to you?" This is almost like the previous time, Kda thought. In his mind, releasing a chuckle from his mouth, being a high school student he was not new to bullying. In fact, in his previous world, things were much more severe, but one thing he knew is if you let things go too much, it will become much worse. Just when he was going to speak, someone came between them. "Suri, don't you remember the old man told you to stay away from Kda?" A young girl almost the same age as Kda, with complete black hair and eyes. If one doesn't know, they may even consider her from the Uchiha clan. And yes, she was the reason this gorilla was so hell-bent on making my life miserable. She is the cutest girl I have seen so far in my life. This gorilla likes her, and since she is my friend, he decided to take out his frustration on me. Why the hell does a 7-year-old boy even like someone? Shouldn't he be out playing with his friends at this age? They could only sigh. Just when he was thinking about these things, that gorilla suddenly pushed Yami onto the floor. Before Kta could think, he lifted the iron plate he was eating from and hit him on the head. Normally he would not go to such extreme measures, but the anger he felt when Suri pushed Yami aside and she fell was unusually high. Like he really was her friend, but now that the deed had been done, it was time to complete it. Since a similar incident had happened before, where Kta had also tried to hit him but only managed one hit, Suri was fine after taking the blow and had beaten Kta quite badly afterward. So this time, just as he was about to turn his head, Kta thought, "I am not going to repeat the same mistake twice," and hit him on the head again at the same spot. This time, he was on the floor due to disorientation from the sudden impact. Since Kta was just 4 and he was 7, and even bigger than his peers, hand-to-hand confrontation was out of the question. So the only option to such a confrontation was to always be the first one to hit and never give them chance to give that hit back to you. Being a weak boy for all his life, Kta knew this clearly. After the second hit, he turned to Suri's friends Kumlakis who were on their way to save their boss. Kta looked toward them, arranged his weapon, the plate, and again hit the head of Suri, but at a different spot, since he didn't want to kill him after all. He was just a 7-year-old orphan boy, there was no need to bear any resentment toward him. Seeing the third attack, both of his lackeys stopped. With another bang, both of them turned their legs and ran in the opposite direction, calling the caretaker for help. While seeing them leave, Kta could finally release a sigh of relief. Then, remembering something, he moved toward Yami. Kta's perspective, "Are you all right, Yami?" Kta asked while bending a little, but Yami didn't reply for quite some time, and then, "You didn't have to fight for me. What would have happened if he had beaten you again like yesterday?" Yami asked, puffing her cheeks while still sitting on the ground. Kta, too, sat on the ground and said, "So why did you jump in when he was trying to pick a fight with me then?" "Because we are friends." Yami answered in a hurried voice. "Exactly. Since you are my friend, how can you think that I will sit still when someone bullies you?" Being a teen, it was almost too easy to win an argument against a 5-year-old. When the incident was happening, Hiroshi, the caretaker of the orphanage, was just sitting and watching the whole scene unfold. When Suri's friends went to call him, he acted like he was busy with something, and when they complained about Kta to him, he went to Kta and said, "Kta, came to my office." Meanwhile, a nurse applied medicine to Suri's injuries and tied a bandage around his head. Since there was not even blood, there was no need to take him to the hospital. Kta just nodded and started to walk with the old man, but suddenly Yami came in front of Hiroshi and said, "Uncle, it was not Kta's fault. Suri started the fight and even pushed me. You can ask anyone present here. Please don't scold Kta." "Don't worry, I am not going to scold him, child. I have something important to discuss with him," the old man said while gently placing his hand on her head. Kta smiled, seeing her trying to save him once again. At least now, he really had his first actual friend in both his lives. After coming to his office, Hiroshi sat on his chair and said, "Kta, I know I said I would train you to become a ninja, but becoming a ninja is not as simple as you think. After you become a ninja, you will be many times more powerful than any average civilian." Kta just kept on looking toward him for more explanation. "I have been watching this whole thing from the start, so that I can decide whether I should first teach you about morality and values or should we start with the physical training, and you excelled in the value department. You didn't react to provocation even when you had the means to. You decided to fight to save someone against all odds, though that anger could get a little management work, but nothing too big of a problem, So we are good to start with your main training. De just smiled back at him, even though his reason for not reacting was the opposite of what Hiroshi was thinking. The result was very good. So, uncle, can we start our training tomorrow? Yes, come to the east section of the forest garden behind the orphanage at 5 a.m. tomorrow. And please go and tell your friend at the door that she doesn't have to worry about you. Hiroshi said with a smile. Chapter 5, Chakra Training Exercise. Yes, come to the east section of the forest garden behind the orphanage at 5 a.m. tomorrow. And please go and tell your friend at the door that she doesn't have to worry about you. Hiroshi said with a smile. De was a little confused by what Hiroshi meant, but he soon understood as he took his leave from the caretaker's office and opened the gate. Yami fell forward, her face as red as a tomato. With a soft chuckle escaping his mouth, De offered his hand again. Let's go. I have something important to tell you. This time, Yami took his hand, too sheepish to say anything after being found eavesdropping. They made their way toward the general playground and sat on a bench under the shadow of a tree. So, why were you eavesdropping on us? Were you worried about me? De said in a playful tone. Who was worried about you, idiot? I was just checking whether you would put the whole blame on me. Being asked a question she was hoping would not come, Yami reacted aggressively, which only amused De. Seeing this little girl worrying about him so much made him feel happy. So why did you try to save me when Suri was trying to bully me? If you don't trust me, then there was no reason for doing that? De asked, which Yami couldn't reply to. Finally deciding to stop teasing the girl, De continued. Well, putting that aside, I have something to tell you. De paused, looked toward her eyes, and continued. I already unlocked my chakra yesterday when I woke up. It is the thing we sort of need to become a ninja. When Hiroshi-san found out about that, he promised to train me so that I could become a ninja too, and you know what? I will become the strongest ninja in the world. De said. Since he was already a child, there was no need to maintain any pretense and he could speak his mind. De expected a shocked, curious, or happy reaction from Yami, but when he looked at her, he became worried. Because in place of those expressions, he saw tears in her eyes. Before he could ask what was wrong, she started speaking. De's perspective, you liar. When? We promised each other that we would become ninjas together. But now you're going to become one alone and leave me like everyone else. I hate you. I don't know why, but this is more painful than yesterday's headache. This pain was in my chest. And before I could think of anything, my mouth started to speak on its own. Who say that I am going to become a ninja alone? I am telling you this because you're also going to get training from Hiroshi-san with me, so we can both go to the ninja academy together. Hearing this, she asked with a smile, really? You're not lying, right? Now, with just a smile from Yami, the pain went away like it never existed in the first place. But now I had to ask the old man for another favor. Well, that aside. Of course, I am not lying. After all, I am a man. No, you are just a boy. She said with a laugh. After playing for some time, they both went back to the orphanage where Kda showed his room to Yami, and both of them decided to use it as their training area. No dirty thoughts, guys. They are both just 5-year-old children. When Yami went back to her room, Kda made a run toward Hiroshi's office to ask for another favor. On his way, he remembered advice from his father, son, boys make the worst decisions of their life not for themselves but for a girl, and no matter how much you try to stop yourself, you couldn't change that fact. So if that ever happens to you, live with that decision with a smile. So true. Kda said. Knock, knock. Uncle, it's me, Kda. Can I come in? Come in, Kda. I was waiting for you, and before you ask, yes, you can also bring Yami with you to training. For some time, Kda couldn't speak. When he understood what had happened, he asked, how did you know that I was going to ask you about this? Boy, I have seen more of life than you. And trust me, your life is going to be a roller coaster ride from now on. Now, if you don't have anything else to ask, you can go back to your work. I am busy. Kda simply thanked the old man and went back to his room. The rest of the day went normally. Suri, after being treated by the nurse, kept avoiding Kda, but Yami started to act more friendly, not that Kda hated it. At night, I was interested in how this chakra would feel, and since I now have access to it, I don't think I can stop myself from trying to use it. So, let's just use it, Kda thought and sat in a lotus position and began to concentrate on his breathing while trying to find the position of chakra in his body. After nearly 10 minutes, somewhere near the solar plexus, there was a warm feeling. I think this is where chakra is stored in our body, so the details of anime were true, and I can trust them to a certain extent. Well, coming back to our main topic, let's try to move it, he thought. After 15 minutes. It's more difficult than I thought. Why doesn't it move, even a little? Maybe my method is wrong. I was trying to move my muscles in that area to indirectly move my chakra, but since it is not working, let's try a different approach. I can't think of it as a body part since it gets used up and refilled in our body. It is safer to assume it as air? Let's try it this way. This time, let's try to move it as I am breathing. Kda thought and started working toward this idea. This time there was some movement in his chakra reserve, not much, but it was there. After some time, there is some movement in my chakra reserve, but it is more like a vibration than actual movement. Well, since I tried everything I could think of, tomorrow I'll just ask the old man about this, he thought and went for his much-needed sleep. Chapter 6, Training. There is some movement in my chakra reserve, but it is more like a vibration than actual movement. Well, since I tried everything I could think of, tomorrow I'll just ask the old man about this, he thought and went for his much-needed sleep. At 4:30 a.m. they woke up and thought, oh, sleeping without constant pain is nice. I feel fresh and energetic. Let's get up now since I have to go for training in half an hour. Just as he came out of the bathroom after taking a bath, there was a knock at the door. Kda, wake up. We have to go for training. Yami is already here. Well, that's great, I don't have to go fetch her, Kda thought. Kda opened the door and said, what do you mean wake up? I am already ready. Let's go, we only have 5 minutes left. Yeah, good morning to you too, jerk. Yami said. Who the hell is teaching you these words? I thought you were the nice and good kid among the two of us. Kda said with a cheeky smile on his face. We don't have time for your useless questions, let's go otherwise we will be late. She said and ran toward the backyard of the orphanage. When they both reached their destination, they found that Hiroshi was already present there and looked like he was waiting for them. He turned to them and said, you guys are late by 10 minutes. We are on time, uncle. You asked us to come here at 5:00 a.m. Kda said with a puzzled look on his face. This is your first lesson, Kda, so listen carefully. If you are on time, then you are already 10 minutes late. A ninja should always arrive at their destination early so they can study their surroundings and make plans for future or possible confrontations. Am I clear? Hiroshi said, now in a serious demeanor different from his usual joyful and easygoing nature. Yes, sir. They both replied, now completely alert. Okay, now to make a training plan for you, first I want both of you to run around this area until you can't run anymore. Hiroshi said with a military sergeant tone. The circumference of that area was nearly 150 meters. They both nodded their heads without a single question and started running. After only 8 rounds, Yami stopped running, panting heavily. Kda went for 8 more rounds and then he stopped running. Seeing the dejected expression on Yami's face, Hiroshi said, don't worry, Yami. According to the standard of a 5-year-old child, your performance was great too. It's just that Kda has already unlocked his chakra, which indirectly makes his body more powerful. Uncle, I also want to unlock my chakra. Can you please teach me how to do that? Yami asked. Though she may not look like it, she was a really competitive person. Of course, I will teach you. But first, let's continue with our physical testing. Hiroshi said. After running, they both had to do push-ups, pull-ups, and squats, with Kda's score being more or less around 25 to 30 and Yami's score being 10 to 15 at max, and that was after pushing herself to limits. Okay. Both of you are in great physical condition. Now, first, Yami, come forward. I will check if you can unlock your chakra now or if you have to wait for some time. Hearing that, Yami became excited and hurried toward the old man. He placed his hand on her back, and a blue aura could be seen on his hand. After nearly 5 minutes, the old man removed his hand, stood back, and said, congratulations, Yami. You are close to unlocking your chakra too. You just have to do meditation until you unlock your chakra. The meditation technique is. Yami, you can go back. Kda, now it's your turn. Come forward. When Kda approached the old man, he performed the same task, covering his hand with chakra and placing it on Kda's back. After 5 minutes, he removed his hand, stood up again, and said, Kda, you already have quite a good amount of chakra, so you can skip the meditation part and directly jump into an exercise related to chakra control. Though I'm not saying that you don't have to meditate, but that you have to do 2 exercises at the same time. Uncle, I have a question related to chakra. Kda asked. Since the Tropic of Chakra was already going, this was the perfect time to ask his doubts anyway. What is it? Hiroshi asked. Yesterday, I tried to move my chakra like it was my hand or foot, but it never worked even though I tried really hard. So, I decided to change my approach and treat chakra as air, which did move it a little but not like how I wanted it to move. It was more like a vibration than a movement. Kda explained his doubt and experience. Well, You are half right about treating chakra as air. Chakra is the energy in our body, which circulates in rhythm with the ninja's heartbeat, pulsing through their veins and energy pathways, syncing with their physical and spiritual essence. To move your chakra, all you need is to think about the area you want to move your chakra to, and it will be spiritually guided to that area. This is one of the exercises you have to do to increase your chakra control, where you have to place a leaf on your head and try to stick it there. The longer you can maintain it, the greater your chakra control will be. Anything else? No, thank you, uncle. He bowed and went back to his position. Now, both of you can go back and take some rest, come back tomorrow. By then, I will have a personal training plan for both of you. Hiroshi said. Hearing that, both of them sighed in relief. Even though the idea of training was exciting in the beginning, after pushing themselves to their limit for so long they were exhausted and couldn't continue anymore, so the end of training was a very big relief to them. They went back to the orphanage dining area since they were super hungry due to all the physical exercise they had done. They took a hearty amount of food on their plates and went to the corner table to sit. This time, Suri maintained his distance from them while eating. Yami asked, what will you do for the whole day? I am thinking of trying the exercise the old man just taught me. Well, I was also thinking of doing the same. But since I will not get any privacy in my room to meditate, I will also come to your room to do my meditation practice. Okay. He replied, understanding the need for it, as this was one of the reasons he asked for a separate room for himself. Chapter 7, More Training. Well, I was also thinking of doing the same. But since I will not get any privacy in my room to meditate, I will also come to your room to do my meditation practice. Okay. He replied, understanding the need for it, as this was one of the reasons he asked for a separate room for himself. Both Kda and Yami went to Kda's room after eating and, without discussing anything, sat in the lotus position to begin their respective training. Yami just had to meditate since she had not unlocked her chakra, but it was by no means easy since her full concentration had to be on her breathing all the time. Maintaining a constant rate of breathing in a fixed sequence was not easy. Even a little distraction would interrupt and reset the whole progress. At first, Yami could only maintain her concentration for 5 minutes at max, and that was when she was in a quiet environment where there was no one to disturb her, but the duration steadily increased as time passed. On the other hand, Kda was having much more difficulty doing his training. The exercise he was doing was known as leaf concentration, the all-time famous exercise which everyone with a little knowledge of Naruto knew about, in which you have to stick a leaf on your forehead with the help of chakra while sitting in a lotus position. When Kda started to practice the exercise, he thought, Uncle said that chakra has both physical and spiritual nature. So, if I want to move my chakra, I just have to will it to move in that direction with full concentration. Let's try doing that. And the process really worked, though he had to try it for half an hour, but it still worked. Wow, my whole chakra started to move in the direction I wanted it to move, and as Uncle said, I have to get a stream-like flow from my solar plexus to my forehead for the leaf to stick on my forehead. Okay, let's try to imagine it as a river or a stream and see if it helps, he thought. When he started imagining it as a river, the chakra did start to move in the form of a stream, but it was by no means a small amount. If we calculate the rate at which his chakra was flowing out of his chakra reserve, it would be around 20% of his whole chakra reserve per minute. So, at most, he could maintain this for 4 to 4.5 minutes since he couldn't fully exhaust his chakra, as it is harmful for anyone to empty their chakra. Kda still decided to continue with the exercise while trying to limit the amount coming out of his chakra reserve. It was by no means an easy task as whenever he tried to slow down or reduce the amount, the chakra flow stopped immediately. He continued to try, and after 5 minutes, his chakra became dangerously low. That's when he decided to meditate, as the old man had advised. Since it would take nearly 7 to 8 hours to completely refill his chakra, he decided to continue meditating as well. They both kept practicing and only came out of their room to eat, but for different reasons. Kda wanted to become strong and felt too old to play with some 5 to 8-year-old children. Though the age gap wasn't that big, he was nearly 13 in his previous life, but that doesn't mean he would play with them, especially since now he could train and become strong. It was an exhilarating feeling which kept him focused on training. As for Yami, she wanted to catch up with Kda's progress as soon as she could. With Kda practicing for all the time, she thought if she took more breaks, the gap would only increase, so she also stuck with her training. In the evening, when his chakra reserve was full, Kda once again started leaf concentration with nearly the same result. Though there was a little improvement, the leaf fell a lot less from his forehead as he was able to maintain a steady flow of chakra for a little longer, only by 10 seconds, but it was still some improvement. After that, he again started meditating until it was time for dinner. After that, Both of them went to their respective rooms to sleep as they had to go for training tomorrow at 5:00 a.m. next morning. Da and Yami met at the orphanage door and went to their training area 15 minutes early. The old man was already there and said, "Great to know that my lesson did not fall on deaf ears. Now I hope both of you have done the exercise I suggested. Come forward one by one so I can examine if there were any problems." Even though the chances of anything going wrong were low in these beginner exercises, Hiroshi still decided to take no risks with the children at all. First, Yami went forward. The old man again covered his hand with chakra and placed it at her back near the solar plexus. After 2 minutes, he removed his hand, stood back, and said, "Yami, I can easily see that you have been diligent in your exercise, so if you keep doing it like this, I am sure you will unlock your chakra in a week or less." With a full day of exercise, the rewards were great. Normally it would have taken months with the training time a child would invest in such exercise, but since she had done it for so long, her improvements were faster. After hearing that, Yami's face bloomed like a flower. She thanked Hiroshi and went back to her position, knowing that she was close to bridging the gap. Obviously, she was happy. Then Kta came forward. Hiroshi once again followed the same procedure. And he was surprised by the result. There was little, very little, but increase in Kta's chakra reserve, and that was in just 1 day. He asked Kta what he had done yesterday. A look of understanding came over his face when Kta told him about his complete routine of yesterday, which was mostly training. Hiroshi nodded and said, "Kta, it is already great that you were able to stick the leaf on your head on your first try. Don't worry, you will get better at it as you keep practicing the same exercise. So keep up the hard work." Kta also thanked Hiroshi and went back to his position. Hiroshi nodded his head after changing few things in his plans he had made for his 2 new students and said, "I can see both of you are serious about your training, so I am just going to give both of you your training plans. You can come to me if you face any problems during your exercise. This damn office work doesn't give me much free time." After that, he passed both of them a paper with full instructions about which exercises to do, specified for each day of the week, with running, stretching, and meditation being common for all days and 1 day of rest per week. Reading his training plan, Kta asked, "Uncle, why is there 1 day empty, without any training to do?" Kta, giving rest to your body is as important as doing exercise. In fact, it is even more important to do so if you are exercising daily, so don't do any exercise on that day. Just enjoy and play, you guys are still young," Hiroshi said with a smile. Seeing that neither of them had any more doubts, the old man went back to his office, and Kta and Yami started their exercises. Chapter 8. Improvements. Kta and Yami followed the training plan to the T, with physical exercise in the morning for 2 to 3 hours, then meditation for the whole day, with Kta practicing an extra training of leaf concentration twice a day. After 6 days of following the same boring and grueling routine, and pushing through every discomfort, Yami finally activated her chakra at the evening of the last day of their week's training. During meditation, she felt a warm liquid-like feeling going inside her body, energizing her whole body. Since she knew about chakra, she immediately jumped from her seat. "Yay!" she shouted. Kta was also meditating in the same room. Even though this sudden shout disturbed his meditation, when he learned the reason for her happiness, Kta also became happy for his friend. "Congratulations, Yami," he said. "Thank you," Yami replied with a smile so bright that it was almost infectious. After their own small celebration, they both ran towards Hiroshi's office, wanting to share the good news with their sensei. When Hiroshi found out about Yami's chakra activation, he was not much surprised since he had already predicted this outcome, but nonetheless, he was happy and satisfied with the result after seeing that the first students of his life were training seriously. With Yami's new achievement in front of him, he updated Yami's training plan to be nearly identical to Kta's, with obviously a little less intensity. After thanking the old man, they both went back to their room and decided to take a break from training for an hour and take a walk around the orphanage. After that day, their training went as usual. They had small competitions between them, like who could run more or who could perform leaf concentration exercises for a longer period, which Kta won due to his bloodline, a mixture of the Senju and Uchiha clans and higher time of training. The Senju clan has a high amount of chakra and a stronger body than any average ninja, and even though Kta was still just a 5-year-old, the difference had started to become a deciding factor between the potential of growth. They both trained for 4.5 months according to the schedule, which had to be updated twice for Yami and 3 times for Kta, as they could easily perform their previous exercises without any challenge and needed more rigorous training to see more gains. 1 week before the academy test, just when Kta and Yami were about to begin their training for the day, they had to stop because of the sudden appearance of Hiroshi in the training area. He approached both of them and said, "We have just a week remaining for the Ninja Academy entrance exam. I advise both of you to stop training and take some rest to be in your optimal conditions. But uncle, the exam is still 1 week away. Can't we train for some more days? Ba asked. No, duh. Your body will need at least that much time to really go back to its optimal state. Hiroshi strictly turned down his proposal. Now come here. Let me just check if you have any problems with your body or chakra networks. Both of them nodded, as his words made sense. Yami went forward and sat in front of the old man while he once again coated his hand in chakra and placed it on Yami's back. He was greatly surprised by the discovery but didn't show it. He just said that everything was alright and moved to Kda for his checkup. This time, he could not hide his surprise anymore but still replied that everything was alright and then said, you guys can go back to the orphanage and rest. Both of you can meditate, but there is no need to do leaf concentration, as it will also put a strain on your chakra reserves. With that, he left the area. The reason for his surprise was the fast growth of Kda and Yami's chakra reserves, but he didn't tell them that because he didn't want them to increase their gains more by doing extra exercise in the meantime. Okay, uncle, but when are we going to go to the academy for the test? Kda asked, his curiosity piqued as a former otaku and Naruto fan wanting to experience what he had watched. The exact date of the test has not been given yet, but it will be within a week. Whenever they release the dates, I will let you know. The old man replied. Both of them nodded after listening to his reply. Now, if you don't have any more questions, you guys can go back. Both thanked him and went back to the orphanage, but the old man stood there, deep in thought. At the start, I was thinking of training them for 1 or 2 years and then allowing them to take the entrance test, since they are just 5 years old, but they have already grown so much that the only thing they need is their jutsu training. Their chakra is already high, compared to an average academy student, and there is no need to talk about their physical condition. This is my first time seeing 6-year-olds running for 10 kilometers and doing 50 push-ups after running that much. I should report this to Lord Hokage, as their talent is high, and talent is something our village is in desperate need of after both calamities struck us. Our ninja numbers are at an all-time low. I am sure Lord Hokage will be delighted to hear about them. Hiroshi thought and then made his way toward the most important building in Hidden Leaf Village, the Hokage building. At the gate, Hiroshi asked the receptionist, is Lord Hokage free? I have some important information that I need to report. Please wait for some time. Lord Hokage is in a meeting. I will notify him about your request, said the receptionist with a business smile on her face. Okay, sure. Hiroshi replied and quietly made his way toward the sofa. After 10 minutes, the receptionist called him, saying that Lord Hokage was free and calling him. Hiroshi made his way to Hokage's office. Knock knock, come in, came the voice from inside. Good morning, Lord Hokage. I hope you are doing well, said Hiroshi while bowing slightly. Well, as you can see, I am not doing great with the paperwork. Let's leave that aside. Tell me, Hiroshi, how is your orphanage doing? Are you facing any problems running it? Asked the Hokage. No, Lord Hokage, the orphanage is doing well. Actually, I am here to report about my 2 students, said Hiroshi with joy in his voice. Oh. So, you are also training ninjas while running an orphanage? Well, go on. I do have some time before the next meeting, said Hokage. Lord, nearly 5 months ago, Kda Senshu, the son of Asami Senju and Aiko Uchiha, unlocked chakra on his own. When I sensed it, I confronted him about it. At that time, he asked me about his parents. After knowing the heroic deeds of his parents, he asked if I could teach him how to become a ninja. Actually, he asked me to train him so that he could become the most powerful ninja in the world. Hiroshi said with a chuckle and then continued. After learning about this, his friend Yami also asked me if I could teach her the ways of the ninja. I taught her a simple meditation technique, and she too unlocked her chakra, and that too in just 1 week. Well, it's great that they are talented. Hidden Leaf Village is in desperate need of capable ninjas. Lord Third, my report doesn't end here, it begins from here. After unlocking their chakra, neither of them has slacked off a single day and trained continuously for 5 months. Yami already has a chakra reserve comparable to a low-level Geinin, whereas Kda has a chakra reserve that can even be compared to a trained Geinin and even a Chunin from some other village. While they don't know any jutsu as I don't have permission to teach them until they become Hidden Leaf Village ninjas, their chakra control is excellent. Both of them can maintain a leaf on their forehead for more than 45 minutes. If we consider physical fitness, both of them can run more than 10 kilometers non-stop while doing reps of 50 push-ups, pull-ups, and squats. And last but not least, they are both only 6 years old. A look of a proud father could be seen on Hiroshi's face, whereas a look of complete disbelief could be seen on Hiruzen's face. Hiroshi, I know that you are a capable sensor ninja, so your prediction must be accurate, but it is too unbelievable. If what you are saying is correct, then they are both capable of becoming elite Jonin rank ninjas in the future, while Jonin is confirmed. Now you have greatly piqued my interest, Hiroshi. I assume they will be participating in the entrance test of the academy? Hiruzen asked, getting a nod in return. Well, according to their performance, I will reward them for sure. Hiroshi thanked the Hokage and left. Chapter 9, Hiroshi called both Kida and Yami into his office. When they arrived, he started speaking. The dates of the entrance exam are out. It will be held in 2 days, so be mentally prepared. And one more thing, I have reported your progress to Lord Hokage, and he said that if your performance is up to the mark in the test, he will reward you guys personally. The reason I am telling you this is that there is no need for you guys to hold back, show your full capabilities in the entrance exam. Okay, old man, but what should we do in the remaining 2 days? Kida asked. Well, consider them your holiday. You guys can play, eat, dance, or do anything you want. Just don't start practicing for the remaining 2 days. Okay, old man. Both of them replied and went back. Kida was very frustrated at the start since he had to stop his training. Given the apparent results of the training, he wanted to continue without wasting time. In just 5 months, his physique had grown by leaps and bounds. Now he could even be compared with Suri, who was 3 years older than him, and his Chakra reserve had also grown. With increased Chakra control, multiple ways of utilizing Chakra had opened for him. In the first month, he stuck with the leaf concentration exercise, but when he was able to maintain the leaf for more than 20 minutes, which was 5 times his initial limit, he began experimenting with Chakra, like covering his whole body with it or trying to focus it in his hand. Though he was not successful in doing so, his Chakra control increased with each attempt. Daily, he would exhaust his Chakra at night trying different experiments and practice leaf concentration in the morning. And now, when he was stopped from practicing his exercises, he was frustrated. But as the days passed, he began to realize what the old man was saying. He was overexerting himself by training daily. Since his Chakra reserve expanded a little and his body felt much better after the rest, he realized his body was sore from all the constant practice. This little break had helped him. When he heard that Hiroshi had reported their progress to the Hokage, his feelings were mixed. I can't say whether the Hokage is a good person or not, as Naruto had to suffer his whole childhood because of him, and his reason was to hide his identity, which even a low-level spy knows. If he cared that much about Naruto, he should have adopted him and trained him to become strong from the start. Well, he even sacrificed his life for the safety of Hidden Leaf Village, so I can give him the benefit of the doubt. But I am sure of one thing, if he ever tries to use me or Yami as a sacrifice, I would not think twice about betraying Hidden Leaf Village and joining another village. Heck, even becoming a rogue ninja would be better than sacrificing our lives. Yami's pop, when I first unlocked my Chakra, I was really happy that I could also become a ninja with Kida. But there was a gap in our strength. At first, I thought it was due to his early Chakra activation, but as we continued our training, I came to know that he was taking the training very seriously, and our gap kept increasing. So, I also decided to focus completely on the training, and now I think it was a great decision, as Lord Hokage himself is going to see our performance and may even reward us. Well, it's all thanks to Kida. Even though there is still some gap in our strength, if I had not trained like I did, it would have been insurmountable. In the blink of an eye, 2 days passed, and the day of the entrance exam arrived. 4 other students, along with Kida and Yami from the orphanage, also decided to take the exam, and to no surprise, Suri was among them. They were on their own in the test, so Kida paid no attention to them. They all left together along with Hiroshi, the caretaker of the orphanage. Once they reached the academy, all the kids were surprised at the vast number of children gathered there to take the exam. A girl named Hannah from Kida's group exclaimed, "Why are there hundreds of participants here?" Hiroshi explained, "Due to a recent event, or we should say tragedy, in our village, the number of children who want to become ninjas and take revenge for their parents has increased many times, and they have all gathered here to do so. According to me, there are more than 1,500 students present here this time, but there is no need for you guys to be tense, as this is your first try. I am sure you guys will be able to clear it, and even if somehow you are unable to do so, you will get another chance next year." Looking around, Kida found a group of people wearing similar uniforms and Hidden Leaf Village headbands on their heads. When Hiroshi noticed where Kida was looking, he said, "They are trained ninjas, and I am sure they will be taking your entrance exam today, so best of luck, guys." All students thanked the old man. At that time, someone wearing a Chunin vest came forward and announced that the entrance exam would begin shortly and that all kids taking the exam should gather at the training ground behind the academy. After coming to the back of the academy, Kida's whole group took a look at the Hokage Rock. Even though they could see it from their orphanage, they had never been able to get a clear view of it. Everyone was awestruck by its magnificence. Inside the academy, in a conference room, a few chunin were discussing the final preparations for the entrance exam, as they were the teachers at the academy. A chunin then got up and gave a report to the one leading the meeting. Gishio looked at that report and sighed. After the Third Great Ninja War, the third Hokage had assigned him to supervise the entrance exams, and he was told to pass as many students as possible, as Hidden Leaf Village had recently lost thousands of ninjas. Chapter 10, Entrance Test Begins. A chunin then got up and gave a report to the one leading the meeting. Gishio looked at that report and sighed. After the Third Great Ninja War, the third Hokage had assigned him to supervise the entrance exams, and he was told to pass as many students as possible, as Hidden Leaf Village had recently lost thousands of ninja. Looking at the report, he found out that 1,652 students were participating this time, which was quite a large number. He said, "We will proceed as planned. First, we will take the physical test, which will eliminate the physically unfit students." Kenji Masashi, who was assigned to take the physical exam, shouted when he got the confirmation to start the test, "Everyone, the first phase of our exam will begin now. You have to run 10 laps around the training ground on the path that has been marked. 10 laps are the minimum, but you can continue further as each extra lap will give you more points." When the group of students first heard that they had to run 10 laps around the field, more than half of them sucked in a cold breath, as it would be around 5 kilometers. Even with stronger physiques than normal people from Earth, they still could not run that much without putting in a serious amount of practice. Kenji blew the whistle, indicating the start of the test. At that time, everyone started running. Kida turned to Yami and said, "Let's run at a normal pace, as this is more like a test of endurance than speed. Let's see how much we can run after resting for 1 week." To this, Yami just nodded. Around 500 students stopped running after 4 to 5 laps, and 400 stopped after 8 laps, but the remaining students, numbering around 700, were still running, even though some looked like they were in the last moments of their lives. The children who completed all 10 laps were just 452. All other children were eliminated and asked to return, with advice to train more and take the test next year. All the students from the orphanage were eliminated except for Kida, Yami, and Sori. Even though Suri was unable to run anymore, he had completed 10 laps. Still, some children decided to continue running, which amounted to 64 students. Most of them belonged to some reputable clans and had been given special training from early on. But after another 10 laps, the number reduced to half, and after another 10 laps, it reduced further to 10. 2 of them being Kida and Yami, but the difference could be seen easily as even those students who were from reputable clans were now out of breath. Yami, after seeing this, turned toward Kida and asked, "It seems like even they are considering stopping now. Should we also stop for now?" "No need. The old man said that we have to perform our best. Don't tell me you are tired and using them as an excuse." Kida replied. Hearing the taunt, Yami responded, "I am not tired, Baka. Let's make a bet about who can run more." "What's at stake?" Kida asked. "The winner will get a massage from the loser," Yami said. Hearing that, Kida instantly agreed while other children who were still running looked at both of them and thought, "How are they better than us? I am sure they are not from any clan I know." They had a pride of their own, being from reputable clans, and it was stopping them from losing against someone with no background. But now they too were at their limit. They stopped after 30 rounds, assuming that Kida and Yami were also at their limit and would stop soon. What awaited didn't only surprise them but also some teachers who were watching the test. Yami had run for 58 rounds in total, but Kida had gone beyond his capacity and ran 62 rounds to win the bet. Kenji came to them to tell them about their scores, but he was shocked to see the dejected expression on Yami. It became clear when he heard Kida's words, "You lost, but it's not your fault. I am simply too awesome to lose." Seeing the tears in Yami's eyes, Kida did a 180-degree turn and started saying, "Hey, I am just joking. You were super good. Don't be sad. Oh, I will buy you something when we become ninjas." "Do you even remember how many times you have said this to me?" Yami asked. "Yes, a total of 12 times, and I am a man of my word. Just wait till I become a ninja," Kida replied. Kenji decided to step in and said, "Well, now that you guys have completed your physical test, only the Chakra evaluation is left. And seeing your excellent results, Hokage himself has decided that he will check your Chakra levels. Congratulations." Both of them nodded and simply followed Kenji. "Congratulations on passing the entrance exam, both of you," Hokage said with a fatherly smile on his face. But Kida became confused and said, "Lord Hokage, we have just taken our physical test. Our Chakra examination is still remaining." "Well, Both of your scores in the physical exam are so high that you don't even need to take a Chakra examination, as the feat of running 30 kilometers is not something any child can achieve without constant training. But don't worry, I will do your Chakra examination, so you can come forward one by one. Listening to that, Yami went forward, but Hokage didn't even need to make any physical contact. He easily examined Yami's Chakra, which surprised him a little, as it was 5 times the amount a normal awakened child had, and some early Genin had a similar amount of Chakra to her. After Yami, No went forward, but this time the Hokage was doubly shocked, as the amount of Chakra they possessed was nearly 2 times that of Yami and 10 times the initial amount everyone unlocks. Hiruzen thought, well, now it's clear that he is the same as his father in terms of Chakra. Chapter 11, Test Result. Well, both of you have exceeded my expectations in both the physical test and Chakra evaluation. Has Hiroshi said anything about a reward? Hearing about the reward, both of their ears perked up. Yami replied, yes, Lord Hokage, the old man said that you will give us some rewards, but only if our performance is satisfactory. Hiruzen was happy with the enthusiastic reply, but he decided to take one last step. The reward he had in mind was something every ninja in the world would kill for. He asked, well, I have 2 options for you. First, I can give your orphanage enough resources so they don't have to worry about anything at all. Or, I can give you both a special jutsu that will make you powerful. You guys can discuss this and tell me what you want. Even though Kta could easily see through Hiruzen's little act, he would have still chosen the same. He was not an ungrateful person who didn't know how to return favors. Lord Hokage, we don't need to discuss this. We would like to choose the first reward. Please give our orphanage the resources you mentioned. Kta said, and Yami nodded her head with full confidence too. With a real smile on his face, Hiruzen said, power as well as character at such a young age. It is great for our village that we have talents like both of you. I will give the reward I promised, but you guys will also get to learn a jutsu from me when you graduate from the academy. Since my work here is done, I should get back to my duties. Both of them smiled and waved back to him. Kenji, still shocked by what he had seen, said, you guys are selected for a special class and will get special accommodation. So you can pack your belongings and come in front of the academy in 5 hours. From there, we will take you to your new accommodation. The orphans who passed the entrance exam would no longer live in the orphanage. They were provided with small apartments in the residential areas, rent-free until they became ninjas, along with a small stipend to support themselves. They were not surprised about this as old man Hiroshi had already told them. They had already packed their belongings but still went back to the orphanage to say their last farewells and thank the old man for all his care and support. Thank you, old man. Both Kta and Yami bowed and thanked the old man for everything he had done for them. Well, I already knew you guys were going to be selected for the Ninja Academy, but still stay the same as you were here. Do your best, and one day you will make your parents and the whole village proud of you. Both Kta and Yami nodded. Yami went to say her goodbyes to her friends, and Kta waited at the entrance of the orphanage where he met Sori. Oh. Congratulations on the selection. Kta said. You too. I heard you guys will be in a special class. Well, I am happy for you. Suri said with a smile. After a short conversation, Suri went on his way to the academy. After half an hour, Yami also came out of the orphanage, and both of them made their way toward the academy. When they reached the academy, Kenji was the one to take them to their new apartments, which were close to each other. When Kta went inside his apartment, he was happy because it was properly cleaned and very neat. While the rooms were small, they were more than enough for him. It had a small living room, a bedroom, a very compact kitchen, and a washroom. There weren't many gadgets in the home apart from a fridge, cooking stove, and other stuff needed for cooking. There was also a sofa in the living room and a bed with an alarm clock in the bedroom. He also saw a first aid kit. They both were told that they would be given around 2,000 ryo each month. Kta found out that 1 dozen eggs cost 24 ryo, 1 liter of milk cost 9 ryo, and a packet of bread slices cost 5 ryo. 1 kilogram of meat cost 60 ryo. Various vegetables and fruits ranged from 10 to 20 ryo. He used to go to the market around the orphanage. He was really happy with the amount as it was enough for them to live without any tension about finances. Kenji also told them that they had 2 days before the academy would start and they would have to attend the entrance ceremony where Lord Hokage himself would give a welcome speech to all the new students. Chapter 12, Academy starts. In the 2 days they had before the academy started, Kta and Yami decided to explore their surroundings. They discovered a market nearby, and the academy was about 20 minutes away from their homes. They decided to spend some of their free time in the library to study various techniques about chakra manipulation, which is required for performing any jutsu. In the library, they read multiple books about chakra manipulation. Kda did most of the reading as Yami became bored and went back to her room, but Kda continued because he knew how important it was to build strong basics. The more he read, the more he learned about the powers of Chakra. In one book titled Juices of Chakra, he read that Chakra can be used for many things like sensing the surroundings, strengthening the body, healing others, summoning, and even manipulating nature. The more he read, the more fascinated he became with Chakra, but since it was getting late, he decided to return to the library when the academy started. The next day, both Kda and Yami decided to roam around the village, but they couldn't buy anything as they would receive their stipends once they started attending the academy. Today was the day the academy finally started. Kda woke up at 4:30 as always, and Yami woke up at the same time. They completed their morning workout and ate food, which was nothing but a nutrient bar provided by Kenji on the day they arrived. After eating the tasteless food, they both ran toward the academy. The academy started at 8 a.m. Both of them were assigned to 3A, which was a large hall on the third floor. Its structure was a little similar to college classrooms on Earth. There were already some students present, most of them from special clans. There was a boy from the Inuzuka clan with his cute dog, 2 Uchiha children who seemed to be twins, and a boy from the Hyuga clan. There were a total of 24 students assigned to this special class. Both Kda and Yami sat on the first bench. At 8 a.m., Kenji came to their class and introduced himself. "Hello, everyone. My name is Kenji Asuka. I am an elite Chunin, and I will be your class teacher for this year. This is a special class, and we expect great results from you. In this class, we will not teach everything from basics like in other classes. Here, you have to do extra work since you will receive the most resources. You can access the library anytime you want and even go to Section D after 2 months. We expect great results from you. There will be a test conducted every 6 months, and the top scorer will be rewarded accordingly. However, if someone's performance is not satisfactory, they will be transferred to normal classes, and some students from other classes may be transferred here according to their performance." After hearing this, all the students got a little nervous and excited about the special treatment they would receive. Since this was the first day, Kenji gave them a tour of the academy. They were shown all the classrooms, the library, the training grounds, and the canteen area. At the training grounds, various areas were shown like a running track, obstacle race track, shooting area, and balancing area with a lot of poles, among others. There was also a small pond at the far end of the training grounds. After the tour, they returned to the class. Kenji explained what they'd be learning this year. It seemed that most of the basics would be covered, but they would be taught in 1 month rather than a whole year. They were supposed to learn about chakra, hand signs, chakra control, taijutsu, the theory of ganjutsu, shuriken throwing, along with normal subjects like mathematics, physics, chemistry, biology, language, history, geography, and civics. For the first month, and after that, they would be taught actual jutsus. Most of the students were around 6 to 7 years old, with Kda and Yami being just 5 years old, 5.5 to be exact. The course was designed in such a way that they would require a minimum of 2 years to graduate from the academy. They would not just be taught the 3 basic jutsus like everyone else but also some E and D rank jutsus according to their attributes. After that, class was dismissed, and they were told they were free to do anything they wanted with the remaining time. They decided to go back with Yami since there was something really important for him to find. As they had received their allowance for the month, Kda told Yami about chakra paper, and they both decided to buy one to find their special chakra attribute. When they reached the shop, they were shocked to learn the price of the chakra paper was 500 ryo. It was an amount they would never have paid if they were not in the special class, but now that they were getting 2,000 ryo, they could afford it. The shop owner decided to explain the chakra paper to them. All shinobi know that chakra comes in the form of 5 basic elements: fire, water, wind, earth, and lightning. Most people have chakra that has an affinity to one of these elements. To find out what affinity someone has, pieces of paper made from a special type of tree are used to react to the slightest hint of chakra in various ways, depending on the nature latent in the chakra. The chakra paper reactions are as follows: fire, the paper will catch on fire and turn to ash. Wind, the paper will split in half. Lightning, the paper will wrinkle. Earth, the paper will turn to dirt and crumble away. Water, the paper will become damp. Seeing them pay so much attention, the shop owner decided to give them a cuteness discount, allowing them to get the chakra paper for 910 ryo. After purchasing the chakra paper, both of them went back to their rooms. Chapter 13, Chakra Attribute and Party. After purchasing the chakra paper, both of them went back to their rooms. Both were anxious about their results but for different reasons. Yami just wanted similar attributes to Kda so they would remain together, whereas Kda wanted lightning or air attributes since both increase the speed of a ninja, making a ninja very powerful. A sneak attack from a fast chunin can even damage or kill a jonin. Since ninja are different from warrior, the person who remained alive till last will be the who is more powerful and speed can increase survival chance to a very high degree. Yami decided to go first. She picked up a chakra paper, and it wrinkled when she passed a little chakra into it. Kda became so happy that he began celebrating. Yami was confused about why it was so great to have lightning chakra, so she asked, "Why are you so happy? Is lightning chakra so great?" "Great? It is one of the strongest attributes you can possess. It is so rare that no more than 3 lightning users are ever present in Hidden Leaf Village, according to the library book. You will become powerful if you learn all lightning-related jutsus," Kda said. "Well, great, you don't have to worry about anything now. Even if your attribute is not very strong, I will protect you," Yami said, puffing her non-existent chest. Kda just shook his head and decided to check his chakra attribute. He picked up a chakra paper and passed his chakra through it. The paper caught fire and turned to ash. Though disheartened, Kda consoled himself. Even though the fire attribute doesn't make you faster than others, it is a powerful and destructive attribute. All fire-related jutsus are known for their destructiveness. Seeing his face, Yami tried to cheer him up. "Don't worry, Kda. I am sure those book writers didn't know anything, and you will also become super strong." Seeing her try to cheer him up, Kda's mood improved. He decided to celebrate today as the start of the academy and Yami's lightning chakra attribute. "Well, I am not particularly sad, as my jutsus, though not fast, will do more damage than yours. But since we haven't celebrated our academy selection and have just learned this great news, why don't we celebrate today?" "Oh. So we are going to eat outside? I was getting fed up with those nutrient bars." "Well, no, we are not going to eat outside. Rather, I will cook something for us." "Huh, no thanks. I don't want to attend the academy with an upset stomach tomorrow." "And when did you learn about cooking?" Kda thought, "Well, I can't say that I had cooking as my hobby in my previous life, can I? I read about cooking in the library." "Well, if you don't want to, you can eat your nutrient bar," Kda said. "Well, if you are that desperate, then I can't help it. I will help you by tasting your food," Yami said. "Thank you for your generosity, Yami-sama," Kda said while bowing slightly. "Shh. Yami laughed at Kda's antics. Kda went to the market to get the ingredients for cooking. The kitchen in their house was designed for kids, so Kda could easily cook there. Since they were still growing, the food he decided to prepare was rich in protein and all required vitamins while still maintaining flavor. The dishes were fried bacon, steak, a full-size sandwich with a meat patty, some veggies and pickles, and pudding as a dessert. He also bought some carbonated drinks from the shop. Seeing all the prepared food shocked Yami, but after smelling the delicious aroma, she wiped the drool off her face and they both sat down to eat. The steak, marinated with spices for an hour and roasted on coal to give it a smoky flavor, was splashed with bacon fat and rivaled steaks from famous restaurants. Other foods were also great, and after eating just nutrient bars with no taste for 2 days, this food tasted even better. After eating everything available, both of them sat with their backs against the wall. "Wow, I didn't know you could cook this good. I appoint you as our chef," Yami said, patting her bloated belly. "We will stick with the nutrient bar as cooking takes too much time," Kda said, but after seeing tears building in Yami's big round eyes, he added, "But I can make breakfast daily as it doesn't take much time. But you have to do the dishes, and no, those eyes will not work on me this time." "Tsk." Yami clicked her tongue. Kda could always see through her acts, but she was too cute to say no to. "Okay, you can go back to your room and make sure you complete your leaf concentration exercise." "Okay, sensei," Yami said playfully and left for her house. With free time for himself, Kda decided to stick with the leaf concentration exercise since they hadn't been taught any jutsu yet. After learning any jutsu, he would divide his time between leaf concentration and practicing jutsu. "But first, clean this mess," he said after seeing the dishes and utensils he had to clean. After finishing all the chores, Kda sat down and started practicing leaf concentration for the whole night, shifting between meditation and leaf concentration. This is the reason behind his high amount of chakra. Due to meditation, he didn't have to sleep compulsorily. The meditation technique he was taught had a similar relaxation effect to sleeping, and chakra also energized him. Due to this, he only slept once a week, practicing the same exercise daily. He would have even more chakra if he focused more on its amount rather than its control. But his bloodline and constant practice rapidly increased his chakra even without trying. Chapter 14, Hand signs. After practicing leaf concentration and meditation for the whole night, Da and Yami began their morning exercise at 5 a.m. It was just a modified version of what they used to do at the orphanage. When they went back to the orphanage after the entrance exam, Hiroshi gave them a new training plan since their previous one would become useless in a month or two. Hiroshi strictly ordered them not to use weights as they were still growing, and it might hinder their development. After completing the exercise, they took a bath and went towards the academy after eating a breakfast they made using eggs, which was a variation of a normal omelette. They reached the academy 5 minutes before Kenji came, so they decided to get to know their classmates. Hi, my name is Kda and this is Yami. We are also in his class. I hope we will get along with each other. Kda said with a smile. Screw off, show off. Who wants to be friends with you guys? Said a boy from the Hyuga clan, and everyone started laughing. They weren't bad by nature, but since two orphans had performed better than them in the entrance exam, their clans doubled their training. Seeing their reaction, Yami felt angry and was about to say something, but Kda stopped her. Yami thought he didn't want to fight, but Kda said, leave them, Yami. Their little egos took a hit because they were defeated by 5-year-old children, and a girl at that. Shishi. Yami laughed, and they both went towards a corner seat away from the other students. Some students wanted to say something, but their class teacher Kenji arrived at that moment, so they had to stay silent. Though Kda was soft towards people he cared about or respected, he had no qualms in showing everyone who stood in his way that he was not someone they could bully easily. Seeing the tension in the class, Kenji made a bam sound with his hand on the desk, and all students turned towards him. I don't think you guys have time to play like children. You people are in the elite class, so the expectations from you guys are higher than normal. If you have time, focus more on training than useless stuff. Kenji saw the tension between others and Kda and Yami, but he decided to ignore it since friendship can't be forced. He started teaching normally. Well, as I said yesterday, you guys will also learn the basics. So today, we will learn about hand signs and chakra control. The hand signs help shinobi correctly gather and shape their chakra to perform ninjutsu, ganjutsu, or any techniques. A technique is carried out by effectively executing the necessary fundamental hand signs in a certain order. To perform each technique successfully in combat, a specific set of hand signs must be memorized and summoned. So, let's look at the 12 basic hand signs that every shinobi must learn. Now concentrate, I will perform all 12 hand signs. He performed all of them in this order: boar, dog, dragon, hare, horse, monkey, ox, ram, rat, serpent, tiger, snake. After performing all hand signs twice slowly so everyone could easily follow his hand movements and memorize them, he continued, we will teach you guys basic jutsu, which are the transformation jutsu and the clone jutsu. But first, you guys have to memorize all the hand signs. Now let's learn about what each hand sign is used for. They continued the class for 2 hours. After that, they were given a 10-minute break followed by a 2-hour theory class. At the end of the class, Kenji said, our class is now over. You guys can go and eat your lunch, but I advise you to eat a little less since we will start our taijutsu classes. Even though we are not starting duels now, the physical exercises are still not going to be easy. Kenji left after the class, and both Kda and Yami went towards the garden to eat their lunch. While they were simply eating their nutrient bars, a boy from the Inuzuka clan, known for having dogs as their partners, approached them. Hi, my name is Ryota Inuzuka. Sorry for this morning's incident. Everyone has to go through very hard training because they lost to you guys. That's why their mood is off. It's not like we are angry or anything. If they don't want to be friends with us, we are okay with it. Let's leave them aside. How about you join us for lunch? I always wanted to pat this cute gentleman ever since I saw him at the entrance exam. Kda said, moving towards Kiba with a treat in his hand. Yes, he carried the treat since he was a dog lover even in his previous life. Kiba, seeing the treat and not sensing any bad feelings from Kda, jumped towards him, which shocked Ryota a lot since Kiba normally avoided strangers and only trusted his family members to be this friendly. This drastically improved Kda's image in Ryota's mind. It's not fair, I also want to play with him. Yami shouted, but this shocked Kiba, and he ran back towards Ryota. You scared him. He is still young, so you have to be gentle around him. Kda said. How do you know so much about dogs, Kda? Ryota asked. Well, I read about them in the library after seeing him during the entrance exam. Woof woof, came the response from Kiba, wagging his tail left and right. Chapter 15, Taijutsu woof woof, came the response from Kiba with his tail wagging left and right. Kda and Yami ate their lunch with Ryota. Well, they only had an energy bar for their lunch. After eating, Kda and Yami played with Kiba for the remaining time. The bell rang, and they moved toward the training ground as it was time for their taijutsu class. It was a really important class for Kida and Yami as they did not have a clan like the Hyuga clan that could teach them about taijutsu. Even though what the academy taught about taijutsu couldn't compete with taijutsu of other clans, it was still better than nothing. When they reached the training ground, Kenji was already present there. Seeing the last students arrived, he began speaking. We are going to learn about taijutsu now. Taijutsu is a basic form of technique and refers to any techniques involving martial arts or the optimization of natural human abilities. Taijutsu is executed by directly accessing the user's physical and mental energies, relying on the stamina and strength gained through training. It typically does not require chakra, though chakra may be used to enhance its techniques. Taijutsu generally requires no hand seals to perform, occasionally making use of certain stances or poses, and is far quicker to use than ninjutsu or ganjutsu. Taijutsu is, simply put, hand-to-hand combat. Although it is used by nearly all shinobi, only a few of them use it as their primary fighting style. Here you are not going to learn any advanced form of taijutsu, but we will focus on basics and building a foundation as it is very difficult to change or learn a new type of taijutsu after learning one type of taijutsu. Now everyone, I hope you have understood what I have said. Yes, sensei. Everyone replied. Now get ready. First, you all have to run 2 laps around the training ground for the warm-up. After listening to Kenji's words, everyone began running. While running, Kida was thinking, finally, I can start learning taijutsu. I am not sure I will even be able to reach Rock Lee or Guy's level, but still, taijutsu is important if I want to become strong. And just doing the same exercise daily was getting boring. Now we can start learning something new. When they finished running, Kenji started teaching them about the correct posture of punching and kicking. In taijutsu, everything comes from your stance. Your power, your mobility, your strikes, and grapples and defenses, all begin with your stance. We will be learning the 4 prerequisites of proper foundation. 1. Angles. 2. Balance. 3. Posture. 4. Continuity. The angle, balance, and posture of your body while performing any form of taijutsu are important. Now watch carefully. I will show you proper postures of some basic moves, so watch carefully and learn. Kenji began performing some basic punches and kicks. Everyone was focusing on his every move, but the person focusing most was Kida as everyone else had already learned about this in their clan. After performing a total of 10 forms of punches and kicks, Kenji stopped, and now it was the turn of the students to follow through. Only the boy from the Hyuga clan and the twins from the Uchiha clan were able to replicate it completely. Kida and Yami were having some problems performing those moves. Seeing this, a smirk emerged on their faces which irked Kida to no end, but he couldn't do anything to them, so he focused on his posture. Kenji corrected their mistakes from time to time, and after 2 hours of continuous practice, Kida was able to perform those moves to a satisfactory level. Yami was still having some problems with some moves, but since time was over for the class, Kenji dismissed the class. Ryota, along with his cute companion, Kiba, walked alongside Kida and Yami, escorting them part away towards their home. As they journeyed together, sharing stories and laughter, the bonds of their friendship grew stronger. However, they eventually reached a point where they bid each other farewell. Kida and Yami went toward their homes. Since they had nothing important to do, they decided to simply practice till night and go for dinner, since eating an energy bar, though it provided all the nutrients for the body, did not provide the satisfaction of having a full belly. Kida entered his house and began training his chakra control. Even though he was still just a child, his chakra control could be compared to elite Chunen's at least due to constant practice and his unique bloodline. He could now easily pass chakra from any part of his body as well as maintain the flow and amount of chakra he wanted to pass. After 1 round of practice, it was already night, so Yami and Kida went to a local restaurant for dinner. Even though Kida wanted to try kairaku ramen, the shop was quite a distance away from their house and it took some time to get there, that's why he decided to try it after some time. After eating, they went back to their rooms where Kida slept today as he had already gone 5 days without sleeping. Both of them woke up at 4:30 and after completing their morning work, they went towards the training area. This time they had only done physical exercise for 2 hours and for the remaining time, they practiced the moves Kenji had taught them yesterday. They corrected Yami's posture and mistakes from time to time. By the time they had to stop their training, Yami was also able to perform all the moves without any major issues. Yes, there were some minor issues, but they would be rectified after practice. Both of them took a bath, in their own house, and went towards the academy. This time Ryota sat with them, of course, Kiba was also there. When Kenji came to class, he began teaching about hand signs followed by chakra control and taijutsu as this was their schedule for a whole week. Da and Yami's days became monotonous for 1 week, with their schedule being morning workout and taijutsu in the morning, academy till 3:00 p.m., then practicing what they were taught in the class for the rest of the day, with only dinner being something interesting as they decided to try all the local restaurants in their area. Chapter 16, Jutsu training starts. After 1 week, their class became purely focused on the theory section provided by Kenji. Since you guys have only 2 years to study in the academy rather than 3 like every other student, you will be taught all the theories related to the shinobi world and their traditions. You will also learn about geography and politics, since most of the missions you will get will be related to outside the village. So, it is important to learn about our surroundings. Normal classes like mathematics and science will also take place. You guys will have 6 whole months to focus on theory. After 6 months, an exam will be held where if your score is not satisfactory, you may be transferred to normal classes. Listening to Kenji's warning, every student became worried and decided to focus on theory a lot more than they initially thought. For 6 months, Da and Yami decided to do physical exercise and leaf concentration in the morning and academic practice in the evening. Da didn't have any major problems with theory since his mental age was 14 to 15 rather than 6 to 7, but this led him to think there was some problem with ninjas. Who teaches a 6 to 7-year-old child algebra, calculus, and thermodynamics? But seeing everyone else learning without any major problems, he concluded that everyone in the ninja world not only has a physical advantage over people in his previous life, but their minds are also more adaptable. Thanking God that quantum physics is not explored in this world yet, Da began to focus on theory and also helped Yami with her study. Though she was not on the genius side, considering normal standards, she was above average. Sometimes Ryota also joined them in their study time, and this was how they spent most of their 6 months. On the day of the exam, Da, are you not even a little worried about the exam? Yami asked while nervously biting her nails. Calm down, Yami. Take a deep breath. We have practiced so much that forget about failing. I think we are going to get the top score in the exam. So don't worry. Da said. They skipped their morning exercise and went towards the academy. They didn't have to take the exam for all the subjects, rather, a single question paper had questions related to all the subjects they were taught. Every student sat at their designated location and started writing answers. The duration of the test was 3 hours, so everyone was focused on the test, and no one was even trying to cheat as 2 elite Chunins were supervising the exam. After 3 hours, the invigilators announced the end of the exam time and started collecting the answer sheets. After submitting their answer sheets, the students left the examination hall. How was your exam, guys? Ryota asked. I was feeling so much tension in the morning, but the question paper was surprisingly easy. It went well. Yami said with a grin on her face. Same here. What about you, Ryota? Da asked. Well, thanks to you guys, I will at least not fail this exam. After a small discussion, they went back to their houses. The results were disclosed the next day, and without any surprise, Da had the highest score with 196 out of 200, followed by the Uchiha twins with 194 out of 200. Yami scored a little less with 193 out of 200, but she was happy with her score. Ryota also managed to pass the exam, but he was not among the top scorers in the class. The next day, Da and Yami began their morning training, which had now been modified into a form of duel where they practiced taijutsu moves against each other, though not to the extent of actually hurting each other. After finishing their exercise, both of them took a bath and went toward the academy. When they entered the class, Ryota went towards them with Kiba. Hey guys, congratulations on your results. Is there anything you guys can't do? Ryota said. But Da looked past him. Everyone in the class was giving them angry looks. What happened to them? Why does it feel like they are angrier than before? Da asked Ryota. Actually, after the entrance exam, their training was doubled, not only physically but also in theory. But since you were again the top scorer, let's just say their clan's response was not very good. Ryota replied with an awkward smile on his face. Well, it's their fault if they are not as smart as Da. Why are we paying attention to them when we have our cute little Kiba here who deserves all our attention? Yami said. Woof. Kiba barked in affirmation. Both Da and Yami sat with Ryota at the side of the class and began playing with Kiba. After 10 minutes, Kenji entered the class. Good morning, everyone. It's great that everyone in my class passed the exam, though some of you barely managed a passing score. But still, since everyone passed, now that your theory part is completed, we will focus on the practical side. From today, you guys will be taught about ninjutsu, ganjutsu, and some taijutsu. What I told you guys about 2 years in the academy was just a rough estimate. Mainly, you guys have to complete 3 tasks to graduate from the academy. The sooner you finish these tasks, the sooner you'll be able to embark on your journey as a ninja. Coming to the tasks, your first task is to learn basic jutsu which are taught to all the students in the academy. That jutsu is the clone jutsu. This is a basic technique that every shinobi can use. For this technique, users create one or more afterimages of themselves to move alongside them. Unlike most other clone techniques, these afterimages have no substance and thus are incapable of damaging opponents. Because of this, it is only useful for distracting enemies while other attacks are prepared. But don't underestimate this jutsu just because it is an E rank. A momentary distraction is what an experienced ninja needs to change the direction of the fight. The hand sign for performing this jutsu is. Now, the next jutsu will be the transformation jutsu. This technique is most often used to disguise the user as another person, but they can also turn into an animal, plant, or inanimate object. It is most difficult for users to transform into inanimate objects, and users are shown familiarizing themselves with an object's weight and feel before assuming its form. Users will gain the attributes and physical features of whatever they transform into, such as a weapon's sharpness or an animal's fangs. To be able to assume so many different forms makes this technique invaluable for not just combat but intelligence gathering and diversionary tactics as well. If you guys can master this jutsu, it can be compared to B or some low A rank jutsu. But in its initial phase, it is also an E rank jutsu. The hand sign for this jutsu is. And the last jutsu you guys are going to learn is the substitution jutsu. With this jutsu, one replaces their own body with a block of wood or some other object the moment an attack lands. This creates an optical illusion, making the enemy think the attack was successful. From this, the user can use the lapse in the enemy's attention to attack or flee from the battlefield. With the enemy's guard down, you can take advantage of that and change the results of the fight. This is also an E rank jutsu, and the hand sign for this jutsu is. Do you guys understand what I taught? If not, you can ask your doubts. Sensei. Da raised his hand. Yes, Da. Are just hand signs enough to perform any jutsu? Da asked. No, Da. Even though you can learn low-rank jutsu from hand signs, higher-rank jutsu are not only based on hand signs but you also have to understand the principle behind that technique. Anything else? No, Sensei. Thank you. Da said and sat down in his seat. With jutsu classes, we will also begin your shuriken throwing lectures now, so you guys can collect your practice weapons from the weapon department on the 4th floor tomorrow. That's it for today, we will begin the practice tomorrow. Kenji said and dismissed the class. Chapter 17, Feeling like a ninja with jutsu classes, we will also begin your shuriken throwing lectures now. You can collect your practice weapons from the weapon department on the 4th floor. That's it for today, we will begin practice tomorrow. Kenji said and dismissed the class. They decided to go to the library since they were now allowed to access the D section, which stored D-rank jutsu. However, his purpose for visiting was not for the jutsu but for something else. Yami decided to go home as she was not a big fan of reading. They told her before heading to the library, don't practice any jutsu alone when I'm not there. You can continue with the leaf concentration until I come back, and then we'll practice those jutsus together. Yami nodded and went back home while Kta made his way to the library. Upon entering the library, he showed his ID to the librarian, an old man with a long beard and some white hair. A wise look was always on his face. Seeing Kta's ID card, the librarian allowed him access to the D section but warned that if he tried to sneak into any other area, he would be banned from the library for a year and a complaint would be registered at the Hokage's office. Kta went straight to the D section but didn't pick up any scrolls. Instead, he went to the books section and started reading the book Hand Sign Real Meaning. After reading the book, he concluded, so I was correct. Hand signs are not essential for performing any jutsu. They just help in molding chakra forcefully. But if we can mold our chakra on our own, we don't have to use hand signs. Hand signs are one of the biggest weaknesses of any jutsu because they tell the opponent which move you're going to use next. One can eliminate the hand sign process with good chakra control and enough knowledge and experience with the jutsu. This means every jutsu that may be valuable in the future has to be practiced thoroughly so that I can use it without hand signs. Since chakra control is also important, let's search for some chakra control exercises since the leaf concentration has become stale and super easy for both of us. Kta began searching for chakra control exercises, and after going through all the books in the D section, he found 3 exercises. 1. Tree climbing practice. This training method helps improve chakra control by focusing a fixed amount of chakra on the bottom of one's feet to climb a tree without using hands. 2. Water walking. Similar to tree climbing, this exercise involves using chakra on the feet in a controlled manner to walk on water. 3. Leaf floating exercise. In this exercise, a person must maintain a leaf above their palm with a constant release of chakra. Satisfied with his findings, Kta went back home. It was already 5 p.m. He told Yami about everything he found in the library. They decided to switch from the leaf concentration exercise to the leaf floating exercise and practice tree climbing and water walking during their morning training. Finally, they began training the jutsu they were taught that day, starting with the substitution jutsu. Since it was the easiest, they focused on moving at high speed and using chakra to swap something with themselves. Initially, it was messy. Sometimes the object they tried to swap with didn't move, and sometimes they were too slow, making their movements easily detectable. They performed a little better than Yami due to his superior chakra control and higher chakra reserves. After an hour, Yami stopped practicing as her chakra was nearly depleted. She was able to perform the substitution jutsu to some extent but needed to improve her timing. They continued practicing until his chakra was almost empty, then meditated with Yami for 4 hours. When their chakra reserves were replenished, they went to the Kakariki restaurant near their house for dinner. They greeted the owner, who greeted them back and confirmed their regular order. After eating, they went back home. Suddenly, Yami said, don't you think we're training a little too much? We haven't gone outside aside from eating since we became academy students. I know training is important, but let's take some breaks too. As the old man said, breaks are also part of the training. That's when it clicked for Da. He had never considered Yami's feelings when planning everything. He forgot that Yami was still just a child who sometimes wanted to play like other children. He thought she would also enjoy getting stronger like him, but now he realized his mistake. Seeing him silent for some time, Yami thought he was angry after hearing her request, so she said, on second thought, we don't need a break. Don't be angry, we can continue our training as usual. Hearing this increased his guilt. He said, I'm sorry, Yami. I'm not angry, and you're right. I was too focused on training and forgot how important breaks are and how much you like to go outside. But it's never too late. Starting today, we won't train on our weekly holiday and we'll do all the things you want. Okay? Yes, let's have a tour of the village this time. They nodded, and they started discussing all the things they would do on their holiday. After discussing for 15 minutes, they went back home. They decided to practice the leaf floating exercise. After trying it for the first time, he was shocked by his findings. The leaf floating exercise required more than 5 times the chakra of the leaf concentration exercise. If he tried to rotate the leaf, the chakra consumption increased to 6 times. According to his calculations, he could do the exercise for a maximum of 1 hour with his full chakra reserves. Since he was not in optimal condition, he decided to meditate and replenish his chakra reserves. After 4 hours, he started the leaf floating exercise again. Unlike the leaf concentration exercise, it was mentally taxing. After completing the exercise, they decided to get a full night's sleep. Chapter 18, First Outing Preparation. In the morning, they woke up fully refreshed. He completed his morning routine and went to Yami's house to take her to training. They both went to their training area and started their morning workout. After 2 hours, they began the tree climbing exercise. Yami tried first, and she was able to climb some distance, but after reaching 5 meters, her concentration wavered, and she fell. Da, already on alert, jumped and caught her midair, bringing her down in a princess carry. Yami blushed and silently wished time would stop so she could stay like that, but Da gently put her down and said, "It's all right, Yami. I'll wait until you can do this without any major problems, so don't worry." Yami nodded and started climbing the tree again. This time, she maintained her full concentration on the chakra flow in her legs. She reached the highest point possible, but when she turned to come back down, she became nervous, and her concentration wavered again. She fell and landed in his arms once more. After practicing for an hour and falling 4 times, Yami was finally able to climb and return 4 times in a row. Kda then began his tree climbing exercise, and Yami stood guard for him, knowing firsthand the consequences of a momentary distraction. Kda didn't say anything and started climbing. He reached the top on his first try, but when he turned to come back down, his chakra flow wavered, and he nearly fell. However, he managed to stabilize himself and came back down. He repeated the process a few more times to reassure Yami that he didn't need help with this exercise. Once Yami was assured, she resumed her own exercise. After completing the exercise, they both went back to their houses, took a bath, and left for the academy. The first thing they did was get their weapons, as Kenji had mentioned. Upon reaching the weapon room on the 4th floor, they were taken aback by the variety of weapons available: kunai, shurikens, different types of swords, and more. They made their way to the receptionist and showed their ID cards. The receptionist made their entry and gave them a packet containing 2 kunai and 6 shurikens. Though not as sharp as those carried by other ninja, the weapons were not dull either. Their sharpness was reduced slightly to prevent severe injuries during practice. After collecting their packages, they went to their class where everyone was already present. Kida and Yami joined Ryota and Kiba, but before they could talk, Kenji entered the class and began teaching. I hope everyone has started practicing the jutsu I taught yesterday. Today, we will discuss various uses of the jutsu. He began teaching various standard uses of the jutsu, and everyone listened attentively, some even taking notes. After the class, they were asked to come to the training ground where another teacher was present. Seeing the doubt on their faces, Kenji explained, some things are easier to learn by seeing them in practice, and weapon training is one of them. So, Kaito-sensei and I will demonstrate the usage of kunai and shurikens in a fight. Watch carefully. After everyone was seated, the demonstration began. Kaito started running around Kenji at high speed, throwing shurikens at him, which Kenji deflected with his kunai. After throwing 12 shurikens, they engaged in close combat with kunai as their main weapons. The demonstration lasted for 10 minutes, with occasional separations where they threw shurikens at each other, deflected by kunai. Since both were elite chunin, they toned down their speed and limited chakra use so students could see and learn. After completing the demonstration, Kenji addressed the students, as you have seen, shurikens and kunai can be used in multiple ways during a fight. You should practice them efficiently as proficiency will be graded in your next assignment. Now, stand in batches of 15 and start throwing shurikens at the target as I taught in class. Kida, Yami, and Ryota stood together and began their practice. Their accuracy was poor initially, with none of their shurikens hitting the target. Other students didn't fare much better, except for the Uchiha twins who managed to hit the target board. After several rounds and corrections from Kenji, Kida and his group were able to hit the target, though not the center. Seeing their improvement, Kenji said, everyone has done well. You don't have to learn everything in a day. Your accuracy will increase with time and practice, so continue training hard. Once you are confident in your accuracy, you can move to an area with a moving target. Now, the class is dismissed for today. After thanking Kenji for the lecture, everyone went home. Kida and Yami continued their practice like the previous day. With their daily schedule already packed with training, they decided not to include shuriken practice since they had time for it at the academy. 3 days passed similarly, and the day of the holiday arrived. Finally, the day is here. Even though I like training with Kida, constant training was getting boring. He mostly focused on training until we did something dangerous. But when we did, he put most of his focus on me so that I wouldn't get hurt. That's what I like about him. He always cares for others and tries to protect them, even getting hurt sometimes in the process. I'm glad I asked him to take a break, even though I was anxious about him getting angry over it. At first, I thought he had changed after that day when he was hurt badly by Suri, but I'm glad to know he hasn't changed much, just became a little more handsome. Why does he have to be so handsome? Even during class, other girls try to steal glances at him. I'm just glad he doesn't pay them any attention, otherwise, he would be the most popular boy in the class. After ranting in her mind for some time, Yami decided to choose what she was going to wear for the outing today. Since I said we wouldn't do any practice today, I can't do any chakra control exercises either. Even though Yami wouldn't find out if I did, I don't like the idea of breaking a promise to a friend. But since I don't have a hobby, how am I going to pass the time? Let's just clean the house and arrange the furniture to pass some time. Chapter 19, First outing. Yami decided on a white long sleeveless frock with a flowery border and an open hair look. She had grown more than her age suggested. In the ninja world, children grow up a lot earlier than you might assume, as they are considered adults at the age of 14 to 15, the age when students normally become gain-in. Due to early chakra activation and constant physical exercise, she had grown to a height of 5.0 feet with a slightly curvy figure, easily confused with girls of 12 or 13 years old. Kida also didn't lack in this part. He had gone to extra lengths during physical and chakra control exercises, passing chakra through every part of his body. He attained a height of 5.3 feet with a muscular build, maintaining both speed and strength. With his already handsome looks, his personality was now enough to turn heads when he crossed any street. Kida decided to wear a simple red t-shirt with black patterns to complement his hair, paired with blue jeans and a simple pair of black shoes. At 7:30, he went towards Yami's house to pick her up. He knocked on the door twice and waited. When Yami opened the door, Kida stood still for a full 30 seconds. When he realized this, a blush appeared on his face. "You are looking gorgeous, Yami. I think I should have brought a bouquet for you," Kida said with an awkward laugh to hide his embarrassment. This brought Yami out of her stance too, and she said with a blush, "You are also looking handsome, Kida." They started walking towards the market area, with their first destination being a kairaku's shop for breakfast. After hearing so much about his noodles, Yami too wanted to try them. After some time, they arrived in front of the old-looking small shop. Though Yami had some doubts about the rumors, Kda was extremely happy to finally try kairaku ramen. They went inside where Taki and his daughter, Ayam, were present. Ayam, just a child the same age as Kda and Yami, helped her father manage the shop. When she saw Kda and Yami, she was stunned and stared at them for 10 seconds. Not hearing his daughter's usual greeting, Taki asked, "What happened, Ayam? Who was there?" This brought Ayam back, and she exclaimed, "Two customers are here, Dad. Good morning. What would you like to have?" Kda was happy to see one of his favorite characters from the anime, as they were among the few who didn't hate Naruto for being a Jinchuriki and even helped him. Coming out of his thoughts, he said, "We don't have any pre-decided dish as we have never eaten ramen before. Can you recommend one of the famous ramen dishes?" "Oh. If it's your first time, I highly recommend you go for one with all the toppings. Though it's a bit expensive, I guarantee the taste," Ayam said proudly. "Well, we'll have 2 bowls of that," Yami said, feeling happy after seeing Ayam's cheerful personality. Ayam ran back to her father, and after about 20 minutes, they were served a fragrant bowl of ramen. They started eating as soon as it was presented to them. With the first sip of the soup, an explosion of flavors occurred in their mouths. Kda thought, no wonder Naruto liked this ramen so much, it's so tasty that one could kill for it. After eating the ramen bowl in record time, both of them shouted for seconds, which Taki presented in an instant. Seeing their confused faces, Taki said, "I've run this shop for more than 2 decades, so I have enough experience to judge how many times a person will ask for another bowl." They were too focused on the ramen to think of anything else. After eating 5 bowls each, they left the establishment. Though a little expensive, they decided they could eat this ramen once a week, even if they had to survive on energy bars for the rest of the week. After eating, they went to the park, sat on a bench, and talked about various topics related and unrelated to ninjas or the academy. At noon, they decided to eat at a restaurant as it was their first holiday in nearly 7 months. They had enough savings to not think about money, at least for today. After eating, they went toward Hokage Rock, where they sat at the top of the mountain and watched the whole village from the top. To say the sight was mesmerizing would be an understatement. A large village surrounded by forest, with many small forests and playgrounds and numerous buildings of different sizes and structures placed together masterfully. It was beautiful. After some time, they decided to go back home. On their way back, they saw an old man sitting in the park with a crowd of children surrounding him. Curious, they went to find out what was happening. It turned out that this old man was a retired ninja telling stories about his missions, exaggerating them a little to make them interesting for the children. Both Kda and Yami became interested and sat with the children to listen. After some time, the old man decided to wrap up for the day. All the children requested him to continue, but he said he had something important to do and went towards the Hokage building. Everyone left for their homes, including Kda and Yami. On the other hand, the old man released his transformation jutsu. Yes, he was none other than Hiruzen, enjoying a little break from all the paperwork. Seeing Kda and Yami in the crowd, he decided to continue for a bit longer while silently analyzing their growth, which shocked him. Their chakra reserves had expanded again, with Yami having 13 times that of any beginner and Kda having 28 times a beginner. He went back to his office with a smile on his face. Chapter 20, Clone Jutsu. After coming back to their houses, it was already time for dinner, so they ate at their usual restaurant and then went back to sleep. Kda, after a long time, felt happy and satisfied with the day. When he woke up the next day, he was surprised to feel that his chakra reserves had increased not by much, but there was an improvement. If one were to estimate, it was around 2% bigger than before. He got up from bed, completed his bathroom needs, and then went to call Yami for morning training. They both completed their morning training with 2 hours of physical exercise and spent the rest of the time practicing tree climbing. They decided to add a leaf floating exercise into the mix, as they needed to practice jutsus in the evening. After completing their practice, they went back to their houses to get ready for the academy. After taking a bath, they went towards the academy, where their normal classes were now over, and they had to focus completely on their jutsu and weapons training. As they didn't have any doubts related to jutsus, they went directly towards the training area to practice shuriken throwing. Their accuracy had reached 100% with still targets, so they decided to move to the area with moving targets. Trying their luck, they found themselves back at level 1, unable to land a single hit. They not only had to adjust their throwing but also calculate the expected position of the moving target, the time it would take to reach the target, and consider the airflow in the equation. They began training diligently until Kenji arrived to tell them that they could go back since class time was over. Of course, they could continue if they wanted, but they decided to go back as they had made rapid improvements. They were now able to hit the target without any issue, though their aim was a bit off. It could be improved with practice, and he was not in a hurry. So, Both of them left for their houses. After reaching home, they decided to take a break of 1 hour before starting their jutsu training. Since they could now perform substitution jutsu without major problems, they decided to start with another jutsu, the clone jutsu. Unlike the substitution jutsu, which required actual movement and focused more on the physical aspect of chakra, the clone jutsu mainly focused on the spiritual aspect. They had to use their chakra to make an exact copy of themselves while thinking about what that copy should do, with hand signs helping to manipulate the chakra. Since there was no actual harm involved in practicing this jutsu other than wasting chakra, Da and Yami began their practice at the same time. Surprisingly, Yami was able to form a clone on her first try, though it did not look much like her. Seeing this, Kda started his jutsu practice by imagining an exact copy of himself and thinking about it performing a basic punch. With a puff, a clone appeared in front of him and performed a basic punch in his direction, though it had no eyes and mouth. They continued practicing as it didn't take a large amount of chakra, stopping whenever they found something important about the jutsu. After 1 hour of practice, they were able to make a clone do anything they wanted. They also discovered that they could only make a clone of themselves. It didn't work if they tried to imagine someone else. The difficult part began when they had to imagine 2 different versions of themselves doing different tasks. This was like going from level 1 to level 10 in a game suddenly. Most of the time, their clones came out with missing body parts or connected in strange ways. They continued practicing until dinner time and were able to make 2 clones perform simple tasks like walking in a straight line or moving their heads up and down. They went to eat dinner as usual, and after that, they went directly to their houses to sleep. Kda first decided to empty his chakra reserves by doing the leaf floating exercise, managing to do it for 1 hour. This was a big improvement as he was not in peak condition. After that, he went back to sleep. For the next 3 days, they followed the same steps: morning training, shuriken throwing at the academy, and clone jutsu training in the evening. By the end of the 3rd day, they were able to form 6 clones each, performing different tasks. Since the academy only required them to form 3 clones, they decided this was enough and moved on to the next jutsu, which Kda was most excited for. Talking about the transformation jutsu, it was a mixture of both physical and spiritual aspects of chakra. They had to modify the chakra according to the image in their minds, ensuring that every part of the image was clear. First, they decided to transform into a boy and a girl since they were taught about human anatomy in the academy. Both of them were able to copy the features of the person they were trying to mimic, with Kda copying Ryota and Yami copying a friend from the orphanage. Though there were some dissimilarities, they could be countered with practice. Next, they decided to copy each other's appearance, which also worked well, as they knew about the differences between male and female anatomy. However, when Kda tried to transform into a wolf, he was unable to do so, and the chakra was wasted. He expected this result as he didn't know anything about wolf anatomy, so he decided to visit the library after tomorrow's academy classes. They practiced the jutsu some more and then went back to sleep after eating dinner. Chapter 21, Transformation Jutsu. After waking up at 4:30, Kda completed his daily routine and then went to pick up Yami for morning practice. After doing morning training and tree climbing exercises, in which they were proficient enough, they could sometimes afford to divert their concentration elsewhere and still maintain the correct amount of chakra to avoid falling from the tree. They went to their houses, took a bath, and then headed to the academy. Since they didn't have to attend theory classes, they went straight to the training ground and began their weapon training. Their accuracy in hitting moving targets had reached an acceptable level. They started practicing hitting moving targets while running, which was not easy by any means. You need full motor control of your body to execute this, as the number of things you have to focus on increases. Now, not only do you have to find the location of the target after some time and account for air resistance, but you also have to focus on where you are going and how your momentum will affect the direction of the shuriken. However, this time they didn't have to start from level 1. Due to constant morning training, their motor control was already really good. The only thing they needed to focus on more was their aim and a shift in direction that comes with the momentum of their motion. At lunch, while they were eating, Ryota came over and sat beside Kda, with Kiba going towards Kda to get his daily dose of treats. After Kda gave treats to Kiba with lots of head pats, Ryota asked, "Guys, how is your jutsu training going? Actually, if you're having any problems with the practice, you can come with me after class. I can convince my old man to teach you guys too." "Thanks for the offer, Ryota, but we're doing pretty well on our own. We've already learned 2 jutsus, more than the academy requires of us, and the transformation jutsu is going to take some time as I have some ideas I want to try," Kda replied. Ryota's mouth hung open for a moment. After processing what he had heard, he asked, "You're saying that you've already learned 2 jutsus and are training on your 3rd one within 2 weeks? Do you guys even do anything other than training?" "Forget that, Do you guys even sleep? Ha 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 ha, we do, Ryota. We're planning to explore the village tomorrow. Do you want to join us? Kida took his question as a joke, but the growth and learning speed they had achieved was enough to put some geniuses to shame. The reason was simple: they had been training for chakra control for more than a year now. Their bodies were completely adapted to chakra, and they could even control the amount of chakra they wanted to use. Because of this, they were able to learn these jutsus so easily. However, jutsus starting from D rank can't be learned like this, they are more difficult to master. With each increase in rank of the jutsu, the difficulty also increases many times. Ryota just stopped thinking about it and accepted that they were geniuses. With a sigh, he said, "No, my old man is going to teach me how to do the remaining jutsus, as I've only been able to learn the substitution jutsu so far. But don't worry, I'll catch up in no time." "I'm sure you will. Best of luck," Yami said while playing with Kiba. After eating, they went back to their training and continued until Kenji arrived and told them that class time was over. As decided earlier, Do went towards the library and Yami went towards her house. At the library, Do went straight to the D section where he found the book he wanted to read. The book's title was True Power of Substitution Jutsu. In this book, the author gave detailed descriptions of what you can and can't do with this jutsu, such as: it is possible to change into a non-living thing, but your chakra can be detected by someone if they are trying to find you. Second, it is possible to change into an animal, but you can't merge two animals, and animals like birds should be avoided as their memory has some issues. Let's just say those who tried don't recommend transforming into birds. If you want to change into any animal, you have to learn the details about their anatomy completely so that you can imitate it with the help of chakra. Imagine if you don't know how breathing works in an animal and you transform into that animal, you will die a very funny death. That's why it is made in such a way that you can only transform if you know full details about it. It is also advised to familiarize yourself with the feeling of transforming into a said animal, as the sudden change in perspective can be dangerous in battles. Now, one may ask, how can we transform into a non-living thing if we have to breathe during the transformation period? Well, that's the second part of this jutsu. It helps you survive during that period with the help of chakra. Because of this, the chakra expenditure is also very high if you transform into any non-living thing, and it is advised not to try this unless necessary. After all the details, several images and descriptions of different animals were given in the book. This was the main reason Kda was reading it. He took some scrolls and started writing details about some animals he wanted to transform into. After writing down the details of 4 animals: dog, cat, monkey, to blend into the environment in the future, and lastly, lion, just for fun, he placed the book back where he had taken it from and went toward his home. He then headed straight to Yami's house to start their practice for the day. They made their way to the training ground where Yami started to try and transform into Kenji while Kda watched and gave feedback where he could see differences. At one point, it became awkward when Yami transformed into Kenji with boobs. Kda just turned his head away because he didn't want to see his sensei in that form. When Yami realized her mistake, she cancelled the jutsu, and both of them laughed their heads off. When Yami was able to copy Kenji to an acceptable level, Kda started his training. The first animal he decided to transform into was a monkey. As the book had mentioned the sudden shift in perspective, he decided to transform into an animal that somewhat resembled a human. Chapter 22, Mighty Roar. When Yami was able to copy Kenji to an acceptable level, Kda started his training. The first animal he decided to transform into was a monkey. As the book had said about the sudden shift in perspective, he first decided to transform into an animal that somewhat looked like a human. Kda imagined a complete image of a monkey with all the body parts he had read about today. As a die-hard fan of Ben 10, he visualized himself transforming like an alien, with each cell changing into something different. When he performed the hand sign, at first nothing happened. He thought it didn't work, but just as he was about to stop, white smoke started to emerge from his leg and slowly covered his head. With a puff, all the smoke dispersed, and Kda was transformed into a monkey. Yami, seeing that Kda was able to perform this difficult task, wanted to congratulate him. He looked just like a normal monkey, a little fit one, but nothing out of the ordinary. On the other hand, it was getting awkward for Kda, as his clothes had not transformed with him, so he was standing there naked. Coming out of his pile of clothes, he started to walk but fell head first. That was when it clicked to him what the book meant when it said it would take some time to get used to the change in perspective. He went over his memory for details about monkeys and then remembered that monkeys use their tails to balance themselves. He began his practice again. The first thing he did was forget how to walk and started to find the best way to walk according to his new body. After some time, Kda was able to walk on all fours as well as on 2 legs, though it felt more natural to walk on all fours. After walking, he decided to try something that is a specialty of monkeys: tree climbing. When he went to the tree, he subconsciously transferred his chakra into his legs and walked on the tree. After reaching the peak, Kda noticed what he had done. The book said that controlling chakra while transformed into an animal is very difficult since they just imitate the physical nature, not the chakra veins. But since he imagined his whole body transforming from cell to cell, he was able to modify the chakra veins to suit his new body, though subconsciously. He jumped from one tree to another with the help of both his instinct and chakra. He was able to perfectly jump from one tree to another and even swing on his tail sometimes. While Kda was doing this, Yami was standing on the ground, watching Kda practice the jutsu. When he first fell, she became worried and was about to help him but stopped when she noticed he was thinking. Whenever Kda thought about something like this, he came up with a simple and easy solution to their problem. This time, too, after just 10 minutes, he was able to walk like a monkey and do all the things a monkey would normally do. She was watching Kda, but suddenly he gestured for her to go somewhere. At first, she didn't understand what he was saying, but then he pointed to his clothes, and everything became clear. He was not wearing anything, so if he transformed back, he would be completely naked. With a blush on her face, she ran back toward her house as it clicked to her that she was continuously watching him naked. A thought came to her mind about watching him transform back while hiding, but this made her face even redder. Now she could have competed with a tomato. She swiftly went back to her house. Seeing this, Kda laughed a little at the girl's antics and went down, removed the transformation, and just when he was about to get dressed, he thought, since I still have some time, why not try to transform into all of those animals? Then he transformed into a dog and a cat for half an hour each and became familiar with their specialties, like the smelling sense of dogs and the full body flexibility of a cat. At last, he decided to transform into a lion, the one he was most excited about. Once again, he imagined the transformation like the animation of Ben 10, with a modification that his transformation starts from the legs rather than the hands, as the jutsu starts from the legs. He did the hand sign again. When the smoke faded, a majestic lion was standing around 6 feet tall with a light golden mane and golden fur. All of its muscles were well defined. Since he had already transformed into a four-legged creature, he didn't have any problems due to the change in perspective. The first thing he did was try to run, which surprised him as he was able to attain the speed of 40 kilometers per hour for 5 minutes. But that seemed to be the limit as he was unable to continue running after that. After running, he decided to try the roar that lions are famous for. Taking a deep breath, he adjusted his vocal muscles a little and roar. Kda was so stunned by this that he stood there for some time. His roar created sound waves that shook the trees. He was pretty sure many people in the village had heard it and that many would be heading in his direction to check the source of the sound. He quickly ran back toward his clothes. Fortunately, he had decided to run in a circle, so he was not far from his clothes. He quickly transformed back and started putting on his clothes. Just as he had finished putting on his pants, some Anbu ninja arrived at his location. "Boy, are you the one who produced that sound earlier?" An Anbu ninja asked in an authoritative tone. "I am sorry, sir. I was practicing transformation jutsu and accidentally produced that sound. I will be more careful from now on," Kda said with a calm expression. After asking for some of his details, the Anbu ninja left, with a warning not to disturb the villagers with his practice. Even though Kda maintained a calm front in front of the Anbu ninja, in reality, he was super excited. The roar was awesome, though it had no practical use for a ninja as most powerful ninja work requires stealth and all, but why should he always do everything the ninja way? With a smile on his face, Kda went back to his house. Halfway there, he met with Yami, who was going toward the training area to find him after hearing the sound. Kda explained to her that there was nothing to worry about, that he had only made that sound, but secretly he was smiling inside, seeing his little savior who was on her way to save him with great determination on her face. They both went to their houses. Chapter 23, Second Exam of Academy. Now that I had already cleaned the house, what should I do? Now that I have time, I think I should sort out my plans and goals. First, now that we have already learned all 3 jutsu, I think we should take the second semester exam too. Since most of the other students just have to learn this much to pass the exam, I think what we are going to learn in the other 2 semesters is advanced stuff, so there is no point in wasting time. Another thing is I should think of finding some ways to earn money since it has been 7 months since we enrolled in the academy. We were given around 28,000 ryo, out of which we somehow managed to save 22,000 ryo. But now that we have decided to go out and enjoy our holiday, it will end in no time, as on the previous holiday our spending reached around 800 ryo. After that, the most important thing is that I should somehow find a way to learn the Shadow Clone Jutsu. It was one of the most important jutsu in the Naruto series, as it not only helps to create an extra helper during a fight who knows all your jutsu but is also very useful in learning stuff. This is one of the reasons I am not thinking of mastering those jutsu and reducing their hand signs, as it will be easier when I learn the shadow clone jutsu. After thinking for some time about immediate issues, he wrote down all of those in the scroll in the language from his previous life so that if somehow anyone wanted to check him, they would not find anything. After writing, it was already 7:00 a.m. He took a bath and got ready for today's outing. After getting ready, he went toward Yami's house to pick her up. Knock knock. When Yami heard the knock, she went toward the gate and opened it as she knew the person who would come at this time would be Gda. When she saw him, instant happiness could be seen on her face. On the other hand, Gda was once again mesmerized by her beauty, as she was again looking gorgeous. As there was no major shift in the plan from the previous outing, they decided to first go to a Kairaku ramen for breakfast. There, they once again ordered 10 bowls. Though expensive, its taste made it worth it. After eating, they went toward the park and sat in the same spot they sat last time. Then Gda decided to tell Yami about the decision he made in the morning. Yami, I think we should take the exam as Kenji-sensei had said that the condition for passing the exam will be learning those 3 jutsu and we have already done more than enough. What do you think? Well, I don't have any problem, but since you have previously told me that to master a technique we have to work on reducing the hand signs used to do that technique, and it can only be done with practice, so I was thinking we will have to do more practice for that jutsu. Yami asked. And we have to, but the academy doesn't want us to master that jutsu, and we will have enough time to master that jutsu after qualifying for the exam. Okay, I don't have any problem taking the exam. Yami said with a smile. The rest of the day went the same as the previous holiday. At night, they both went back. The next day, they did a light workout as they had decided to take the exam for the second part of their academy today. They also decided not to practice the tree climbing exercise today to keep their chakra reserves full. After completing the light exercise, they took a bath and went toward the academy. But this time, they did not make their way straight toward the training area like always but went towards Kenji. Seeing them approaching him, Kenji thought that they had finally reached a bottleneck, as there are some things in which you will need help no matter how much of a genius you are. When they stood in front of his desk, Kenji said, "Welcome both of you. What do you want to ask?" Gda and Yami bowed respectfully, and Gda said, "We would like to take our second exam, sensei." Kenji thought he heard them wrong, so he asked again, "Both of you want to take your second exam this early?" Seeing them nod, Kenji sighed and said, "You guys don't have to hurry in these things. I know I said that the village has high expectations from you guys, but it has just been 2 weeks since you guys started learning jutsu. You guys can take your time and learn them perfectly, as Lord Hokage himself will be present there, and if you fail to perform the jutsu, you will be removed from the special class and placed in normal classes." He thought that due to this, they would hesitate and take their time in practicing the jutsu rather than rushing to take the exam. But the kids still said, "We are confident enough about our practice, sensei, so we would still like to take the exam." Kenji let out an audible sigh and said, "Well, I tried to warn you guys. I will tell Lord Hokage about this and he will decide the date of the exam. You guys can go to the training area if you want." "Thank you, sensei," both of them said. Kenji just nodded and went towards the Hokage's office to inform Hiruzen about this. He went to the receptionist and said, "I have something important to discuss with Lord Hokage." The receptionist smiled and said, "I will inform Lord Hokage about this. Please wait for some time." Kenji nodded and went to sit on the sofa present in the corner. After some time, the receptionist informed Kenji that Lord Hokage was calling him. Chapter 24, Taking Second Exam. Kenji went towards the Hokage's office. After reaching the front of his room, he knocked. "Knock knock, come in." Kenji entered after listening to the command. He bowed and greeted, "Lord Hokage." "Good morning, Kenji. So, what do you want to say?" "Sir, 2 of my students think that they are ready to take the second exam. Even though I tried to tell them that they should take their time in learning this jutsu, they kept saying they are confident enough to take the exam," Kenji said with frustration in his voice. Hiruzen smiled and asked, "Are those students Gda and Yami?" Kenji was surprised by this sudden question. How did Lord Hokage know about their names since this incident had just occurred? Seeing his face, Hiruzen replied, "They both are quite hardworking and talented, so it was not difficult to guess their names. You can go back and tell them they will have to take their exam in 1 hour in Training Area 13. Kenji just nodded respectfully and left. Hiruzen had a smile on his face thinking about how Hidden Leaf Village would have 2 more talented ninjas in the future. He called his secretary and told her that he would be busy for 2 or 3 hours. He then told Shikaku to handle the work in his absence after 1 hour. The secretary just nodded and went back. Shikaku, from the Nara clan, the father of Shikamaru Nara, and the current Jonin commander of Hidden Leaf Village, Had a great mind but a lazy personality. When he heard that Hiruzen transferred all his work to him, he couldn't help but curse under his breath. Kenji went back to the academy and called Kda and Yami. He told them that they would have to take the exam in Training Area 13 in 1 hour, and that Lord Hokage himself would be watching. Kda just nodded, but Yami got tense hearing that they would have to take the exam in 1 hour and that Lord Hokage himself was watching. But remembering their training and Kda's confidence in their ability when he was talking to Kenji, she calmed down. They swiftly made their way toward Training Area 13. Hidden Leaf Village has many forests inside the village, with varying lengths named as training areas for ninjas. One can pay and book at training ground if they want to practice something new or dangerous. Training Area 13 was in the west of the academy. It was a flat ground the size of 4 football fields, surrounded by a thick layer of trees. Kda and Yami went to the training area and started doing warm-up exercises. After around half an hour, Kenji and Hokage came to the training area. Seeing both of them doing some light exercises, Hiruzen smiled a little. "Both of you come here, it's time to begin the test," Kenji said. When they heard the command, both of them went toward Kenji. Seeing that Hokage was present, both of them bowed their heads. "It has been so long, how are you guys doing?" Hokage asked. "We have been practicing hard, just as you said last time," Yami replied with a wide smile on her face. "Very well. I heard that you guys want to take your second exam. Are you guys confident in your use of shuriken and those 3 jutsu?" "Yes, Hokage," Kda replied. "Very well, you guys have to show your skills in shuriken throwing. Hit those targets first." When he said that, 3 targets emerged from the ground at a distance of 250 meters. First, Yami decided to take this test. She went forward and threw 3 shuriken back to back, and all of them hit the dead center of the target. Similarly, Kda took the test, and with similar speed, he hit the target back to back at dead center. Seeing this, Hiruzen smiled and said, "Very good. Now I will throw a target in the air at the same distance. You guys have to hit the target before it reaches the ground." This time, Kda decided to take the exam first. Hiruzen used his chakra to make a target like the previous time but tossed it in the air. When it was in the middle of the air, Kda took out a shuriken and threw it at the target, hitting the dead center again. This was enough to pass any student, but Hiruzen decided to check the limit of Kda, so this time he tossed 3 targets at once in the air. Seeing this, Kda took out 3 shuriken and threw them one by one. All of them hit the target at the center. This time, he threw 5 targets in the air. Seeing Kda quickly shifted toward Yami and shouted, "Yami, give me your weapon bag." Yami threw her bag as fast as she could. Kda caught the bag and swiftly took out 5 shuriken from it and threw them at the target one by one. But due to time constraints, 1 shuriken missed the center by a little. Hiruzen was surprised by the quick decision-making capability of Kda, as he forgot that academy students had only 6 shurikens allotted to them and increased the number of targets. He turned toward Kenji and asked, "Can you please retrieve those shurikens?" "Yes, Lord Hokage." Kenji quickly used the body flicker jutsu and brought all those shurikens back. Hiruzen pointed toward Yami, and Kenji gave all those shuriken to Yami. Yami quickly understood what that meant. This was her time for the test, so she got ready. Hiruzen once again did the same thing, and Yami was able to hit all the targets. After Yami hit her last target, Hiruzen said, "Very good, both of you. That's enough. Now let's proceed toward jutsu." Kda and Yami became ready to show their progress in Nin Chapter 25, done something amazing. Kda and Yami stood ready to demonstrate their progress in ninjutsu. The Hokage turned to Kda. "Kda, I want to confirm something first. One of my Anbu ninjas mentioned that a student caused a deafening roar 2 days ago, and the description he gave matches you. Did you create that sound?" "Yes, Lord Hokage," Kda replied, bowing slightly. "I apologize for the disturbance. I was practicing my transformation jutsu and made the sound by mistake." "No harm done, Kda," Hiruzen responded with a gentle smile. "But can you show me that jutsu?" "Lord Hokage, there is a slight issue with that." Kda hesitated, glancing at Yami, who blushed slightly. "If I use the jutsu with my clothes on, they'll get ruined." Hiruzen chuckled warmly. "No problem at all. Let's have Yami take her second test first, and then we can proceed with yours." Yami nodded, determined. Hiruzen instructed her, "All right, Yami, show me all 3 jutsu, one by one." "Yes, sir," Yami replied. She quickly formed the hand signs for the first jutsu, and in an instant, a cloud of smoke enveloped her. When it cleared, a wooden log had taken her place, and she was now standing 50 meters away. Both the Hokage and Kenji nodded in approval, acknowledging her proficiency in the substitution jutsu. Without missing a beat, Yami began sprinting toward them, performing hand signs for her next jutsu. Another small explosion followed, and 5 clones appeared, running towards the Hokage and Kenji from different directions. Despite the clever tactic, both experienced ninjas could easily distinguish the real Yami from her clones. After surrounding them, she dispelled the clones and seamlessly transitioned into the hand signs for her final jutsu, transforming into a perfect replica of Kenji. Hiruzen laughed, impressed by how flawless the transformation was. Excellent, Yami. You've mastered all 3 jutsu. You may return to the academy now. We'll follow after Kda completes his test. Thank you, Lord Hokage. Yami said with a bow before heading back to the academy. Now, only Kenji, Hiruzen, and Kda remained on the training ground. The Hokage looked at Kda and said, "Alright, Kda, you may begin." Kda nodded and swiftly performed the substitution jutsu, reappearing 100 meters away, double the distance Yami had covered, showcasing his superior chakra control. He then ran back, forming hand signs for the clone jutsu. Puff! 9 clones materialized, each armed with a kunai, rushing towards the Hokage and Kenji at full speed. Once they had surrounded the two, Kda dispelled the jutsu, knowing full well that the experienced ninjas had been tracking his real form all along. After these 2 jutsu, Kda did something unexpected. He began to remove his clothes, leaving only his underwear. Neither Hiruzen nor Kenji reacted, remembering Kda's earlier warning about the jutsu's effect on his clothing. Kda started forming the hand signs for the transformation jutsu. Although he could have performed a standard transformation like Yami, he knew the Hokage wanted to see the jutsu that had caused the uproar in the village. As he completed the hand signs, a white mist rose from the ground, enveloping his entire body. The mist swirled and expanded, growing larger and more defined. Puff! When the mist cleared, Kda had transformed into a majestic golden lion with a dark golden mane. He adjusted his vocal cords and let out a powerful roar. Roar! The roar was even louder than the one before, sending shockwaves into the forest. Kenji was stunned, realizing that while transforming into an animal wasn't unheard of, Kda's transformation was extraordinarily detailed and realistic. Even the Hokage was taken aback by the display. After finishing the roar that had caused the previous uproar, Kda dispelled the jutsu and quickly dressed himself. Once he was fully clothed, Hiruzen spoke, his voice serious. "Kda, do you realize what you just did?" "Yes, Lord Hokage." Kda replied. "I transformed into a lion using the transformation jutsu. I've studied in the library and can also transform into a monkey, a dog, and a cat." He assumed their surprise was due to his ability to transform into an animal. Hiruzen sighed, then began to explain, "Kda, in the standard transformation jutsu, you don't actually become the figure you transform into. It's more like wearing an illusionary skin, which limits chakra use. But you fully transformed into that lion and could still use chakra naturally to enhance the roar. This ability, if developed further, could make Hidden Leaf Village the most powerful shinobi village in the world. So tell me, how did you do it?" "I didn't do anything special, Lord Hokage. I just thought about the anatomy of a lion as we were taught, and this happened naturally," Kda answered. But he thought to himself, so just thinking about transforming like Ben 10 can bring such results. I should probably keep this to myself for now since I've already shown more than enough to attract the village's attention. Chapter 26, Yami's Reward. I did nothing out of the ordinary, Lord Hokage. Just like we were taught, I focused on the anatomy of a lion, and the transformation happened automatically. Kda explained, though he was thinking, so just by focusing on transforming like Ben 10, I can achieve such results. I should probably keep this to myself for now, as I've already shown more than enough to make the village invest in us. Even after looking into Kda's eyes, Hiruzen couldn't detect any deception. After all, Kda was just a 6-year-old child. What could he possibly gain by hiding something? The Hokage assumed it was simply a special talent Kda possessed. After a moment, he said, "Very good, Kda. You can return to the academy now. We will come by shortly to announce the results." "Thank you, Lord Hokage," Kda replied, bowing respectfully before heading back to the academy. As Hiruzen turned to Kenji, he asked, "What was decided for the elite class students in the 3rd and 4th parts of the academy?" "Sir, it was decided that after learning basic jutsu in the 2nd part, they will learn elemental jutsu based on their chakra affinities in the 3rd part and then gain experience in a specific field of ninjutsu in the 4th part. Exclude Kda and Yami from this plan. I will personally oversee their future training," Hiruzen instructed. Kenji didn't doubt this decision, having witnessed the monstrous talent of both students firsthand. Learning all 3 basic jutsu in just 2 weeks was an impressive feat in itself, though he didn't realize it was made possible by their relentless hard work in improving their chakra control. "As you wish, Lord Hokage." They then made their way back to the academy. Kda and Yami were sitting in the training area, discussing their exam when they saw Kenji enter the grounds. He approached them and said, "Your exam is now over. Head to the Hokage's office, he will inform you of your results." Both of them nodded respectfully and made their way to the Hokage's office. Since Hiruzen was already expecting them, they didn't have to wait and were allowed to enter directly. "Knock knock, come in. Lord Hokage." They both greeted him with a bow. Hiruzen gestured for them to stand normally with a smile and said, "Both of your performances in the exams were remarkable, so remarkable that I have decided you two have graduated from the Ninja Academy. From now on, you are officially Genin." Kda and Yami were shocked upon hearing this, as they had expected more time before becoming Genin. Seeing their confusion, Hiruzen added, "Of course, you will still learn what you would have during the remaining time at the academy. I'll explain more in a week. Now, let's talk about the reward you both wanted." "The reward you promised us at the entrance exam?" Yami asked. "Oh. So you remember?" "Yes, I'm talking about that reward. Is there anything special you'd like to learn?" Yami, as if waiting for this moment, quickly said, "Yes, Lord Hokage. Da has much more chakra than I do, which allows him to practice more. Can you teach me some ways to increase my chakra reserves?" Hiruzen smiled, amused. The last time he checked, both of them had more chakra than any other academy student, but did indeed have nearly double the amount of chakra compared to Yami. He nodded and explained, "Yami, do you know what chakra is?" Chakra refers to the essential life force energy that exists within every living being in the world. It's depicted as a form of spiritual and physical energy that can be harnessed and manipulated by individuals with the appropriate training and abilities. Yami recited the definition they had learned at the academy. "That's correct. Chakra is made up of both physical and spiritual energy. To increase your chakra reserves, you need to enhance both types of energy in your body. Since both of you already have strong physiques, the physical aspect is covered. However, you need to focus on increasing your spiritual energy to create a better balance between the two," Hiruzen explained. Yami tilted her head in thought. "Do we have to pray to increase our spiritual energy?" Hiruzen chuckled, "No, Yami. Shinobi don't believe in gods, they believe in themselves. Spiritual energy is related to your brain's capabilities and knowledge. To increase it, engage in activities that challenge your mind, such as playing shogi, which requires strategic thinking. Some people use special pills to boost their chakra reserves, but those often have negative effects on the body and can stunt natural growth." Yami pondered this for a moment, sorting through the information Hiruzen had provided. She then bowed deeply and said, "Thank you very much, Lord Hokage." Hiruzen then turned to Kda and asked, "Kda, what do you want as your reward?" Kda fell into deep thought. He had many desires but hadn't yet sorted out what to ask of the Hokage, especially since he still had nearly a year left before graduating from the academy. However, there was one thing he knew would greatly accelerate his growth and help him achieve many of his future plans. Chapter 27, Kda's Reward. Kda fell into deep thought. There were many things he desired at the moment, and he hadn't yet sorted out what to ask from the Hokage, especially since he still had nearly a year left before graduating from the academy. However, there was one thing he knew would significantly accelerate his growth and help him achieve many of his future plans. Looking towards the Hokage, Kda said, "Hokage-sama, I read about a jutsu in the library, created by the second Hokage himself. It's a technique that greatly aids in both learning and combat. The jutsu is called the Shadow Clone Jutsu. But no matter how much I searched, I couldn't find it in the library. Could you please teach me that jutsu?" Hiruzen was surprised by this request. The knowledge about the Shadow Clone Jutsu was indeed present in the library, but he hadn't expected Kda to ask about it. Silently praising the boy's luck for discovering such a technique, Hiruzen replied, "Kda, you couldn't find the jutsu in the library because it's classified as a B-rank jutsu, and your current access is limited to D-rank techniques. However, teaching you this jutsu can be arranged. Since I have some free time now, I'll explain the theory behind the jutsu. Tomorrow, I'll teach you how to perform it." Kda was thrilled at the prospect of learning the jutsu so easily. He had considered trying to steal the scroll like Naruto did in the original story but had wisely dismissed the idea, knowing he didn't have plot armor to save him if caught. Yami, on the other hand, fidgeted nervously. The jutsu they were discussing would undoubtedly make Kda even more powerful. Sensing her unease, Hiruzen smiled in amusement and said with a light laugh, "Haha, Yami, you can also learn this jutsu alongside Kda. Since he got to hear about your reward, it's only fair that you share his, right?" "Yes." Yami shouted, but then, realizing her outburst, she blushed deeply and tried to shrink into herself, wishing she knew a jutsu that could make her invisible. Hiruzen, still smiling, began to explain the jutsu to them. The shadow clone jutsu is quite different from the basic clone jutsu you already know. As you're aware, the basic clone jutsu creates an illusion meant to distract, but it can't physically interact with anything. In contrast, a shadow clone is a tangible copy that can fight, use jutsu, and even take damage. He continued, many elemental clone techniques, like the earth clone used by Hidden Stone's village, are physically robust and can perform earth-related jutsu. The shadow clone, however, is unique because it retains the memories and experiences of the clone, which are transferred back to the caster upon the clone's dispelling. This feature is what makes the shadow clone jutsu so valuable for training. He listened intently but couldn't help asking, Hokage-sama, if this jutsu is so superior to the basic clone jutsu, why isn't it taught at the academy? The answer is simple. Hiruzen replied. The chakra cost of this jutsu is quite high. Most academy students, or even genin, don't have the chakra reserves necessary to perform it. Even some chunin struggle with it. The shadow clone jutsu requires a significant amount of chakra because the clone needs to carry all your memories and instructions, as well as enough chakra to sustain itself. If the clone's chakra depletes below a certain threshold, it disperses, and you receive its memories. If it self-disperses before running out of chakra, some of the chakra is returned to you along with the memories. Hiruzen had covered the essential points of the jutsu, and after explaining this, he asked if they had any questions. Yami timidly raised her hand. Yes, Yami? Hokage-sama, if even some chunin can't perform this jutsu, will I be able to? That's what I was about to check. Hiruzen said kindly. Come here, both of you. I'll see if you have enough chakra to perform the jutsu. Both of them stepped forward, and Hiruzen extended his chakra to assess theirs. After a moment, he smiled. Congratulations, you both have enough chakra to learn the jutsu and create at least one shadow clone. Gda, you can create two, but they won't have much chakra left for other jutsu. Both Gda and Yami smiled at this news, but then Gda raised his hand. Hiruzen nodded for him to speak. Hokage-sama, could you tell us how much chakra we possess compared to others? Hiruzen thought for a moment, considering the best way to explain, and then decided on a simple approach. If we consider the chakra of a civilian at 1 unit upon awakening, Yami, you have about 15 units of chakra. As for you, Gda, you have approximately 32 units. The shadow clone jutsu consumes around 10 to 11 units of chakra per clone, though with practice, you can reduce that to about 7 to 8 units. Seeing that neither of them had any more questions, Hiruzen concluded, you can go back for now. Come to training area 13 at 6 a.m. tomorrow. I'll teach you how to create a shadow clone there. Chapter 28, Shadow Clone Jutsu. You can go back for now. Come to training area 13 at 6 a.m. tomorrow, and I'll teach you how to make a shadow clone there. The Hokage said. Both Gda and Yami bowed their heads slightly and left. Upon reaching their home, they decided to rest for the day, as it had been mentally exhausting. They changed their clothes, took a walk around the village, and returned home after having dinner. Gda lay in bed, deep in thought. What Hiruzen told us about the shadow clone jutsu mostly matches what I know from my previous life. Though some technicalities were new and a little disappointing. I thought maybe, not the same amount as Naruto, but I'd be able to make at least 20 to 30 shadow clones and learn every jutsu. Reality sucks. But the most surprising discovery today was the method for chakra growth. The connection between chakra and intellectual growth was unexpected. It looks like the first use of the shadow clone jutsu won't be for learning jutsu but to learn new things. Since Hiruzen said that Shogi can help with this, I'll find a partner to play with. Someone from the Nara clan would be perfect. Ha ha ha. With that, they drifted off into slumber. The next morning, both of them woke up at 4:30 a.m. out of habit. However, instead of training, they decided to meditate to clear their minds and prepare for the upcoming training session. At 5:30 a.m., they headed toward training area 13, arriving at 5:50 a.m. They recalled the old man from the orphanage's teaching that for a ninja, arriving at the appointed time means being 10 minutes late. At exactly 6:00 a.m., the Hokage entered the training area. Both of them bowed toward him. Hiruzen smiled, seeing that they had a solid foundation and the habits of a true ninja. He began his lesson. We'll skip the pleasantries and get straight to business as I have very little free time today. First, let's see how chakra is molded in this jutsu. With a flick of his hand, a dummy made of earth emerged from the ground. He marked various points on the dummy, representing the chakra points all over the body that assist in chakra flow. He then began teaching them how chakra behaves during the jutsu, what to think, and how to give orders to the jutsu. This was relatively simple, you just have to think about what you want the clone to do. Since the clone possesses all your memories up to that point, it will also carry out the order you were thinking. After that, he moved on to the hand signs. Now, the hand sign for the shadow clone jutsu is. This is simple yet complex at the same time. One last piece of advice: if you plan to use this jutsu to learn new things, be prepared for the headaches that come with the sudden surge of a large amount of information. With that, Hiruzen completed his lecture. They now understood why he was known as the professor. It was truly a waste that someone so knowledgeable wasn't teaching the new generation but instead wasting time on paperwork. Pushing those thoughts aside, both of them began trying to perform the jutsu they had just learned. Hiruzen stood by, watching in case any problems arose during their initial practice. They first tried to move his chakra as Hiruzen had instructed, which caught the Hokage's attention since this was something very difficult for an academy student to do. After failing to achieve the desired result through just chakra manipulation, obviously, they began forming the hand signs. When the last seal was formed, a clone appeared on his left. Since this jutsu is difficult mainly due to its chakra requirements rather than its concept, which is somewhat similar to the basic clone jutsu, Kda's clone immediately began testing its physical capabilities. It ran, jumped, crawled, and even started channeling chakra into its legs to perform tree walking exercises. Then, just as quickly, it dispersed itself. As Hiruzen had mentioned, Kda received the clone's memories. Since the memories weren't extensive, Kda didn't experience any headaches or disorientation. From the memories, he concluded, the clone doesn't have a very strong body. It's around 70% of my fitness, but its chakra manipulation is as good as mine, if not a little better. Well, since it's made of chakra itself. On the other hand, Yami was on her knees, not because she couldn't perform the jutsu, but because performing it had drained more than 2/3 of her energy. The sudden chakra depletion left her physically and mentally exhausted. After taking a few deep breaths, she sat on the ground, watching her clone. Unlike this, her clone didn't perform tree walking exercises. It did some basic physical exercises, but then it did something different. It walked over to Yami and said, "Yes, I think I can talk." Hearing this, Yami became happy, and her clone dispersed itself. Seeing their progress, Hiruzen smiled and said, "Very good. You both were able to perform the jutsu on your first try. Excellent work. Now, continue to practice for a week and come to my office next Monday. We'll discuss what to do next." "Thank you, Lord Hokage," they both said, bowing. Hiruzen then returned to his office using the body flicker jutsu. Chapter 29, Uncertain Future. Since they had nothing left to do, they went back to their house and decided to start training after 2 hours. They just realized that he was in big trouble. Since they will be graduating from the academy this early, Root or Danzo may take an interest in them and try to recruit them. Yes, the Root, a crazy organization controlled solely by Danzo. They have to do anything he says, even if they know it's suicidal, and they even have a seal on them so they can never betray him. Well, if someone is in Root, it can be said that they are fucked up. At first, he was sure that Hiruzen would protect them since the village was in dire need of ninjas and all, but now if Danzo tries a little harder, Hiruzen may give 2 orphan ninjas to him, as he has a soft spot for Danzo. But then a spark emerged in Kda's eyes. He was not just some random orphan, he had Uchiha blood in him. The Uchiha are strict about the secrets of their Kakagenkai. The Sharingan is their closely guarded secret. Even though the chances of him unlocking a Sharingan are low, it's still possible. So, he's pretty sure he's safe until the Uchiha massacre. That means he has roughly 6 years to build his strength to the point where he doesn't have to worry about Danzo or Root. But this leads to another major problem. If they try to kill all the Uchiha after 6 years, he may be their target. This means he has to be strong enough to at least escape from someone of Itachi's caliber. After sorting out his current problems in his mind, he began meditating and formed a plan to effectively use the weak while staying low-key. After 2 hours, they started their training for the Shadow Clone Jutsu, though only Kda was able to train properly. Yami was not able to make shadow clones easily. She had to wait some time after making one shadow clone to rest. If we go by Hiruzen's way of evaluating chakra, she has 15 units of chakra and uses 11 units to make a shadow clone. This sudden use of a massive portion of her chakra is taxing for her mind and body. Even when her chakra returns after the clone disperses and she gets 7 units back, the mental strain remains, so she can't continuously practice this jutsu. She still decides to practice and try to reduce the chakra cost of the jutsu. Kda, on the other hand, can make 2 shadow clones and, after some time, even a third. After making the third clone, Kda noticed something. You recover the chakra you lost after making a shadow clone. But there is a certain amount that you can't recover until the clone disperses. Also, there is a maximum number of clones you can make at a time, as it also depends on your mental capacity, not just chakra. For 2 days, they only trained in the shadow clone jutsu. They didn't just keep performing the jutsu, rather, after performing it, They and their clones would sit and try to come up with ways to reduce the Chakra usage of the jutsu. Da had the upper hand since he had 4 brains thinking for him compared to Yami, who only had 2. But since it wasn't a competition, Da and Yami shared their findings from time to time. Because of this, they were somehow able to reduce the cost of the Shadow Clone Jutsu to 9 units of Chakra. Sadly, Da and Yami's max number of clones didn't increase. Yami, however, was still happy that they were training like this. They decided to focus mainly on a Shadow Clone Jutsu and put a hold on Chakra control exercises, though they still did physical exercises as they had already decided not to stop doing that. Being physically fit was very important for a ninja. It also helps increase Chakra reserves, so physical exercise is constant. But now that they don't have to go to the academy, they have sufficient time to practice the jutsu. They even decided to stop eating out and just eat nutrition bars for a week, focusing solely on their jutsu training. By investing nearly 28 hours in Shadow Clone Jutsu training, they were able to achieve something that would have taken them months. When Hiruzen said they could perform this jutsu with just 6 to 7 units of Chakra, he was talking about Jonin who have years of experience and training. On the morning of the 3rd day, Yami, I think the max number of clones somehow depends on the size of your Chakra reserves. So, if we want to increase the max number of clones we can make, we should work on increasing our Chakra reserves. Kda said. I think so too, and I'm in dire need of increasing my Chakra reserves. But that means we have to focus on learning boring stuff now. Well, since it's important, let's do it. Yami said with great reluctance, but the main reason she wanted to increase her Chakra reserves was so that she could always stay with Kda. Chapter 30, Close Call. Yami was a neighbor of Kda. As Kda's parents were out on missions most of the time, he usually stayed at Yami's house. Needless to say, they became friends during that time. When the Nine Tails attacked the village, both of their parents died. However, before Kda's parents died, they were able to save Kda, Yami, and many more civilians. Unfortunately, they were not able to save Yami's parents. When they were brought to the orphanage, Kda became a supporting pillar for Yami, who cried for many weeks after the incident. Kda tried to stay strong for her and cried alone so that Yami would not see him and remember those bad feelings. Before his death due to that fight, Kda always tried to make Yami smile. On the other hand, Yami was devastated after her parents died, and the only person who remained with her was Kda. That's why when he said that he would become a ninja, she became downhearted. Only when he said that she would also become a ninja with him did her heart stop aching. He was the reason she continued the grueling training daily, so that she could always be with him and protect him from danger, as he was the last person she could call family. Slowly but continuously, this became an obsession for Yami. On the other hand, when Kda first came into the body, he thought he had just inherited the body of the boy. But the reality was different. He not only received the memories but also the feelings and emotions of Kda. So, it was more like Kda received the memories of a 13-year-old boy from Earth, but since a person is just a collection of different memories, it would be more correct to say that somehow 2 people merged on that day. So, he felt genuine care for Yami and felt the same way for her as she felt for him, except for the obsession. Since they had decided to focus on increasing their Chakra reserves, Kda and Yami made 3 and 1 clones, respectively, and all 6 of them went to the library to learn about many things, such as the world and its geography, tactics to use in fights, and even biographies of various ninjas, mainly written by elite jonins and above. Most importantly, they studied shogi. Each of them went to a different section and started reading. Each of Kda's clones went to Yami and explained the topic they read, and Yami's clones did the same. They dispersed themselves before the information became too overwhelming and caused severe headaches from receiving memories. At lunch, they just went out for a stroll as by then, all the clones had dispersed. After eating a nutrient bar, they went back to the library and started absorbing knowledge again. They repeated this for 4 days, and by the end of the 4th day, they had already read and understood most of the books in the civilian section. Now, they had a basic understanding of many things in the world. They also started playing shogi at night, one game with each other and another between their clones. On the 4th day, when they were reading books in the E&D sections of the library, they discovered a book on the topic of spiritual energy. When they read the book, they understood that what Hiruzen had told them was right. Spiritual energy increases with an increase in knowledge and the thinking capacity of the mind. But at some point, it will stop increasing with just knowledge and will fully depend on experience. This means it will also increase gradually, like physical energy through experiences of friendship, helping others, using others, or being betrayed. Everything counts and increases your spiritual energy. Since they still had quite a large margin where they could increase their chakra by increasing knowledge, they decided to continue increasing their knowledge for the time being. While they were learning in the library, another debate was taking place between some of the most powerful people in Hidden Leaf Village. The work in the shadows requires specialty and talent. I need those too so that our village will remain peaceful. Don't try to persuade me like with other orphans, Danzo. I know how most of them don't even have a say left in their own lives. You control them like puppets. And using the same reason, you have already added many young talents to Root. Don't forget, one of them has Uchiha blood. I don't want the ire of a full clan just to satisfy someone's greed for talent. No one will know about their disappearance, so you don't have to worry about the Uchiha. I already said no. End of the topic. Just like the dark, some talented ninjas should also be present in the light of Hidden Leaf Village. Danzo just stood up and left, as Hiruzen was dead set on not giving him those two new bloods. One of the reasons Hiruzen decided to keep them from Danzo was because it was Kda's father's dying wish that Kda should become one of the most respected shinobi of Hidden Leaf Village. Chapter 31, Monday meeting. Since it was an important week for them, they decided to learn as much as they could. Both of them agreed to postpone their holiday for this week. After constant practice of the Shadow Clone Jutsu, they were able to reduce the jutsu's cost to a maximum of 9 units of energy, though Kda can sometimes manage it with 8 units of energy, although these occurrences were rare. Leaving that aside, the major change due to their training was a sudden increase in their chakra reserves. They couldn't measure theirs as accurately as Hiruzen, but they could feel that they had somehow doubled their chakra reserves in 1 week. Whether it was due to increasing their spiritual energy like Hiruzen said, or always emptying their chakra reserves and filling them back to back using shadow clones, or the combination of both. Because of this, their learning speed doubled. Yami was now able to make 3 shadow clones, and Kda was able to make 6 shadow clones, with a feeling that very soon he would be able to create a 7th clone. On Sunday, 11 brains were working on increasing their knowledge as much as possible. At night, they played shogi with 4 matches at the same time. They had reached the beginner level in shogi, having played close to 100 matches against each other in the last week. Kda was playing to increase his tactical thinking and ability to think several moves ahead. On the other hand, Yami was just playing because she got to spend time with Kda. She didn't have much interest in tactics, but since the growth was apparent with this method, she decided to stick with it till the end. At least she got some alone time with Kda. Since they didn't know the exact time they had to report to the Hokage, as he had only said to come to his office on Monday, they decided to go to his office at 6 a.m. to inquire further. On Monday, Kda and Yami woke up and got ready. Ever since they had learned the Shadow Clone Jutsu, their house had been very clean and organized. One of Kda's clones cleaned the room while the other made breakfast for them. Yami was really happy that they got to learn this awesome jutsu. Now they could eat breakfast made by Kda without him wasting time. Breakfast was the only meal of the day in which they didn't eat a nutrient bar and instead had an actual meal for the last week. After eating breakfast, they went toward the Hokage's office. Upon reaching the office, Kda went to the receptionist and said, "Good morning, miss. Lord Hokage asked us to come to his office on Monday, though he hasn't provided a specific meeting time. Could you please inquire about the timing when we should come?" "Of course, little gentleman. Both of you can sit there, I will ask Lord Hokage about this." She said this while ruffling Kda's hair. Yami made a pout when she saw this but kept her mouth shut. They both sat on the sofa, and after 10 minutes, the receptionist came to them and said, "Lord Hokage is free now and is asking both of you to go to his office." In reality, he was going to do some work, but when he heard that both of them were here, he remembered that he had indeed forgotten to tell them the time. So, he postponed his work a little to meet them. "Lord Hokage." Both Kda and Yami greeted Hiruzen while bowing. "So, how is your training going? Have you made any progress with the Shadow Clone Jutsu?" "Yes, Lord Hokage. We were able to reduce the cost of the Shadow Clone Jutsu to some extent." "Oh, very well. Make a Shadow Clone with the least amount of chakra you can." Both of them nodded to each other and performed the hand sign for the Shadow Clone Jutsu. Poof, 2 clones were formed near them, but Hiruzen was dumbfounded that they were able to reduce the cost this much in just 1 week, which would take most ninjas months of practice. And that wasn't even the most shocking part. They had somehow doubled their chakra reserves. He asked both of them, "Tell me exactly what you guys were doing for the whole week." They could tell by Hiruzen's tone that he was serious for some reason. So they told him about their full schedule, and as he listened, understanding dawned on Hiruzen's face. They had not used 1 week as just 1 week. In reality, due to using shadow clones, they were able to learn what a ninja would learn in 2 to 3 months. They somehow trained for 18 hours daily for the last week and used 4 to 8 shadow clones for learning. They had just somehow managed to do the work of 3 months in 1 week. He remembered the teachings of Hashirama Senju, talent is just working harder than working hard. And these 2 ninjas in front of him were proof of this. He smiled and said, "Very good, both of you. If you continue to work this hard, I am sure both of your parents will be very proud of you in heaven." Now, the most important thing for which I called you is this. He took out 2 chakra papers and put them on the table. Seeing this, Yami suddenly said, Lord Hokage, we have already checked our chakra nature. Mine is lightning, and Kda's is fire. You don't have to waste that chakra paper. And then as a whisper, it is costly. Ha ha ha, no problem, my child. This much is nothing for you guys. As for your chakra nature, it is wonderful news that you have a lightning attribute. It is very rare and hard to tame, but this attribute can make you strong if mastered properly. As for Kda, there is no element as destructive as fire, so you too can become strong. But this chakra paper is special, you will see once you pass your chakra through it. Both of them nodded and passed their chakra through the papers. Kda's paper was divided into 3 different parts, the largest one burned, the medium-sized one got bisected into 2, and the last one turned into dust. As for Yami, her chakra paper was divided into 2 parts, the last one crumbled, and the second one became wet. Hiruzen was very happy with the result. It wasn't every day that you got to see such a combination, especially in such talented children. He said, very good. The details you just got tell us about all of your chakra natures. Since both of you have such a great combination of chakra attributes, I will arrange a teacher for both of you to learn from. As you may know, in the 3rd part of your academy training, you will learn elemental jutsu. Chapter 32, Manipulation and Quicken Novel. Very good, the details you just gave us. Tell us about all of your chakra natures. Since both of you have such a great combination of chakra attributes, as you may know, in the 3rd part of your academy training, you are going to learn elemental jutsu. But since you have already graduated, I will arrange a teacher for both of you so that you will be trained in your elements. We are having a shortage of ninjas and will continue to have one for some time. And since I am thinking of getting you the best instructors, you have to prove that you guys are worthy of learning from them. Otherwise, if they want, they can decline to teach you guys. Any questions? Yes, Lord Hokage, when will our new sensei start teaching us, and will we get the same sensei or different ones? Kda asked. First of all, from now on, you guys will call me Grandpa. As for your question, they will both come back to the village after 1 month, and you two will be taught by different sensei. Kda, you will be taught by Yukihiro Senshu. He shares 2 of your attributes, fire and wind, and he is also very skilled at kinjutsu. As for Yami, your teacher will be Daiki Tanabe. She has a lightning chakra attribute too, though it is not her major attribute, but still, she should be more than enough to teach you for now. Kda quickly understood that Hiruzen was trying to play the same trick he used on Naruto, which made him loyal to Hidden Leaf Village even after all that bullying. But still, Kda did not have any problem with this. It was clear in his mind that he would remain in Hidden Leaf Village as long as he and Yami were safe and didn't sacrifice themselves for the village. Screw that, their lives are more important. So as soon as Hidden Leaf Village asks for anything remotely similar to this, he will take Yami and go look for somewhere else to live. Making a living is not that difficult if you are a decent ninja. Though Hidden Leaf Village will be on their tail from then on, it is still much better than dying. Yami was sad that they would be taught by different teachers but decided to bear it and go with it. Seeing that they didn't have any more doubts, Hiruzen said, very well, you can go back. When your sensei comes back, I will call you guys. Both of them bowed and left, leaving a smiling old man behind. After reaching home, they decided to rest for 1 day. The previous week had been mentally taxing for them, and they spent the whole day just roaming here and there or sleeping and lazing around. In the evening, they went back to their house. They decided to meditate and relax his brain, but the same couldn't be said for Yami. During one of their library visits, one of Yami's clones was looking for something interesting to read, as reading tactics and politics books all the time was boring. While searching, she came across a novel Hueco by Jiraiya. She at first thought it was a biography of one of the 3 legendary Sannin, but as she started reading it, a new world slowly opened up for Yami. The more she read, the more her face resembled a well-ripened tomato. Her clone dispersed itself and didn't decide to share this knowledge with Kda, as she wasn't even sure what she would say. When Yami got the memory of her clone, her mind was sullied for good, but she still decided to keep quiet about this. If she went around telling Kda about such things, he would think of her as some pervert. But still, her feelings toward Kda changed, or you could say matured, from that day. However, it wasn't only Yami who read those novels, Kda himself read that novel too, and he also decided to keep quiet about it for the same reason. Since he was just a sick 13-year-old boy in his previous life, he didn't know anything about erotic things either, so these novels also opened a new horizon for him. Even the porn videos didn't have such details like this novel. But knowing that they were just 7 years old, he decided to keep things to himself for at least 10 more years. He was thinking from Earth's standards, as in the ninja world, kids mature quickly. Just like in the wild, A cub doesn't take as much time as humans to mature since life is not safe for a small child in the wild. Similarly, ninja children don't have the luxury of taking their sweet time. Their bodies mature in 12 to 13 years, but their minds mature earlier, as killing and doing complicated missions is the norm for a ninja. Due to early chakra activation, their bodies were already getting closer to their perfect condition day by day, and their daily exercise helped the cause. Even now, they had the bodies of some 14 to 15-year teenagers from Kda's previous world. The next day, they woke up and went to their training area, where Kda said something before they started their training. "Yummy," as Grandpa said, "our new sensei may reject us if we are not up to their expectations, so let's step up our training a little so they will not have any reason to reject us." Yummy, being the cute little follower, just agreed with Kda. From then on, their training schedule intensified. In the morning, they trained for 4 hours, doing all the physical exercises many times until their bodies couldn't move anymore, then took some rest and started once again. While they were doing this, they would create shadow clones who would duel each other in normal taijutsu and shuriken throwing format. After that, they would go eat breakfast, which could be compared to a sumo wrestler's dinner. Due to physical and chakra exertion, they had to eat a lot more. They would then go to the library to learn new things and stay there until 8 p.m., eating nutrient bars in between for lunch. At night, they practiced chakra control exercises. This was their schedule for 1 month, with just one break in between, where they just rested as they were too tired to go on an outing. After a month, Hiruzen called them, and to say he was shocked to see them would be an understatement. Chapter 33, New Sensei. This was their schedule for 1 month, with just one break in between where they simply rested as they were too tired to go on an outing. After a month, Hiruzen called them, and to say he was shocked to see them would be an understatement. He called them to his office to tell them about their sensei, as both of them were back in the village. But when they entered his office, he immediately felt that they had improved significantly. He quickly spread his chakra and was stunned. Yami now had 72 units of chakra, which was very good as it was the normal amount for some elite chunin. However, the person who shocked Hiruzen the most was Kda, who had a staggering amount of 154 units. He already had Jonin level chakra. Hiruzen looked toward them and asked, "Is your chakra still increasing from reading?" "No, Grandpa. The increase stopped 3 weeks ago and remained stagnant for the last week." "Do you know why?" Kda asked. "It's pretty simple. Your physical and spiritual energy were unbalanced, and due to the increase in spiritual energy, your chakra grew at a very fast rate. But now that you have found the balance between both of your energies, your chakra has stopped increasing at the same speed. However, it hasn't stagnated, it will just increase at a normal pace like every other ninja. The more you practice, the more it will grow." "Oh. Thanks, Grandpa," Yami said. "Now, leave that aside. The main thing is that your new sensei are back in the village. They should be here any minute." As if on cue, the door to his office banged open, and a girl, looking around 20 years old, entered the office, followed by a middle-aged but strong-looking man. "Old man, we just returned. At least let us take a day off before giving us the responsibility of some twerps," the girl said. "Just as I was saying. Kda, Yami, meet your new sensei. She is Daiki Tanabe, and he is Yukihiro Senju. Both of them are lead jonin, so try to learn from them the best you can," Hiruzen said while ignoring what Daiki had just said. Daiki is a 5.6-foot tall girl, still in her 20s, with an ample blossom and a cute face, but her fiery personality is something that keeps her from becoming popular among boys. The number of boys she has admitted to the Hidden Leaf Village Hospital crosses 30. Yukihiro is a 6.3-foot tall giant man from the Senju clan. He is married and has children. Due to his large build and facial features, he looks older than he actually is. He is in his early 30s, and since he has 2 newborn children and wanted to take a break from missions, this teaching duty provided him a chance, so he was more than happy to teach them. "Good morning, Sensei." Both of them bowed toward them and greeted them. Daiki turned toward them, and after looking for some time, she said, "TSK, don't go calling people Sensei before they agree to teach you, brats." Yukihiro just laughed and spoke, "Ha ha ha, good morning to you as well. I don't know about her, but I'm happy to teach you guys." "Well, at first, you guys will be teaching each of your students elemental jutsu. As I said, they share your elemental affinity. After that, you can start with the extra things you want to teach them." Hiruzen said to Yukihiro and Daiki, then turned to Kda and Yami and said, "Daiki is very proficient in Ganjutsu and Ninjutsu. As for Yukihiro, he is very good in Kenjutsu and Ninjutsu, so make sure to learn all you can from them." Seeing that there was no saving it, Daiki turned toward Kda and Yami and asked, "Which one of you has lightning affinity?" Yami came forward, with a smile on her face, and said, I do, sensei. I have lightning and water affinity. Okay, since we have been allocated training ground 20, come there at 10 a.m. Daiki said and left. So, I will be teaching you, boy. As she said, we have been allocated training ground 20. You, too, come there at 10 a.m. Yukihiro said and left. Now only 3 of them remained in the office. Both of you may go back now. Okay, Grandpa. Both Kda and Yami left for the training ground directly. They reached training ground 20 in 30 minutes. Since there was no hurry, both of them just walked there. If they had run all the way, they might have reached it in 5 to 10 minutes. On reaching the training ground, both of them made a shadow clone and then began meditating. Their clones started to scan the surroundings and make a rough map of the training area. After they had scanned the whole training area, they dispersed themselves, and Kda and Yami got the memories of their clones. While they were doing this, Daiki and Yukihiro were secretly following them. If Kda and Yami had gone back to their house to rest and then come to the training area at 10 a.m., neither Daiki nor Yukihiro would have accepted to teach them, as no one wanted to teach lazy students. On the other hand, both of them were now impressed. Not only did their new students came to the training area early, but they also performed one of the basic and most important tasks that every ninja should do, gained complete knowledge of their surroundings. They waited until 10 a.m. and then used the body flicker jutsu to appear in the training ground. By this time, both Kda and Yami had stopped meditating and had started doing light warm-ups. When they saw their new sensei appear in front of them, they bowed. No need for such formalities from now on. Yami, right? Come with me. Daiki said and took Yami to a corner of the training ground. Kda was standing alone, watching Yami leave with Daiki. Then Yukihiro said, well, brat, let's start with the introduction. I'll go first. My name is Yukihiro Senshu, and as you can tell, I'm from the Senshu clan, the same clan as your father. He was a friend of mine. Yukihiro said with a sad smile on his face. But don't expect any leniency because of this. We will be doing very hard training for some time. Yes, sensei. As you know, my name is Kda Senshu. I have just graduated from the academy, so I only know 3 basic jutsu and the shadow clone jutsu, which Grandpa taught us. Chapter 34, Attribute Training. Yes, sensei. As you know, my name is Kda Senshu. I have just graduated from the academy, so I only know 3 basic jutsu and the shadow clone jutsu, which Grandpa taught us. Kda, it's never about how many jutsu you know. A powerful ninja doesn't have to know thousands of jutsu, rather, he should be proficient in the jutsu he knows. Even a C-rank jutsu, if executed perfectly, can kill an A-rank ninja. Yukihiro said. Yes, sensei. Kda replied after thinking for some time. Seeing that his student was not some dumb ninja who just accepts whatever is taught to them without thinking and understanding it, but someone who tries to make a judgment himself, Yukihiro smiled and then asked, Kda, your main chakra attribute is fire, right? Receiving a nod in return, he continued, so let's start with training your control over that attribute. Sensei, what do you mean by control over the chakra attribute? Can't I just learn fire-related jutsu, like we learned the other 4 jutsu? No, Kda. Elemental jutsu is different from those jutsu because, in those jutsu, you are using chakra in its raw form, so you aren't required to focus on the attribute. But for elemental jutsu, you have to focus on a specific part or type of chakra inside you. It is just your chakra, but in a different form. Once you mold your chakra into the attribute you want, you can do many things with it, like this. Yukihiro moved his hand in front of Kda and started flowing his chakra into his hand, then slowly coated his hand in chakra, which caused a light blue glow to emerge from his hand. Seeing Kda completely focused on his hand, Yukihiro said, this is chakra in its pure form. You can see it because I have concentrated it a little. Try to touch it. He moved his hand in front of Kda. Doing as he was told, Kda moved his hand to touch the chakra. Surprisingly or unsurprisingly, Kda didn't feel anything, just like a wind flow, it was nothing extraordinary. Sensei, it felt like just a normal gust of wind, nothing too different. Kda said. Yes, Kda. Normal chakra is like that, it is the purest form of energy and has no offensive or defensive capability in itself. Now, what do you think will happen when I mold it into elemental chakra? Suddenly, the blue chakra started to change its color. And this time Kda didn't have to touch the chakra to feel the change, he could feel the heat from 5 meters away. After looking at the red chakra for some time, Kda said, chakra will gain offensive or defensive properties after we mold it into elemental chakra. Yes. Now you understand why you need to train to increase your control over your chakra attribute. Yukihiro said. Yes, sensei. What should I do to increase my control over my attribute? It's simple. Since your main chakra attribute is fire, Just start making fire. Pick a dry leaf to make fire for starters, and try to burn it with the help of your chakra. Once you start a fire, try to control it with the help of chakra. Yes, sensei. They created 10 shadow clones one by one, and all of them began practicing the exercise. He could easily make 15 shadow clones now, but since the practice would require chakra, he made clones with some additional chakra so they could practice for some time. Meanwhile, he began meditating to refill his chakra reserves so that once his clones ran out of chakra, he could make new ones quickly. Yukihiro nodded, seeing this. He was initially surprised at the amount of chakra he possessed, but remembering his father, he just accepted it, as his father also somehow possessed a monstrous amount of chakra. From the look of it, his son might even surpass him in terms of chakra. After 30 minutes, one of Kda's clones successfully burned his leaf. He quickly dispersed himself, and Kda and all of his clones received the memory of the clone and how he was able to burn the leaf. Now every clone began trying to control the fire, which was a lot harder than starting the fire. After another 30 minutes, Kda stopped meditating and made 6 more shadow clones. Now, with 15 shadow clones, Kda began practicing. On the other side, Yami received the same lecture and training plan. Instead of burning the leaf, she had to crumble it using the lightning attribute of her chakra. Since she could make only 6 clones at most, her progress was not as fast as Kda's. After 3 hours of continuous practice, their chakra reserves hit rock bottom, so they were asked to go home and come back at 5 a.m. tomorrow. Since it was just 2 p.m., both of them decided to practice one more time today. So after meditating for 3 hours straight, they once again started their training. Before exhausting her chakra once again, Yami was able to successfully crumble leaves. As for Kda, he was able to control the fire to some extent but still not to a satisfactory level. He wanted to control the fire to an extent where he could make a leaf burn for more than a minute, as it was getting burned in 10 seconds at most, even when Kda was trying to slow it down. Chapter 36, second part. Before exhausting her chakra once again, Yami was able to successfully crumble leaves. As for Kda, he was able to control the fire to some extent, but still not to a satisfactory level, as he wanted to control the fire to the point where he could make a leaf burn for more than 1 minute. However, it was getting burned in 10 seconds at most, even when Kda was trying to slow the burning process. After exhausting their chakra once again, they went to sleep. Waking up at 4 a.m., they completed their morning routine and swiftly headed toward the training area. Since the training area was 10 kilometers away from their house, they ran there as a warm-up. After reaching it in 10 minutes, they completed some physical workouts until 5 a.m. At 5 a.m., their new sensei arrived at the training ground. Seeing them, they both bowed and greeted him. Both Daiki and Yukihiro nodded their heads and took their respective students to different parts of the training ground. Yukihiro took Kda to the same place where they had been practicing before and asked him to show how much he had progressed. Kda took a leaf in his hand, and it suddenly started burning, but after 1 minute, the speed of burning slowed down, and it burned for 10 seconds before suddenly starting to burn faster. Yukihiro's eyes widened. He knew that Kda had a very high affinity for the fire chakra attribute, but such growth was shocking, to say the least. Normally, a ninja has to try for a month to control fire to such a degree. Burning a leaf is easy, but the problem arises when you try to control the fire, as you have to continuously mold your chakra and command it to do your bidding. But remembering that Kda had the help of 15 shadow clones, Yukihiro nodded in understanding as Kda had done the work of 15 days in 1 day. Though 15 days is still a little time, it was acceptable, given Kda's growth rate. Yukihiro thought, now I have to rethink the schedule I had planned for the next 3 months. If he maintains this dedication, he will complete the previous schedule in 2 weeks max. Well, no problem. It's always good to have a promising student rather than a dull one. He looked toward Kda and spoke, very good, Kda. You have completed the first part of the exercise. Now, let's move on to the next step. This is what you have to do now. He tossed a leaf in the air, and before the leaf reached halfway to the ground, it started burning and burned completely before it touched the ground. Since you can now burn and control the fire of the leaf you are in contact with, in the second step, you have to burn the leaf without physical contact. At the start, you don't have to toss the leaf in the air, but this step will be completed only after you can do what I just did. Yes, sensei. Kda said and got back to work. He once again made 10 shadow clones. As soon as they were formed, they each took a leaf, put it in front of them, and started their training. Kda, on the other hand, started meditating. After 30 minutes, he made 5 more clones, but this time he did not stop meditating. There isn't a big difference between 15 and 16 minds, so he decided to continue meditating so that he would not exhaust his chakra like the previous time. All of his clones continued practicing for 2 hours without much success, and one of his clones thought, in the first step, due to direct contact, my chakra was in direct contact with the leaf, but this time, since it was not in direct contact, the chakra was unable to reach the leaf. Even when I tried to release the chakra, it was normal chakra without any attribute. If we want to burn this leaf, we have to release fire chakra somehow. But due to its earlier attempt to release chakra in the surroundings, the clone was low on chakra, so it dispersed itself, and all other clones got its memory. They all began trying to release fire chakra. As soon as any of Kda's clones made a discovery, they dispersed themselves. After 30 minutes, only 7 clones remained. Kda stopped meditating and made 7 more clones with his full chakra reserve, so they would be able to train longer than the previous clones. After 1 hour, a clone was able to release fire chakra successfully, but it was not directed at the leaf and released into the whole surrounding. So a fire broke out in its surroundings. Though it was just green grass, the fire did not spread. The clone dispersed itself. When the other clones got its memory, they began trying to direct their chakra toward the leaf only, which was not that difficult since Kda was already practicing the leaf floating exercise. Leaf floating exercise, trying to float a leaf above your hand with the help of chakra, and rotating it. So after training for around 5 hours, Kda was successful in burning the leaf without touching it. He woke up from his meditation since he had a full reserve except for the amount used to maintain the clones. Once his clones dispersed themselves, Kda's reserves would be full. He picked up a leaf and placed it in front of him. When he looked in its direction, the leaf started burning, and a smirk found its way to Kda's mouth as it was cool to just start a fire by looking at something. After telling Kda his next training, Yukihiro made 2 shadow clones to look after Kda and went toward his home to play with his little princess. When Yukihiro's clone saw that one of Kda's clones had started a fire somehow, they were shocked as they expected it would take at least 1 day before Kda would be able to release fire chakra. Their shock kept increasing as they observed Kda's rapid progress. After every clone was able to burn the leaf in front of them, one of Yukihiro's clones dispersed itself. When Yukihiro got the memory of his clone, he was as surprised as the clone had been. But since there was no emergency, he just made 3 more shadow clones and sent them to the training ground to be safe, as now the dangerous part of the training would start. Seeing that 7 of his clones were low on chakra, Kda dispersed them and made 7 more clones. They began throwing a leaf in the air and burning it midway, though the results were a little unexpected. One of his clones tried to release fire chakra toward the leaf, but he missed the leaf and hit another clone. Hey, why are you attacking me? I'm sorry. Watching himself apologizing to himself was awkward. The clone who missed the target dispersed itself. Once every clone got its memory, they increased their distance and continued their training. Chapter 37, Fireball. Watching himself apologizing to himself was awkward. The clone who missed the target dispersed itself. Once every clone got its memory, they increased their distance and continued their training. After training for 3 more hours, Kda was able to successfully start a fire before the leaf reached the ground, but it was not completely burned. Since his chakra was low and all of his clones had already dispersed, Kda decided to take some much-needed rest as he was both physically and mentally tired. He went toward Yukihiro to ask if he could take a rest. Seeing Kda coming toward them, Yukihiro's clone thought that Kda wanted their help with something since he had not asked a single question from the start. They were more than happy to help him. Sensei, my chakra and stamina are very low due to constant practice. Can I take some rest? After looking in his direction for some time, Yukihiro's clone said awkwardly, right, you can take some rest. Do you want to go and eat outside? No, thank you, Sensei. I have already eaten nutrient bars. Kda bowed and left. Kda went back to his previous location and started meditating. After 30 minutes, he fell asleep there, as mental exhaustion requires sleep, and only meditation can help with it to a certain extent. After sleeping for 2 hours, he woke up on his own. It was already 3 p.m. Kda again started practicing. Since he was already able to burn the leaf mid-air, he began practicing to perfect the timing. This time he only made 5 shadow clones, as his chakra reserves were not full. After practicing for 2 more hours, Kda was able to completely imitate Yukihiro. He went to Yukihiro's clone and spoke. Sensei, I was able to perform the second step. Very good, Kda. You can take a rest for today. We will start the 3rd and last part of the chakra control exercise tomorrow. Yes, Sensei. Saying farewell to Yukihiro's clone, Kda went toward the exit gate and waited there for Yami. However, he did not have to wait long, as Yami soon came to the gate. Her face said it all, as she had not even completed her first step completely, where she had to control the rate of shrinking of the leaf. So, she just meditated for the whole day while 5 clones practiced the entire time. Though she somehow managed to do it, her mental exhaustion was significant. Seeing this, Kda suggested that they just walk toward their house. On the way, he asked, "How was your progress, Yami?" "Don't remind me of that. I have not even completed my first step of chakra control training, though sensei said that my speed was great, and lightning chakra is the hardest to control." "You were able to do this in one day," Yami said with a pout. "Haha, do you think lightning and fire chakra are the same?" "No, Yami. Once you master lightning chakra, you will become overpowered. It is known as the strongest chakra nature for a reason, so mastering it will take time, but I am sure it will be worth it." After a little pep talk, they headed to their house, stopping at a restaurant to eat an early dinner. Afterward, they went to their house and both of them went straight to bed, falling asleep in record time. The next day, they once again woke up at 4 a.m., completely refreshed. Sleeping for 10 hours did wonders for them. They completed their morning routine and once again ran to the training area, doing physical exercise until 5 a.m. Once again, their sensei arrived at the same time and took their respective students to the previous training locations. Yukihiro looked toward Kda and sighed. This boy is a monster, completing this exercise at such a speed. A normal ninja would have taken 3 to 4 months to reach this stage. For God's sake, you don't have to go to war in 10 days. Why are you in such a hurry? Sensei, what is the third part of the training? Ha. It's simple. You just have to do this. Yukihiro moved his hand in front of him, and a fireball the size of a cricket ball emerged in his hand. The longer and larger you can maintain it, the more your control will increase. Kda's eyes were shining at this point, but suddenly he realized something. But sensei, what should I burn? There's nothing in your hand, so how are you able to maintain this fire? Well, Kda, you have the best fuel inside you. This time, instead of burning a leaf, you have to burn your attribute-less normal chakra. Remembering that Kda wouldn't ask any questions after he was told what to do, Yukihiro decided to give a more detailed explanation this time. You have to release both normal chakra and fire chakra at the same time, and by using fire chakra, ignite your normal chakra like you have done with leaves. You have to constantly maintain a steady stream of both chakra. I would advise that at first, you use each hand for a different type of chakra, and once you become familiar with the process, then try to release it with one hand. Directly going with one hand is risky. Kda nodded and went toward his training area. As Yukihiro said, he tried to release normal chakra from his left hand and fire chakra from his right hand. Suddenly, a fire erupted between his hands, but it suddenly died as his fire chakra stopped for a second. He nodded and, just as he was about to create shadow clones to practice like usual, he came up with an interesting idea. He made 3 shadow clones, one with double the amount of chakra the other 2 possessed. The 3 shadow clones took most of his chakra, but this time he didn't quickly go to meditate but watched them do the exercise. The clone with double the amount of chakra sat in the middle, and the other 2 clones stood at his left and right. The middle clone started emitting normal chakra from its hand, while the other 2 clones emitted fire chakra. Their chakra met in the middle, and a fireball was formed. Since both of their chakra signatures were the same, meaning it was the chakra of the same person, it easily mixed, and a fireball was formed. Though its size was larger than what Yukihiro formed, Kda reduced the amount of chakra it was providing, and the size reduced. This time, it didn't go out, and the fireball kept on burning. Kda nodded his head, sat on the ground, and started meditating. After 1 hour, the chakra of his clone became low, so they dispersed themselves, and Kda got their memory. He continued his meditation, though, as his chakra reserve was still not full. After 2 more hours of meditation, his chakra reserves were full. This time, he only created 1 shadow clone with 80% of his chakra. The clone did the same thing Kda did in the beginning, releasing different types of chakra from each hand and forming a fireball in the middle. This time, it did not disperse immediately and stayed like that for some time. After 5 minutes, the clone made a small mistake, and the fireball extinguished. Chapter 38, Recklessness. After 2 more hours of meditation, his chakra reserves were full. This time, he only created 1 shadow clone with 80% of his chakra. The clone did the same thing Kda did initially, releasing different types of chakra from each hand and forming a fireball in the middle. Though it didn't disperse immediately and stayed like that for some time, after 5 minutes, the clone made a small mistake, and the fireball extinguished. The clone continued the exercise again and again, eventually succeeding in making the fireball stable for more than 30 minutes. Due to the low amount of chakra, it dispersed itself. When Kda received the memory, he had around 60% chakra, so he continued his meditation. Afterward, he created another clone once his chakra reserves were full again. This time, the clone had to make a fireball with 1 hand. Kda decided to play it safe, as Yukihiro had said it might be risky. He made a clone with only 10% of his chakra. As soon as the clone started releasing both chakras from a single hand, its whole hand caught fire. The clone swiftly stopped the chakra release, and the fire died down. However, due to the damage it had suffered from the fire, the clone was on its last legs, and one more such accident would have forcefully dispersed it. So, it dispersed itself, and could receive the memory. Since I am releasing normal chakra from my whole hand, when fire chakra was released, my whole hand caught fire. So, I have to try to release chakra only from my palm and avoid covering my palm with it. He made 5 more clones with 50% of his chakra, and all 5 of them began trying to release chakra from a single point in their hand. After some more minor accidents, they were able to make a fireball from their hand, though its size and shape left a lot to be desired. De was just happy that he had learned Shadow Clone before this, otherwise, he would have been admitted to the hospital by now. Leaving depressing thoughts behind, he made 5 more clones, and they all resumed training while De started meditating. For the entire day, he kept making clones as they continued to take damage from minor accidents during the training period. At 5 p.m., Yukihiro approached De and said, "De, you can stop for today. It's already 5 p.m. You are making very fast progress, so there's no need to rush. You should also take appropriate rest." "Yes, sensei," De said. He dispersed all of his clones and headed toward the gate, where Yami was already waiting for him. "So, De, how was your day? Did you make any progress in training?" "Yeah, I'm on the 3rd part of the training. I think I'll be able to complete it by tomorrow." "What about you?" "Well, I barely completed my first step and started the second one today. But the problem is lightning chakra is very random and hard to control. The more I try to project it toward a particular direction, the harder it becomes. I wish I had the fire attribute," Yami said. "Haha, and I wish I had lightning chakra, as it would have made me super powerful." "Yami, we've already discussed this multiple times. The results of the training will make the effort worth it, so do your best." "Yes, sir," Yami said with a mock salute. After repeating the same routine as yesterday, they woke up at 4 a.m. again, fully refreshed after 10 hours of sleep. After completing their morning routine, they ran toward the training area, followed by morning exercise until 5 a.m. At 5 a.m., their sensei arrived, and they started their training again. Since De already had some training in making a fireball with one hand, he simply made 10 shadow clones and began meditating. All of his shadow clones started the training. After 3 hours, he dispersed all of his clones and made a single clone with 90% of his chakra. Since the goal of the exercise was not to make the fireball but to sustain it for the longest time possible, he meditated while his clone concentrated on making a fireball and reducing any slip-ups. After 30 hours of practice using 10 shadow clones for 3 hours each, De had enough experience to know the different ways mistakes could occur during this exercise. So now, his clone was trying not to make any of those mistakes, which was difficult in itself since the number of potential errors was in the triple digits. After another 2 hours, De dispersed the clone and made a new one with 80% of his chakra. By the time this clone dispersed itself, De was pretty confident that he would no longer make any major mistakes. He came into direct view of Yukihiro and made a fireball using only one hand. This was his first time making a fireball by himself and not using a clone, but due to the memory transfer, it felt like he had practiced this countless times. A fireball the size of a cricket ball formed in De's hand, which he slowly increased in size until it resembled a football. After some time, he once again reduced the size of the fireball until it resembled a cricket ball and maintained it at that size for an hour straight. After that, he made a slip-up, causing a small blast, which slightly burned his palm. Yukihiro used the body flicker jutsu and arrived in front of De. With a wave of his hand, he sent a wind wave that extinguished all residual fire and took a close look at De's hand. "Oh. Luckily, it didn't get burned seriously," Yukihiro said as his hand started glowing green. He placed it above De's hand, and the burn injuries healed at a rapid pace. Seeing this, De asked, "Sensei, what is this?" "Well, it's a handy medical jutsu known as the mystical palm jutsu. It can be learned by any ninja, but if you want to learn more, you'll have to become a medical ninja. But that's not important right now. De, I already told you there's no need to rush. You can take your time and practice slowly. You've made significant progress in just 2 days, but this act was simply reckless. You should stick with using shadow clones until you're sure there's no chance of any mistakes. This applies not just to this training, but to all future training as well. There's no need to hurry, okay?" "Yes, sensei," De said, this time truly serious, as even though his injuries were healed, the pain from the burn was pretty bad. Just the thought of what could have happened if the fireball had exploded in his hand when it was the size of a football. "Good. That's enough for today. You can go back," Yukihiro said and left. De made his way toward the exit gate, where Yami was already standing. "Why are you looking so down, De? Well, I had a minor accident today. You should also be careful while practicing something new. Ugh. I can't believe I was telling you not to rush, but I was recklessly trying to do something myself just because it looked cool. Seeing Danzo down, Yami understood that something bad must have happened. Duh, tell me exactly what happened. Kda told her exactly what had happened and how he tried to make a fireball when he wasn't ready. After hearing that he was all healed up now, Yami sighed in relief. Afterward, they both promised to support each other so that they wouldn't be reckless anymore. For the next 3 days, Kda and Yami stuck with their current exercises. After 3 days, Yami was able to successfully shrink the leaf before it touched the ground. In the next step, she had to produce lightning from her hand without getting zapped by it, the most important and hardest part of her training. On the other hand, Kda was able to make and maintain a fireball on the second day but still trained for an extra day using shadow clones to be sure. Now, he could make a fireball as easily as he could perform the tree walking exercise, though he still had to concentrate on it. However, it became significantly easier to maintain a fireball. On the 4th day, he went to Yukihiro and said, "Sensei, I think I'm ready." "Okay, you can show me." Kda once again moved his hand forward, and a fireball emerged in his hand. After changing its size twice, Kda maintained that fireball for 3.5 hours. After that, his chakra became very low, so he had to stop. Very good. Your fire chakra control has improved to a satisfactory level. Now we can start with wind chakra control. Chapter 39, Elemental Training ends. Very good. Your fire chakra control has improved to a satisfactory level. Now we can start with wind chakra control. It will be a little more difficult than the fire exercise because your primary affinity is fire, not wind. Still, it's more than enough to make it your major element. It is very rare for someone to have 3 elemental affinities of such a high degree. It can even rival some Kekkei Genkai power. Though first, you have to master all 3 elements. I'm sure you can do it easily. You were able to learn fire chakra control in 1 week. Even I had to train for 2 months for that. Yukihiro said. Okay, sensei, what should I do for the next exercise? It's simple, you just have to do this. Yukihiro picked a leaf, and suddenly it was bisected down the middle. This exercise is different from the previous one where you burn the leaf. At that time, you just had to release fire chakra, and the leaf would start burning due to the nature of the fire chakra. On the other hand, wind chakra is not sharp in itself, but it can be easily molded into sharp blades. However, you'll have to learn that on your own. Sensei, what does wind chakra feel like? Kda asked, as it was important to know how to mold the chakra. Yukihiro nodded and formed a ball of chakra in his hand. Pass your hand through this ball. Kda did as instructed. What he felt was something similar to a morning breeze with a soothing effect. He passed his hand through the ball multiple times to get a proper feel for the wind chakra. After that, he went to his practice area, made 10 shadow clones, and started meditating. After 30 minutes, he made 5 more shadow clones. While his clones were trying to mold normal chakra into wind chakra, Kda spent 3 hours meditating. One by one, he dispersed his clones at intervals of 10 minutes and made new ones. This helped in 2 ways. The other clones got memories and ideas about how to proceed further, and the new clones, with more chakra, continued the practice. The new clones were nearly able to mold the chakra into wind chakra. It was just a matter of time before they would succeed. Just as Kda was about to go back to meditate, one of his clones dispersed itself, having successfully molded its chakra into wind chakra. Kda quickly dispersed all of his clones, and his chakra was back to 80%. He then made 3 shadow clones, and they began trying to mold their wind chakra into wind blades. He went back to meditate again, but just after 1 hour, one of his clones dispersed itself, having successfully made a wind blade. Kda dispersed his other 2 clones, picked a leaf, and bisected it in 2. But then a thought occurred to him, why should he make a blade of wind chakra? Couldn't it be made of normal chakra? He tried to make a blade from normal chakra, but the problem was that the blade was very dull and passed through the leaf without cutting it. Seeing this, he thought, wind chakra is easy to mold into a sharp object, but normal chakra is not suitable for attacking due to its ethereal nature. He then picked up a leaf and threw it into the air. Before it could reach the ground, it was bisected into 2 pieces. With a smile on his face, he went toward Yukihiro to show him that he had successfully bisected the leaf. Sensei, I have completed the task you gave me. Saying this, Kda picked up a leaf and bisected it down the middle. Expecting the second step to be the same as the previous one, he was happy that he had already completed it. But Yukihiro's words completely crushed his expectations. Very good, Kda. Now, you have to bisect a piece of wood. But sensei, where will I find enough wood so that I can practice with my shadow clones? Don't worry, I've got you covered. Yukihiro laughed and placed a bag full of wooden pieces, each 2 centimeters thick and 15 by 15 centimeters in length and breadth. De picked up a wooden board, half expecting that he would be able to bisect it. But when he tried to bisect it using a normal wind blade, all he managed was a small scratch. Ha, did you think you would be able to bisect it right away? Duh, to bisect it, you have to make your wind blade sharper and tougher. But I'm sure you'll be able to do it with enough practice, as it's not something different from what you did with the leaf, just a little more powerful. De nodded his head and went back to training. Using his shadow clones, he continued training until 5 p.m. After that, their training time normally ended. Returning home, De and Yami discussed their progress. After repeating the same thing for 3 more days, De was able to bisect the wooden plates too. But when he went to Yukihiro to tell him about his success, his target was changed to stone plates of the same size. Bisecting them took nearly 10 days. But when he was able to bisect the stone plates, De was sure that he could easily kill a normal person without them having a chance to react, as he could project a wind blade powerful enough to bisect stone. Though his range was not much, only 5 meters, it was still enough for any civilian. No ninja were a different story altogether. After 10 days of continuous practice, he went to Yukihiro to show the completion of the 3rd and last step of the wind chakra control exercise. After bisecting the stone plate in front of Yukihiro, his wind chakra control exercise was also over. Now, only earth chakra control remained. Very good, De. Now we are at the last part of your elemental chakra control training. Earth chakra control is not divided into 3 parts, but only 1. In this, you just have to mold earth into various shapes. Your training will be over once you can make a replica of yourself. Yukihiro then picked up some mud from the ground, and it transformed into a sculpture of De. De once again requested to feel the earth chakra. This time, it felt like a hard object, almost solid, though it was also soft and malleable at the same time. After that, he went back to training, and after a full day of practice, De was able to mold normal chakra into earth chakra. After that, he took 1 step at a time. At first, he made simple shapes from mud, like spheres, cubes, and cuboids. But by the 3rd day, he started making more complex objects, like star shapes or wheels. After 2 weeks, De was finally able to make a sculpture of himself. With this, his chakra control training was finally over. Chapter 40, 5 Jutsu in 1 day. By the time De had completed his elemental chakra training for all 3 of his chakra attributes, Yami had also completed her lightning chakra training. Though it may seem slow compared to De, by normal standards, she could easily be considered a genius. It's just that she only had the help of 5 shadow clones, and lightning chakra itself is not easy to learn. This is why she fell behind De to such a degree. Also, De's fire attribute is high, so he mastered its control very swiftly. The next day at 5 a.m., okay, now that you have some mastery over elemental chakra, let's learn some new jutsu. Since your main chakra attribute is fire, we should start with fire-related jutsu. The first one should be easy for you. Let me show you. Yukihiro said. He performed a series of hand signs, and a fireball formed in his hand, which he then launched toward a boulder. The boulder was obliterated, leaving only a crack where it once stood. De quickly understood why Yukihiro said it would be easy for him. He already knew how to create a fireball, so the rest of the process should be straightforward. Yukihiro looked toward De and said, "You have 3 hours to learn this jutsu. The theory behind it is..." After explaining the theory, he performed the hand signs in slow motion so that De could memorize them. De made 15 shadow clones, and they all began training while he meditated. When the training started, De could make a maximum of 15 shadow clones, but the constant chakra drain from molding it into different natures, coupled with daily 10-hour sleeps, had done wonders for his chakra reserves. He could now create 23 shadow clones at once. If he had to guess, he had around 230 units of chakra, but he only made 15 clones so they would have enough chakra to practice for a while. Only after 20 minutes, one of his clones successfully performed the jutsu, though its aim was slightly off. It dispersed itself, and the remaining 14 clones began working on improving their aim. By the time 3 hours had passed, De was confident that he had successfully learned the jutsu. He went to Yukihiro and demonstrated his fireball jutsu. Though it wasn't as destructive as Yukihiro's, he was still able to form some cracks on the boulder. Very good. Though it's not as powerful as mine, after some more practice, your proficiency will increase, and so will the power behind this jutsu. Now, let's move on to the next jutsu. We'll practice until you're exhausted, as we only have 15 more days before I need to leave for a mission. Our 3-month training period is coming to an end, so I need to teach you as much as possible. You can tell me whenever you want to stop, okay? Yukihiro said. Yes, sensei. De nodded, then added, Sensei, Grandpa said that you're very proficient in kenjutsu. If I can learn ninjutsu quickly, can you please teach me kenjutsu in the remaining time? Yukihiro smiled and said, okay, if that's what you wish for. But you need to learn at least 5 elemental jutsu before we start kenjutsu training. As a teacher, he was happy to have a student so eager to learn. Yukihiro then showed the how to perform the fire breath jutsu. In this jutsu, a stream of fire is released from the user's mouth, and its length varies based on the amount of chakra used. It's a very destructive jutsu in close-range fights. Kda swiftly went back to practice and made 20 clones this time, not wanting to waste any time mastering this jutsu. He knew he would have enough time to perfect it after 15 days. Right now, he just wanted to learn as much as he could. After chiding himself for wasting so much time learning chakra control, since he could have completed it in 2 months, Kda went into 100% concentration mode. 2 of his clones sat down to discuss what the other clones were doing wrong. If any of the clones made progress, they would share it with the others while discussing how to advance further. By doing this, Kda was able to learn the jutsu in 2 hours. He quickly dispersed his clones and went to show Yukihiro. Yukihiro was surprised to see him perform the jutsu in just 2 hours. Very good, Kda, but remember to prioritize your safety. We can learn after some time, but life is something we don't get back. Now that you've learned 2 fire elemental jutsu, it's time for wind. Yukihiro performed 4 hand signs, and a wind blade formed, which swiftly launched toward a tree branch, cutting it cleanly. Without wasting any time, Kda quickly went to practice the wind blade jutsu. Following the same technique, he made 20 clones. He was surprised when, after only 30 minutes, his clones dispersed themselves because they had already learned the jutsu. Since he was already able to form a wind blade capable of bisecting rocks, he just needed to learn how to launch them and control their direction. Yukihiro had expected Kda to return early, so when Kda demonstrated the jutsu, he said, okay, now that you have 3 jutsu under your belt that you can use for attacking, let's learn 2 movement jutsu. Outside the village, the chances are high that you may encounter someone stronger than you, so it's essential to learn fast movement jutsu to save your life. Always remember, unless the safety of the village is on the line, your life is the most important thing. Well, for me, my life and the lives of those close to me come before the safety of the village, but I'll still try to protect it as it's done so much for me and hasn't treated me like a monster like Naruto, Kda thought, but didn't say anything, just nodded. Yukihiro performed a series of hand signs, and swiftly his entire body was covered in wind chakra. With a burst of wind from his back, he disappeared from his position and reappeared 50 meters ahead. After making a complete square, he returned to his original position and showed Kda the hand signs in slow motion, followed by the theory behind the jutsu. Since this jutsu required a large amount of chakra, Kda made only 10 shadow clones and went into meditation for an hour. His clones continued practicing with no results. Eventually, one of his clones managed to perform the technique, though its direction was off and it collided with a tree just 30 meters ahead, dispersing on impact. Kda was jolted out of his meditative state by the sudden memory. The rest of his clones also received the memory and proceeded with caution. After 3 hours of practice, they were able to somewhat control their direction. This jutsu took a total of 4 hours to learn. Since it was already 2 p.m., Kda quickly ate a nutrient bar and went to Yukihiro to demonstrate the jutsu and learn the final one. The last jutsu he had to learn was Earth Style, Earth Military Movement Jutsu. This jutsu allows the user to enter the ground and swim in it for a limited time. Kda knew this would take time since Earth wasn't his forte, but he made 20 clones and began practicing. By 5 p.m., he still hadn't mastered the jutsu. He expected Yukihiro to come and tell him he could leave, but he never came. Kda suddenly remembered that Yukihiro had said they would practice until he was exhausted, so he made a shadow clone and sent it to the gate to inform Yami. Kda continued meditating, and after practicing until 10 p.m., he finally mastered the 5th and last jutsu. He went to Yukihiro and demonstrated it. Seeing his dedication, Yukihiro smiled and said, Chapter 41, Kenjutsu is super deadly? Kda meditated and practiced until 10 p.m., finally mastering his 5th and last jutsu. He went to Yukihiro and demonstrated the jutsu. Seeing Kda's dedication, Yukihiro smiled and said, Well done, Kda. Learning 5 jutsu in 1 day is no small feat. You can take a day off to rest. I know you want to learn kenjutsu from me, but to truly learn something, your mind must be in optimal condition. You've just accomplished a month's work in 1 day. Don't overexert yourself, Kda. After a day of rest, we can start our training. Kda reluctantly nodded, eager to start his training but unable to argue with Yukihiro's reasoning. Yes, sensei, but will you personally teach me kenjutsu, or will it be one of your shadow clones? Yukihiro smiled, amused. How did you know I'm a shadow clone? Duh. Once, you dispersed yourself before I left the training ground, and one of my clones saw you. Not that I mind, I'm perfectly fine learning from a shadow clone. Haha, as you guessed, I've been using shadow clones to teach you so I can spend time with my cute little daughter. She's just 5 months old and already started crawling. I don't want to miss such an important moment in her life. Alas, the life of a ninja is not so simple. I have to go on long missions frequently, which is why, when Lord Hokage asked me to train you, I eagerly accepted. Though at first, I trained you so I could spend time with my daughter, slowly, seeing your dedication, I wanted to teach you seriously. For the next 10 days, prepare yourself for some intense training. Yes, sensei. Kida replied, more like he was accepting an invitation to an amusement park rather than training hell. Then, he went back home, surprised to see Yami waiting outside, asleep. What are you doing out so late at night? Kida asked. Hearing Kida's voice, Yami jumped like a spring and turned around. Why were you training so late? And why did you scare me like that? Sensei has to go on a mission after 15 days, and since our training period is only 3 months, I have just 15 days left to learn from Yukihiro-sensei. I want to learn Kenjutsu from him, but he said he would only teach me after I learned 5 elemental jutsu. Kida explained. So, I was learning those jutsu. That's why I got so late, Ms. So Smart. You learned 5 jutsu in just 1 day? How? I've only learned the basics. They can't be used in an actual fight yet, but I'll have enough time to master them after 15 days. Still, that's great. Growl. Her sentence was interrupted by her stomach growling. Kida laughed and said, haha, I haven't eaten dinner either, so let's eat something nice. My treat. Okay. Yami whispered. After eating, they both went home and slept for 10 hours straight. Though it was a holiday for Kida, he still accompanied Yami to the training ground. After dropping her off, he went to the market and bought 20 pieces of wood. He returned home, made 5 shadow clones, and began carving swords out of the wood using wind chakra. Since they could now bisect stone, carving wood was easy. It was time-consuming, but he had the whole day, and the task had a therapeutic effect on him. It felt more like relaxing than working. While Kida was doing this, Yukihiro was talking to the Hokage about him. Lord Hokage, my student has completed his elemental training and has asked to learn Kenjutsu from me. He said you told him about my Kenjutsu. Yes, it's true. You're famous in all 5 villages for your Kenjutsu and are considered S rank if only Kenjutsu is considered. So, I don't think he could find a better teacher than you. But Lord Hokage, my Kenjutsu technique is only focused on killing. I don't think I should teach such a technique to a child. Do you think Kida won't be able to handle your technique and might go on a killing rampage? No, Lord Hokage. I believe Kida has a good head on his shoulders. He always thinks and understands what I teach him rather than just following it mindlessly. But still, I thought I should ask for your permission before teaching him my technique. You have my permission, Yuki. Our village is in dire need of a new, powerful, and capable ninja. Training someone of your caliber will help stabilize the village. Yes, Lord Hokage. Yukihiro bowed and returned, planning to enjoy his last full day with his family before taking this training extra seriously. Oblivious to all this, Kida had made 20 wooden swords and 40 shurikens from the wood he bought. At 5, Yami returned from training. When she saw what Kida had been doing all day, she was excited. Though she wasn't particularly interested in swords, she was thrilled about the shurikens. Even though they were just made of wood, they were sharp enough to be compared to metal ones. Though Kida wasn't particularly tired, he still went with Yami for an early dinner and slept early, knowing that the following days would be tough. The next day, they went to the training area at 4:30 a.m. Yukihiro was already there, waiting for Kida. Kida found it odd and approached Yukihiro. Good morning, sensei. Why are you here so early today? Ignoring Kida, Yukihiro turned to Yami and said, Yami, Kida won't be returning for 3 days. So you should continue your training on your own, okay? Though she wanted to ask why, she assumed it was related to their training and simply nodded. Kida was confused, but Yukihiro just looked at him and motioned for him to follow. They arrived at a new training area, different from their usual one. Yukihiro looked at Kida and asked, Kida, what's in the bag you're carrying? Kida opened his bag, and 20 wooden swords fell out. Sensei, I made these wooden swords so I can practice Kenjutsu with the help of my clones. Well thought, Kida, but Kenjutsu also depends on muscle memory, so you'll have to practice on your own as well. The technique will be useless if you can't execute it at the perfect time. Yes, sensei. Seeing your dedication, here's something from me. Yukihiro handed Kida a long rectangular box. When Kida opened it, he was surprised, happy, and shocked at the same time. Inside was a beautiful Japanese katana, similar to Yukihiro's, but the stark difference was that it was made of normal metal, whereas Yukihiro's swords were made of chakra metal. Kida took out the sword and instinctively felt that it was a true masterpiece. Even though it wasn't made of chakra metal, it was still made of a very sturdy alloy that rivaled the strength of chakra metal. "Thank you very much, sensei," Kida said, bowing deeply to Yukihiro. "Okay, now let's talk about training." Chapter 42, Kenjutsu Hell 1. "Thank you very much, sensei," Kida said, bowing a full 90 degrees to Yukihiro. "Okay, now let's talk about your training plan. First, take this pill." Yukihiro handed a black pill to Kida, which smelled like plants and insects. "What is this, sensei?" "This is a soldier pill. It's mostly eaten by ninjas on missions because of its effects. This pill forcefully keeps you awake for 3 days straight and increases your chakra regeneration by 4 times during this period. Although it comes with the side effect of a full day of exhaustion, it doesn't tamper with your future potential or harm your body in any way. So, we are going to train continuously for 3 days, then rest for 1 day, and repeat." Kida was surprised by the pill. He casually watched anime in his previous life, so aside from the major plot points, he didn't remember many small details. Even if he had remembered this pill, its real-life effects would still have surprised him. The pill increased a ninja's strength 4-fold for 3 days straight. Although their chakra reserves would remain low, if replenished, they could effectively engage in guerrilla tactics. He thanked Yukihiro and quickly swallowed the pill, feeling its effects instantly. It was as if every cell in his body was absorbing energy, banishing any exhaustion. "Since you've taken the pill, let's begin immediately. Make as many shadow clones as you can." Kida began performing the hand signs for shadow clone jutsu at a rapid pace. One by one, new clones formed. He made them with just enough energy to sustain themselves without performing any jutsu, so they didn't have much chakra. In just 10 minutes, Kida had created 24 shadow clones. Even he was surprised by his progress. Since Yukihiro had instructed him to make shadow clones and nothing else, they all stood still, waiting for further instructions. Yukihiro also made a hand sign, and suddenly 12 shadow clones appeared. Kida easily recognized this jutsu as one of Naruto's signature moves, the multi-shadow clone jutsu. "All of you, pair up and follow the clone in front of you with a wooden sword each," Yukihiro instructed. As ordered, each shadow clone picked up a wooden sword and went with a clone. Yukihiro turned to Kida and said, "My clones will teach them the basic stances and make them practice until they disperse. As for you, I have something else planned." Yukihiro drew his sword. "Pick your sword and attack me." Kida picked up his sword. Although it weighed around 2 kilograms, constant practice made it feel quite light in his hand. But being an amateur, his attack was simple, a horizontal slash aimed at Yukihiro's waist. Yukihiro barely moved his wrist to parry the sword with ease. The sudden change in direction caused Kida to fall, but he quickly got back up and attacked again, this time with a vertical slash. Yukihiro parried this one as well. This continued for a full hour before Yukihiro signaled for Kida to stop. "Okay, your strength and stamina are enough for learning. I can see that you've been diligent with your physical training. Good, now we don't have to waste any time on your physique. Now, disperse your clones one by one." Kida understood that Yukihiro wanted him to learn every basic move the clones had been taught. He did as he was told. After a brief headache, he managed to sort out 12 basic moves in his mind. Good. Once again, make shadow clones. Kida created 24 shadow clones within 10 minutes and sent them back to training. "We're starting again," Yukihiro said. Once again, Kida and Yukihiro began their duel, or rather, Kida's one-sided beating. However, this time, Kida's moves were slightly more versatile. With 12 basic moves under his belt, he could get a little more creative in his attacks, though the results were always the same. After 5 hours of continuous trial and error, Kida was given another break. "Okay, Kida, you can stop for now. Rest for 10 minutes, then disperse your clones." By now, they should have learned the rest of the basic kenjutsu moves. Though Kida wasn't overly tired from the 5-hour training session, due to his constant physical exercise and the effects of the pill, mental exhaustion was starting to accumulate. For the next 10 minutes, he did nothing. Afterward, he stood up and began releasing his clones one by one. This time, the influx of information was significant, so he had to take longer breaks between dispersing each clone. By the time he had released all his clones, 30 minutes had passed. He sat in a lotus position and started organizing his memories. After another 30 minutes, he opened his eyes. Yukihiro was sitting on a nearby boulder. Seeing Kida awake, he said, "Took you long enough. Now, what are you waiting for? Start making shadow clones." Kida was surprised to see Yukihiro sitting next to him, but when he heard his command, Kida quickly began making shadow clones. By this time, he started thinking of ways to learn the multi-shadow clone jutsu, as making clones the normal way was too time-consuming. He decided to ask the simplest question. Sensei, how did you make all 12 of your shadow clones at once? No matter how much I try, I can't do that. Well, that was a different jutsu from what you've learned. It's a forbidden jutsu. Yukihiro replied. But seeing this demotivated expression, he continued, but I can't teach you this jutsu once you've mastered kenjutsu to a satisfactory level, meaning you can land a hit on me. Kida smiled and said, don't forget your promise, sensei. After making his shadow clones, Kida and Yukihiro resumed their sparring session. This time, Kida lasted a bit longer. By now, he had learned how to link his attacks and retain his balance, though these were basic skills. However, they were the foundation of any kenjutsu style. While Yukihiro and Kida sparred, their clones were also training with each other. For mastering any kenjutsu style, a strong foundation is essential. After 5 hours, Kida was given another break. This time, he took 2 hours to disperse his clones and organize the memories from their training. They had been sparring with each other or against Yukihiro's clones, making countless mistakes and learning from them. This cycle continued for 3 days straight. Every 5 hours, Kida was given a break, during which he would disperse his clones and absorb new kenjutsu knowledge. His progress was promising, while Yukihiro could easily overpower him, Kida was steadily improving. By 4 a.m. on the third day, Yukihiro said, Kida, that's enough for today. You can go home now. Remember to eat twice as much as you usually do before going to sleep. Kida was too tired to question the reason behind this, so he simply thanked Yukihiro and headed toward his house. Since he had already dispersed his clones, he didn't have to wait 2 more hours. At the gate, he came up with a genius idea. He created 2 shadow clones, one used the transformation jutsu to transform into a cart with a seat, while the other pulled the cart. Kida sat on the cart and made his way home. On the way, he stopped at his usual restaurant and ordered twice his usual serving. He devoured it like a beggar who had been starving for weeks, then ordered another serving and ate it the same way. Now he was sure he couldn't eat another grain of rice. He paid the bill and left for his house, where he met Yami, who was just about to leave for her training. Chapter 43, Kenjutsu Kida paid the bill and left for home, where he met Yami, who was just about to leave for her training. Hi, Yami. How's your training going? Kida asked. Leave that aside. You actually trained for 3 days straight. What about your health? Didn't we promise each other that we wouldn't be reckless anymore? Yami's face was full of concern as she spoke. Don't worry, Yami. Sensei gave me a pill that keeps a person awake and full of energy for 3 days straight, with only one downside, a full day of exhaustion. Because of this, today is my holiday. Who said I was worried about you, idiot? Yami retorted before storming off. I will never understand her, Kida thought as he headed toward his bed for some much-needed sleep. Kida fell asleep at 5 a.m., and when he woke up, the clock showed 1. He assumed it was 1 p.m. and that he had slept for 8 hours straight. But when he got out of bed to stretch, he was shocked to see that it was dark outside. He hadn't slept for just 8 hours, he had been asleep for a full 20 hours. This was surprising, as in both of his lives, he had never slept that long. Now he understood why Yukihiro-sensei told him to eat twice his normal serving, because he knew Kida would be out for such a long time. It made sense now. The 20 hours of sleep was due to the compound exhaustion of 3 days of exercise. Kida went to his fridge, unsurprised to find only nutrient bars inside. He took out a few and ate them. With nothing else to do, he meditated for 2.5 hours, then sent his clones in different directions to buy things for breakfast. At 4 a.m., Yami woke up, not because of her alarm but because of the smell of breakfast coming from Kida's house. She quickly completed her morning routine, and just as she was about to open the gate, the bell rang. Yami, I made breakfast for both of us, so don't eat a nutrient bar right now. After you freshen up, come to my room for breakfast. I'm ready now, let's go. Yami replied, excitement apparent on her face. Kida just nodded, and they went to his house. One of Kida's clones opened the door and served breakfast while another cleaned the kitchen utensils. I'm really glad you learned the shadow clone jutsu. This is the best way to use it. Yami said. Kida just laughed at this. After breakfast, they headed to the training area. Yukihiro was once again waiting for them. He handed Kida another soldier pill, and another 3-day sparring session began. Kida could feel the improvement in himself. Yukihiro was surprised that Kida hadn't complained about his teaching methods. It wasn't the first time he had taught someone, and most of his students would usually complain about only learning the basics, which they could have learned on their own. But Kida was different, he did exactly what he was told without question. Occasionally, he would ask for clarification, but it was mostly about their duels and how he could rectify his mistakes. Yukihiro was also impressed by Kda's talent. He was now confident that Kda could handle any non-ninja swordsman on his own. Although ninjas were a different case, Kda had only been practicing for 6 days. Yukihiro was starting to believe that Kda might not only reach his level in the future but might even surpass him. After another 3 days of continuous practice, Kda slept for 21 hours straight. After a hearty breakfast, he made his way back to the training area with Yami. This time, the training was different. Yukihiro's clone taught Kda how to parry and defend against attacks. They spent a full day on this before resuming their duels. But this time, it was more interesting. Yukihiro started attacking Kda, so Kda had to block his attacks as well as launch his own. For 2 days straight, they sparred against each other, day and night. On the last day, with only 10 hours left before Kda had to rest for a day, Yukihiro gave him a break. Kda realized that while his growth was apparent, he still hadn't learned what he originally wanted to when he asked to learn Kenjutsu. He wanted to learn Chakra flow, the technique of coating your weapon in Chakra to make it super deadly. He only had 15 days with Yukihiro at the start, and now only one more round of 3 days of training was left before Yukihiro would leave for a mission. Kda decided to ask if he was ready to learn Chakra flow or if there was something else he needed to do. He approached Yukihiro and asked, "Sensei, I read about Chakra flow in the library, and I was curious about it. It was written that Chakra flow makes Kenjutsu capable of competing against Ninjutsu and Ganjutsu, but you haven't taught me anything about it yet. Am I not qualified enough to learn it?" "Kda, I think you have a misunderstanding. It's not Chakra flow that makes Kenjutsu powerful, it's the user. No matter how powerful or sharp a sword is, it can't kill the opponent if the wielder isn't strong enough. As for Chakra flow, it's not that difficult, but the problem is your sword. Let me give you an example." Yukihiro picked up Kda's sword but paused just before channeling his Chakra into it, remembering the sword's price. He set the sword down and, with a poof, 2 swords emerged from the bracelet he was wearing. He picked one up and passed his Chakra into it. Slowly, the sword started glowing red. Yukihiro swung the sword at a boulder, slicing through it like a hot knife through butter. But as it exited the boulder, the sword began to melt down. The reason you can't learn Chakra flow is because. Chapter 44, Person with Cheats. The reason you can't learn Chakra flow is that a normal sword resists the flow of Chakra. It's a minor nuisance with other elemental Chakra, which can be overcome by flowing more Chakra into the sword. However, with fire Chakra, the resistance causes the sword to start melting due to the excess heat produced by the fire Chakra. "So, Sensei, you don't use Chakra flow in your Kenjutsu?" Kda asked. "No, I do use Chakra flow in my fights, but as I said, normal swords can't handle fire Chakra. That's why I use a special sword," Yukihiro explained, taking out his sword. "This sword is made of Chakra metal. It's more expensive than gold due to its special properties. It doesn't restrict Chakra flow at all, in fact, it aids it. I had to complete many life-threatening missions to afford this, but it was worth it," Yukihiro said, a hint of pride in his voice. "But Sensei, what is so different about Chakra metal compared to normal metal?" Kda asked, genuinely curious. "Swords made of Chakra metal contain Chakra veins, which help the Chakra flow through the sword, something normal metal swords lack." Hearing this, Kda remembered something. He could easily transform into another person or animal with Chakra veins, so if he could transform into animals with Chakra veins, why not transform into a Chakra metal sword with Chakra veins? "Sensei, can you please give me that sword?" Kda asked. Seeing no problem with the request, Yukihiro handed his sword to Kda. Kda took the sword and passed his Chakra through it. It was just normal Chakra, but he was surprised by how easily it flowed through the sword. Then, he made a shadow clone, which transformed into a sword. Yukihiro saw this and smiled. Kda wasn't the first to try this. Many other ninjas had tried and failed. The transformation jutsu may form a sword, but it can't replicate the Chakra veins. Yukihiro decided to explain this to Kda. "Kda, it's not possible to replicate a Chakra metal sword with the transformation jutsu. Many have tried before." But just as he was in the middle of explaining, Kda picked up the transformed sword. When he passed his Chakra through it, a smile formed on his face. He handed the sword to Yukihiro. Not understanding why Kda was doing this, Yukihiro took the sword and asked, "Why are you giving me this sword?" Displeasure was apparent in his voice, as Kda had not listened to his explanation. "Sensei, please try to flow your Chakra through the sword," Kda said, the smile never fading from his face. Puzzled by Kda's actions, Yukihiro still decided to flow his Chakra into the sword. Huh? He couldn't form the words. He even disrupted his Chakra to confirm he wasn't in a Ganjutsu, but the result was just as unbelievable. A Chakra metal sword costs millions of the amount a ninja earns after completing many S-rank missions, each time risking their life. Even then, the Hokage himself has to commission a sword to get one. And Kda just made a sword in 1 second. How could he believe this? Yukihiro looked at Kda and then back at the sword in his hand. He passed his chakra through it again, and the result was the same. This time, he passed fire chakra into the sword, and once again, it behaved like a sword made of chakra metal. He continued to flow his fire chakra into the sword, even increasing the input to see if it would be destroyed, but the sword held up no matter how much fire chakra he channeled into it. It didn't melt, just like any chakra metal sword. He then sliced the same boulder again, and the sword held up. Yukihiro returned the sword to Kda and looked up at the sky. "Fuck you," he muttered, cursing his luck. He had to suffer so much to get his sword, but the boy in front of him could get one practically for free. And not just one. Kda was a walking factory of chakra metal weapons, able to make them anytime he wanted. To say Yukihiro wasn't jealous would be a lie. He looked at Kda and said, "We are going to meet Lord Hokage." Kda, seeing Yukihiro's reaction, said nothing. After 30 minutes, 2 swords were placed on Hiruzen's table. "Can anyone at least explain to me what happened?" Hiruzen asked. Seeing Yukihiro's sullen face was new, even for him. "Please flow your chakra into both of these swords, Lord Hokage." Hiruzen did as asked, but he didn't find anything wrong with the swords, except that one was leaking a little chakra unusual, but nothing too big to disturb him like this. But then he remembered that Yukihiro only had a single chakra metal sword. "Yukihiro, where did you get this second chakra metal sword?" With a firm expression, Yukihiro replied, "Hokage, I would like to discuss this in private." Hiruzen nodded and waved his hand, and suddenly 4 Anbu ninjas left his office, closing the door behind them. Hiruzen activated a silence seal so that their discussion couldn't be overheard by anyone else. Yukihiro then looked at Kda and said, "Kda, disperse your clone." Poof! Immediately, one of the swords on Hiruzen's table disappeared. Hiruzen wasn't an idiot, far from it. He quickly understood what had happened. He had been surprised when he first saw Kda transform into animals with well-defined chakra veins. But this was different. Even though these swords would disperse in 10 to 24 hours, depending on how much chakra a clone was made of, and couldn't be given to a ninja for a mission that might take weeks to complete, during a time of war, Kda alone could change the direction of the conflict with this ability. "This will be a secret, and you are not allowed to share it with anyone else," Hiruzen said in a serious tone. Kda didn't understand at first why they were making such a big deal out of it. Seeing his confusion, Hiruzen chuckled and said, "Kda, our village has 3,000 ninjas right now, and 1,000 of them use weapons in their fights. How many do you think have a weapon made of chakra metal?" Kda thought for a moment, considering how expensive chakra metal was. "Maybe around 100 or so?" "No, only 12 ninjas have weapons made of chakra metal." "Now tell me, how many weapons can you make that work the same as chakra metal weapons?" Kda paused for a moment, understanding the implications of Hiruzen's words. Then he said, 24. "Right. You alone can increase Hidden Leaf Village's strength many times over in a war. Now, what do you think other villages would do if they heard about this?" Kda quickly understood why Hiruzen had said to keep it a secret. "I understand, Grandpa. I will keep it a secret." Hiruzen nodded and ordered them to return to their training. Hiruzen had initially considered reading Kda's memories to check if he was hiding anything, but he quickly discarded the thought. Reading memories could be dangerous and cause mental harm. Kda had now become too valuable to risk losing such a powerful card. Chapter 45, Deadly Training. Hiruzen initially wanted to read Kda's memories to check if he was hiding something, but he quickly discarded the thought. Reading memories can be dangerous and harmful to a person mentally. Kda had now become too valuable to risk losing, and Hiruzen didn't want to jeopardize such a powerful card. While Hiruzen was pondering this, Kda and Yukihiro arrived at the training area, though they hadn't yet started their training. "Kda, I think we need to change our plan now. Since you have access to a chakra metal sword, we need to start different training," Yukihiro said. "You're going to teach me chakra flow now?" Kda asked, his eyes practically glowing with excitement. "Yes, but chakra flow is quite deadly, so you won't be doing the training yourself. We'll sit and watch your clone practice while I guide you on how to correct any mistakes it makes." Kda nodded, too excited to argue. Chakra flow had become too powerful in his mind to ignore, especially with his fire chakra. Kda quickly made 24 shadow clones, and half of them used the transformation jutsu to become swords. Needless to say, chakra metal swords. But this time, their design was different from Yukihiro's sword. It was based on the memories from his previous life, from a game he used to play as a child. A completely black sword with a wavy pattern, truly a beauty. Even Yukihiro was impressed by the sword. He took one and passed his fire chakra through it. Not seeing any problem with the sword, heck, it was even better than his sword, Since he wasn't able to afford to have pure Chakra metal sword, and only had one made up of alloy while Kda's sword also a copy of alloy 1, the Chakra flow was better due to lower number of irregularity which arise during mixing two metal. Yukihiro used that sword for 5 minutes to perform various slash and then they moved on to the next phase of the training. Each of Kda's clones picked up a sword and began trying to pass fire Chakra through it. This wasn't very difficult due to their constant training during fire Chakra control exercises. The real problem started during their sparring session. Just a small scratch or even a graze from the sword would disperse the clone. It got to the point where, within just 10 minutes, only 6 clones remained. Since Kda only had 8 hours before the effects of the soldier pill would wear off, he continuously made new clones one by one for 7 hours. Finally, Yukihiro stopped him from continuing any further. Kda returned home, eating 4 times his usual serving due to the extreme exhaustion he felt this time. After a solid 22-hour sleep, he woke up feeling as fresh as a daisy. For the first time, Kda woke up with a peaceful smile instead of the usual urgency to train. When he first came into this world, he was extremely happy at the prospect of living a life free of the constant pain that haunted every second of his previous life. But living a normal life was never an option in the ninja world. If you don't have the power to protect it, you could be sacrificed for the greater good, and you're supposed to feel happy about that. Fuck that. But if you have enough power, nothing can stop you from living the way you want. Though he hasn't reached that level of power yet, Kda had gained something more. He had become important to Hidden Leaf Village. Now, at least, he didn't have to worry about Hidden Leaf Village's higher-ups screwing over his life anymore. Not openly, at least. As for power, he could now see that if he continued his training at this pace, he could reach Jonin level in 3 to 4 years at most. Sorting out his thoughts, Kda got up from his bed and once again sent his clone shopping. After having a hearty breakfast with Yami, they returned to training. Yami had also completed her elemental training, and she would take a soldier pill today so she could learn 5 elemental jutsu in the 3 days she had with her sensei. Upon reaching the training area, Kda wasn't surprised to find Yukihiro waiting for him. Recently, their bond had deepened. Before, Kda would train on his own and only talk to Yukihiro after completing his training. Now, things were different. Yukihiro was actively teaching him, and due to the miraculous effects of the soldier pill, Kda had almost spent a year with Yukihiro by the end of 15 days, if you took the clone memories into account. No doubt, ninjas grow up fast due to chakra. Their bodies mature quickly and remain in their prime for a long time. As for mental age, Kda thought he was already 14 to 15 years old, considering the time his clones were active. This thought was a little frightening. For the next 3 days, Kda kept creating new clones to practice chakra flow. Since they couldn't even afford a single scratch on their bodies, the clones were developing extreme defense. Their offense was already high due to fire chakra flow. As stated previously, no other elemental chakra is as destructive as fire chakra. Slowly, Kda was becoming a very scary opponent in Kenjutsu, without even realizing it. At the end of the 3rd day, Kda's clones were able to spar for 30 minutes before dispersing. Though the time may not seem much, during that period, they didn't even get a scratch on their bodies. When only 2 hours remained, Yukihiro called Kda over and said, Chapter 46, Training ends at the end of the 3rd day. Kda's clones were able to spar for 30 minutes before they got dispersed. Though the time may not seem like much, it was enough for them to avoid even a single scratch on their bodies. With 2 hours remaining, Yukihiro called Kda over and said, Kda, you have outperformed my expectations, and I am really happy to have you as my student. Sensei, please don't say it completely. It sounds like a total death flag. Smack. Yukihiro smacked Kda's head and said, don't joke around and listen carefully. Even though you've done great in training so far, and I'm sure none of your friends can compete with you in terms of strength, you're still nothing compared to a veteran ninja. So don't get cocky and get yourself killed, okay? Yes, Sensei. Kda had never once gotten cocky, as even though he had chakra reserves similar to a jonin, his strength was nowhere near that level. For example, if a truck and a motorbike have the same amount of fuel and they collide with each other, the motorbike will be thoroughly crushed, not the truck. Even though Kda had the same amount of fuel, chakra, as some jonin, he was nowhere near their strength level. Suddenly, a thought crossed his mind. Sensei, how many shadow clones can you make at most? With a cheeky smile, Yukihiro answered, I can make 85 plus shadow clones at a time. Can every jonin make that many shadow clones? If you want to compare your chakra reserves to theirs, no. Many can make 40 at most. Some jonin can only make 25 to 30, but they shouldn't be underestimated. Their strength lies in different areas than just chakra reserves. As for your father, he had so much chakra that he could easily make 150 shadow clones. He should have been promoted to jonin, but due to some clans, he was held back. Ha! Listening to his father, De felt a bitter twinge, but he was sure the clan Yukihiro was talking about was the Uchiha clan. Knowing that his father was so strong made De very happy, and a desire to surpass even his father emerged within him. Anything else you want to ask? Sensei, will you teach me again after your mission, or is this our last training session? De asked. Well, you can always ask me any questions you have whenever I'm in the village. As for training like this, it will be difficult because Lord Hokage keeps giving me one mission after another since our village is currently lacking in ninja population. But nobody knows the future, so let's see what happens. Anything else? No, Sensei. You don't want to learn the multi-shadow clone jutsu? No, Sensei. When I can land a hit on you, then I'll learn that jutsu. That was the deal, and I'll follow it. Haha, great. Now come here and take off your shirt. De watched Yukihiro with suspicious eyes. Don't look at me like that, brat. I don't swing that way. I have something for you. De nodded and took off his shirt. Yukihiro took out a seal from his pocket and placed it on De's back. Now, pass your chakra into the seal and don't resist the mental pull you'll feel. Yes, Sensei. If anyone other than Yukihiro had said that to De, he would have run away. But he had started to trust Yukihiro, so he did as he was told. Slowly, the seal dissolved into his back. De could feel in his mind that he now had control over the seal. Confused, he looked to Yukihiro for an explanation. This is a training seal. Since you're still in your growing phase, you shouldn't use weights for your training, as it may hinder your growth. That's where this seal comes into play. You can increase gravity on your body, making it feel like you're carrying some weight around. The max weight this can produce is 350 kilograms, but you'll have to start with 10 kilograms and gradually increase the weight day by day while doing physical exercise. You can control the weight with your mind, just channel your chakra into the seal, and you can adjust it. This will help you get stronger. It's my parting gift for you. Though De was mostly unaware of the market value of the seal, he knew it was costly. Sensei, how much did it cost? You don't have to worry about that, brat. When your elder gives you something, just accept it. Now, why don't we go out to eat? No, wait, Sensei, I'll also prepare a parting gift for you. Haha, okay. De quickly made 10 clones and sent them to his house. They used the wind instantaneous movement jutsu to get there. After half an hour, one of De's clones dispersed. De was listening to stories about different missions Yukihiro had gone on when he received the memory and said, Sensei, it's ready. Please come with me. They both made their way to De's house. Yukihiro was surprised to see what De had prepared. He had made many dishes for them, including steak, burgers, pudding, biryani, and even beer for Yukihiro. You can cook? Yukihiro asked. Yes, Sensei, I learned a little. Since both of them were hungry, they started eating. After 10 minutes, the bell rang. One of De's clones went to answer it. Hey! How dare you eat alone, you bastard! I was waiting for you to call me, you scoundrel! Yami's curse came to a sudden halt when she saw that Yukihiro was also sitting there. Ha, we're sorry for not calling you earlier. Please, come join us. Yukihiro said. With a face as red as a ripe tomato, Yami sat on the same side as De. Now that I think about it, are you guys planning on getting married? Yami's face somehow turned even redder. She looked to De for an answer. De, with a similar blush, said, Is the beer affecting your mind, Sensei? How can you ask such things to children? Hey, you guys are now genin. Though you're younger, you're considered adults in the ninja world. While no one usually marries at such a young age as it may hinder future growth, no one can stop you if you want to. Author's note, and if anyone doubts this, think about it, genin can kill on their missions, but you think they can't marry because they're too young? Of course not. If they're allowed to kill, then who's going to stop them from being with someone they love? But if you think otherwise, feel free to share your thoughts, Yukihiro said while drinking beer from his cup. Seeing that no one was going to reply, he continued, Well, it depends on you guys. But since your training is now over, report to Lord Hokage the day after tomorrow, okay? Both of them nodded their heads without saying anything. After that, they finished their meal, and Yukihiro left after another farewell. Yami left for her house without saying anything. De, too, was tired and fell asleep after thinking for a while about what Yukihiro had said. After sleeping for 22 hours, De woke up at 3 a.m. Without wasting any time, he headed toward his previous training location to try out the new seal he had been given. Chapter 47, D-Rank Missions. After sleeping for 22 hours, De woke up at 3 a.m. Without wasting any time, he went to his previous training location to try out the new seal Yukihiro had given him. First, as instructed, he set the weight to 10 kilograms and started doing push-ups. After just a few reps, he began to feel the effects of the weight, and a question arose in his mind: how much weight is my limit? To answer that, Kda started to slowly increase the weight. At 25 kilograms, the effect of the weight became apparent. He walked around a little bit and continued to increase it. At 50 kilograms, he started having difficulty walking. At 75 kilograms, he was walking at a literal crawling pace. 100 kilograms was his limit. In the end, he coated his whole body in chakra, and with its help, he was able to move with 100 kilograms, though it was at the same pace as when he was carrying 50 kilograms. He continued his exercise like this, and after 1 hour, his chakra reserve was halved. He stopped using chakra and reduced the weight to 10 kilograms. Pain. A huge amount of pain assaulted his body. Even though the chakra had allowed him to exercise while carrying 100 kilograms, it wasn't something his body could normally handle. His body was taking all the damage, while chakra was providing enough power to do the exercise as well as slowly healing the damage. He coated his body in chakra again and just lay there. Now that the chakra was only working on healing his body, his recovery sped up, and in 30 minutes, he was good to go. Kta went back to his house. Since they had a huge feast the day before, he decided to just eat a nutrient bar. Due to constant eating out and other expenses, their balance had dropped to 9,540 ryo from 24,000 ryo. They hadn't received their monthly allowance for this month, so he decided to stick with the nutrient bar for now. Since their training had just ended, Yami didn't came to Kalkda for morning training, and Kda did the same. At 6 a.m., both of them got ready and went to the Hokage's office. Since Hiruzen was expecting them, they didn't have to wait long. Congratulations to both of you. You've completed your elemental training, and Kda, you even learned Kenjutsu too. Very good, very good. Thank you, Grandpa. Both of them said. As you know, there was a plan to have 4 parts in your academy training, after which you would become Genin. You've already completed 3 parts. But for the 4th part, where you would learn a specialization, you'll have to wait. After you complete some missions and gain practical experience, then you can choose your specialization. Before both of them could fully comprehend it, Hiruzen started speaking again. You were already promoted to Genin earlier, remember? With sudden realization, both of them said, yes, Grandpa. Being a Genin means you are now adults, so you will no longer receive a stipend like before. On the other hand, you can take missions from the assignment desk at the academy. Though you can only take D-rank missions for now, when there's another ready to be promoted to Genin, and your team can get a 3rd member, I'll assign you a sensei, and you can take C-rank missions too. Oh. I forgot to ask if you even want to be in a team or not. Yami swiftly said, we want to be on the same team, Lord Hokage. Kda just nodded his head. Ha ha ha, okay. Hiruzen knew this, but due to his manipulative habits, he had to make himself look like a loving grandpa to the children. Hence, such antics, which Kda understood. Kda was always more careful around Hiruzen than even Danzo because of these manipulative tendencies. Also, you can only take missions together, no solo missions allowed. Yes, Grandpa. After talking about some nonsense about the Will of Fire for a while, they were allowed to leave. When they were outside the Hokage's office, Kda turned to Yami. Yami, let's check out some missions now. Our balance is very low, so let's earn some money. Kda said, and Yami could have sworn there was money written in his eyes. Okay. She had never once asked about money. Kda managed the expenses for both of them. They went to the academy desk and presented their Genin cards. Normally, they wouldn't be able to take any missions without a Chunin or Jonin as their sensei, but due to special permission from the Hokage, they could. How many maximum missions can we take at a time? Kda asked. Normally, such a question wasn't asked, since new Genin usually didn't want to do D-rank missions as they were normal chores. At max, you can take 8 missions, and after completing them, you can take more. Okay. Kda went ahead and picked 8 normal missions like transporting things, cutting trees, and even cleaning cows. Yami, make 7 shadow clones. Kda said. Yami instantly understood why Kda had taken 8 missions. Normally, they wouldn't be allowed to use any jutsu during D-rank missions, but since there was no one to stop them, they decided to use it to their heart's content. Kda also made 7 shadow clones but with double the amount of chakra so that if they needed to use chakra during the mission, his clones could handle it. After sending the clones off to their respective missions, Kda and Yami each went on one mission themselves to avoid any objections about misusing their jutsu to earn money. The mission they chose involved transporting objects from one place to another. It paid the most, and upon reaching the location, they understood why. There were so many items that they would have to make multiple trips to transfer everything if they weren't allowed to use chakra. They quickly made 4 shadow clones. two used the transformation jutsu to turn into a cart and a buffalo, and the other two started loading the items. Kda went to inform the contractor that they would be transferring all the objects at once. The contractor was a middle-aged man with an average face and build. He looked like a typical next-door neighbor. Kda showed him the request paper and said, "Sir, we'll be transferring all the items at once. You may check to ensure nothing is left behind." The man didn't quite understand what Kda was saying, as there were so many items that he had to hire a ninja. Otherwise, the only other option was a more expensive cart. When he reached the loading area, he was shocked to see someone who looked exactly like Kda loading the items onto the cart. However, he wasn't new to the ninja world and quickly understood that the person must have used some jutsu. Sir, we can't afford the cart. My name is Kda, and you don't have to worry about the cart, the price is the same." "Oh, okay. My name is Shomi." When all the items were loaded, the contractor came to Kda and asked, "Kda-san, can we sit on the cart with the items?" Not seeing any problem with that, Kda agreed. Then, a girl peeked out from behind the man. "Oh, this is my daughter, Amaya. She's 12 this year." Both Kda and Yami were shocked to hear this, as they were just 8, and they looked older than her. "Hey, my name is Yami, and I'm 8 this year." Seeing the confused look on his daughter's face, Shomi explained that ninjas grow up quickly. After a small introduction, they departed for their destination. Along the way, Ayam kept stealing glances at Kda, but he ignored her. Yami, seeing this, became happy. When they reached the location, they unloaded the items and got the contractor's signature to confirm the mission's completion. By then, all their clones had completed their missions. They all met in front of the academy, and Kda collected all the papers that signified the completion of the missions. He went ahead and submitted all the papers, then took on new missions. The instructor was baffled, as he had expected them to complete these missions in at least 3 days. Similarly, they completed the next 8 missions as well. Since it was 6 p.m. by the time they finished, they didn't take on any more missions. Chapter 48, Love? They had already earned 6,500 ryo from 16 missions. They could have earned more, but the village took a large percentage of the mission fees. Still, 6,500 ryo was not a small amount. It was already more than 1.5 times their monthly stipend. After returning to their house, they received a notice stating that the duration for which their house had been allotted for free was over. Starting next month, if they wanted to continue living in the house, they would have to pay 2,000 ryo each month for each house. "What should we do now?" Yami asked Kda. "Well, we have 8 days to think about it since we'll have to pay rent from next month. Let's continue doing missions for now, and in between, we'll search for another house. If we find a better one, we'll move out, otherwise, we'll have to pay 4,000 ryo per month. In both cases, there's nothing to worry about." After that, they went to the training area to practice their new jutsu. Though they had learned it, to make it battle-ready, they had to master all 5 jutsu. After practicing for 3 hours straight, they both went back to their house and slept. For the next 3 days, this became their daily routine. In the morning, they would do physical exercise for 4 hours, during which Kda would increase his exercise weight by 3 kilograms. After that, they would complete D-rank missions, a total of 16 per day, earning them 6,000 to 6,500 ryo. In the evening, they would focus on jutsu training. On the 4th day, while choosing a mission, Kda was surprised to see the payment for one mission. The task was simple: cutting the grass in a garden, but the payment was 5 times that of a normal D-rank mission. "Sir, why does this mission pay so much?" "Oh, this is a mission from a noble. They always pay more, but their completion requirements are also tougher. If you're planning to take this mission, be wary of whatever they say. Nobles have silver tongues and can be very manipulative." Kda nodded and took the mission, along with 7 others. He decided to do the noble's mission himself and send clones to complete the others. When they reached the mission location, it was a large bungalow that could be described as a mini palace. They rang the bell, and a butler answered. "We're here for the mission. Please wait a minute," the butler said in a very respectful tone. After checking the paperwork, he nodded and asked them to follow him. He then took them to a garden the size of a football field. "You just have to cut the grass and place it in that corner." Kda and Yami were pleasantly surprised. Though the garden was a bit large, they could complete the work quickly using Chakra. But the butler added, "You are not allowed to use any jutsu for this, according to my lady." He pointed toward the balcony where a blonde girl sat under an umbrella, watching them. Kda understood that this mission had been posted by her purely for entertainment. But since they had already accepted the mission, Kda and Yami simply nodded and got to work. What could have been completed in 20 to 30 minutes took 3 hours because the princess demanded perfection in her garden. When they finished, she came to the garden. "What is your name?" she asked Kda. "My name is Kda, and she is Yami." She didn't even look at Yami and said, "You completed the work very early. Very good. As a reward, I will double the payment." Just as they were about to be happy, she continued, "But on one condition." She pointed toward her red lips. "I want a kiss," she said, looking at Da. Da's brain stopped working for a moment. The request was that ridiculous. He looked at the lady again. She was around 18 to 19 years old, with a fit body, a slightly heart-shaped face, and her lips being the most striking feature. With an ample blossom, she looked gorgeous in her blue dress. For a moment, Da even thought of accepting the request and going for the kiss, but he suddenly remembered the instructor's warning, "Be wary of the nobles." "I'm sorry, I can't do that." She was almost sure Da would accept her request, but when he said no, she turned to her butler. "Give them the sign and throw them out of my property." "Yes, my lady." The butler signed the paper and sent them on their way. Da looked at Yami, only to find her a bit gloomy. "Don't take her words to heart. Nobles are just like that. We still got so much money, let's eat something nice." Da tried to cheer her up. "Let's go for a walk." "Okay, once we submit this report, we'll go for a walk." Once again, all of their clones were waiting at the academy gate for them. Da submitted the paper and dispersed all the clones. "Let's go." They walked in total silence for an hour, slowly reaching the top of the Hokage rock. Yami sat in the corner, and Da sat beside her. Why did you take so long to say no to her? Da understood she was talking about the recent incident, but he couldn't exactly say that he wanted to kiss her. Could he? Yeah, I was just thinking of how to say no politely. He lied through his teeth. You wanted to kiss her? Yami said angrily. When she heard the request for a kiss, Yami was 100% sure that Da would reject her. But when he didn't reply immediately, she looked at him and saw he was staring at the noble girl's lips. Yami felt insecure, jealous, and angry, even though he denied it in the end. Da wanted to kiss her. Am I right? Ha. Yes, I'm sorry. Seeing that he couldn't lie, he outright accepted it. You moron, asshole, fetus. Yami said, looking away. After 5 minutes, she mumbled something inaudible. What? Da asked. Again, something inaudible. Can you please say it a little louder? I love you, you moron, and I will kill you if you kiss someone before me. She shouted. This time, Da was silent. He didn't know Yami was so brave. He had wanted to say that he loved her too, but he didn't have the courage. I love you too. Da said. Didn't know what to do in the moment, he just let go of his body and his mind went off. He moved his face closer to hers until they could feel each other's breath. Yami closed her eyes. Da slowly placed his lips on hers and remained like that for some time. Then he began gently sucking her lower lip, then her upper lip. Yami was too shy to move. The kiss lasted 1 minute. Though it was the first kiss for both of them, when they separated, Yami was completely red, and Da was on cloud 9, too happy to think of anything else. He had just had his first kiss. He hugged Yami, and they sat like that for quite some time. Their relationship has finally become official. Till now they both knew that they liked each other but never told each other that. Now everything changes. Chapter 49, Training is important. Da lay in bed after reaching his house, lost in thought. Till now, I was only focusing on getting stronger so that I could live a happy life this time. I was quite happy to get a second chance. My first life was miserable. I was a burden on my parents. They could have lived happily if they didn't have to pay my constant hospital bills. Living with constant pain in my whole body was worse. I'm sure Mom and Dad would have been sad after hearing about my death, but it was good for both of them. When I got a second life, no matter if it was in a world where you can be killed just because someone's mood was off, still I was happy to get a second chance. That's why I wanted to get stronger, so I could live a happy and long life this time. But I think living in the moment is something I have never done in either of my lives. Ha ha ha. Yami is my girlfriend now, right? Should I treat her differently? I never had a girlfriend, and is it even right to have a 8-year-old girlfriend? Even if it is acceptable in this world, we are still children, so we can't do any naughty things. Surely not, but since we already kissed, kissing should be alright, right? While Da was having such thoughts, Yami was doing the same. I was planning to say this for so long, and I said it in such a way. Who says I love you when they're angry? What will he think about me? And now that we are in a relationship, will we do all those things in the Kikken novel? They both slept that night with a blush on their faces. The next morning. Hey, Da. Hey, Yami. Awkward silence. Yami, let's stay like we were before until we grow up. We're just 8. Let's wait until we become adults before doing anything. Da said in one breath. But we already kissed. Yami said, looking away. Yes. But let's just stop at kissing. We won't do anything else until we're adults, okay? So, Kissing is okay? Yami asked, her face turning beet red. I guess. Da thought. At least I'm not the only pervert here. After agreeing to wait until they were at least physically older than 18 years, they resumed their daily routine. After a 4-hour-long physical exercise session, they went to take missions from the mission assignment desk. After completing 16 missions for the day, they didn't return to their house but rather went to search for a new one. Without any discussion, it was already decided that they were searching for one house, not two. For the sake of it, they were searching for a house with 2 bedrooms. After some time, they found a 2 BHK flat ready to move in at 4,000 ryo. Although the price was the same, this flat was a lot better than their previous house and had a cozy feel to it. They decided on this flat and planned to move in at the end of the month. This flat, besides having a nice feel, was also in a good location 15 minutes walking distance from the academy, where they had to go continuously to take missions. It also had a training area nearby. Training areas were usually free and anyone could use them until someone booked them for their training, which was much better than some small forests where they used to train. On the morning of the first day of the next month, Kta woke up and made 5 shadow clones, each assigned to a different chore from cleaning to cooking breakfast, while he completed his morning routine. Yami woke up after some time and also made 2 shadow clones to clean her room before she started her morning routine. After taking care of their bathroom needs and brushing their teeth, they both went to the hall to eat breakfast. After kissing each other for a good 5 minutes, they started eating. Yami, I think we should take our training seriously. But we are training daily. Yami replied. Yes, but the training we did after eating the soldier pill was many times better than this. All I'm saying is, let's take a 4-day break from missions twice a month and train after eating a chakra pill. At the rate we're earning money, we can make 200,000 ryo a month, which is a lot. We don't need that much. Heck, even 100,000 ryo is too much for us for now. Walk? I don't. First, eat, then speak. Kda said. Okay. I don't have any problem with this, but where will we get soldier pills? Yami asked, filling her mouth with more food. Oh. Don't worry about them, they can be arranged at the mission assignment desk. I've seen him giving them to other ninjas. After finishing their food, they completed their morning exercise, then took a bath and went to take the mission. Sir, I would like to buy some soldier pills. Why do you want soldier pills? The mission distributor asked. I would like them for training. Oh. Okay, which ones do you want? Are there different types of soldier pills? Kda asked, confused. Soldier pills range between 1,500 ryo to 50,000 ryo, depending on the amount of chakra you have and your needs. Seeing that Kda was just a little boy, the distributor didn't told him about more potent one, which only Jonin used. Sorry sir, but I don't know which one I should choose. Can you please recommend one? Kda asked, trying to hide his shock after hearing the price. Okay, come here. The distributor placed his hand on Kda's chest, trying to sense his chakra. Needless to say, he was surprised by the amount. How does such a small boy have so much chakra? That's why Lord Hokage shows him favor. This boy is surely a genius. Seeing your chakra, you'll need at least the one costing 3,000 ryo, though the 2,000 ryo one will work too, but the exhaustion will be worse. Okay sir, I would like 2 soldier pills then. Alright, wait a minute. He went in and came out with a box containing 2 soldier pills. Kda took the pills as well as the mission, deciding to take the soldier pill tomorrow in a fully active state. How much is the booking fee for training area 33 for 3 days? Kda asked. It's 10,000 ryo. Then I would like to book it for 3 days starting tomorrow. Okay, I'll have the paperwork ready by the time you return from your mission. Kda and Yami completed 16 missions, did their training, and then went to sleep. Chapter 50, More Effort, More Reward. Pack your nutrient bar, Yami. We're not coming back to eat. Really? Can't we just take some time off, even to eat? No, it will break the flow and concentration. We can eat all we want after training is over. Now hurry up. Okay, coming. They went straight to training area 33 at 3 a.m. Since they had booked the area, they were the only ones there. Here's your soldier pill. Eat it and start your practice. You can call me if you have any problems, okay? Yes. Yami replied. Kda went to a different part of the training area and consumed his soldier pill. This is the same soldier pill that Yukihiro-sensei gave me, but I do wonder what the effect of a 50,000 ryo soldier pill would be. Well, I can always find out in the future. Now, let's make as many shadow clones as I can. He started making shadow clones. When he made the 24th shadow clone, he felt like he could make more, so he made one more, and another, and another. He made 27 shadow clones. In just 1 month, his chakra reserves had grown again. Happy with this discovery, Kida started his training. Since I have two things to train, and we're going to train twice a month, let's focus on Kenjutsu one time and Ninjutsu the other time. Kida sent one of his clones to look after Yami. The remaining shadow clones were split into two groups, half used the transformation jutsu to transform into swords made of chakra metal, while the other half took the swords and started Kenjutsu training. Seeing that one shadow clone was without a partner, as there were 13 clones, Kida dispersed that clone and made a new one with more chakra. You'll fight with two shadow clones at the same time so that we can gain experience in fighting multiple opponents. Okay. Kida didn't participate in the sparring himself. Instead, he decided to use this time differently. He coated his whole body in chakra from head to foot and started increasing the weight of the seal. Every 10 minutes, he increased the weight by 10 kilograms while running simultaneously. When he reached 120 kilograms, he finally stopped and continued to exercise with that weight. After 3 hours of continuous exercise, he lay on the ground and started circulating chakra in every part of his body while maintaining the chakra coating. Since he had pushed his body far beyond its capability, he was sure that once he stopped the chakra coating and circulation, the pain would be unbearable. Because of this, he continued his chakra coating and circulation for an hour straight. By now, all of his clones had been dispersed, some due to damage and others due to chakra exhaustion. Kida once again made 27 shadow clones, and they started their sparring session again, while Kida resumed his weight training, this time with a weight of 130 kilograms. While Kida was doing his torture comb training, his clones were sparring with each other, maintaining chakra flow in the swords. Due to the lethality of the attacks in this state, a clone would be dispersed even with a scratch from the sword, even though shadow clones can usually take some damage unlike normal clones. So Kida's clones instinctively began using a very advanced Kenjutsu technique where you spread your chakra around you and feel through it, acting like a sixth sense. Normally, a ninja has to master Kenjutsu and become a good sensor ninja to learn this technique, but out of necessity, Kida learned a tamer version of it. Thanks to this, his clones were able to dodge most of the attacks, and Kida's defense kept improving. For the full 3 days, Kida repeated this same pattern. When only 4 hours were left, Kida stopped his training and focused on recovery. Since the damage was too much and he knew that after 4 hours he would be unable to do anything, he halted his training and focused entirely on healing. He sent 4 shadow clones to make food for them. When Yami first started her training, she only did it because Kida said so. She was satisfied with her growth. As they had to continuously go to the academy to take missions, Yami found out that many of her previous classmates in the so-called elite class were still on the second part of their training, while she was already a gain-in. But Kida was never satisfied, so she decided to train with him. Aside from this, another reason she didn't want to train was that lightning jutsu was really hard. She was only able to learn one lightning jutsu in 3 days, while the other 4 jutsus she learned were water jutsu. Her sensei told her that she had to master this jutsu first before moving on to other lightning jutsus. This jutsu wasn't anything flashy, just throwing a spark from her hand. She could do that, but to master the jutsu, her attack had to travel more than 30 meters, and she could only reach 5 meters. Yami decided to focus on this jutsu first and learn other jutsu afterward. She could only make 14 shadow clones at most, but since she had to practice a jutsu that required a lot of chakra, she made 10 shadow clones and started practicing. By the end of the 3-day training, she was able to attack from 12 meters away, which was a major achievement. She decided to take this training seriously, as her daily training showed only fractional growth compared to this. Yami, let's go. The 3 days are almost over. Kida called to Yami. Okay. They both went back to their flat. After taking a much-needed bath alone, they ate the meal already prepared by Kida's clones. Up to this point, Kida had not stopped circulating chakra, fully devoted to healing his body. After eating, they went to sleep. This time, Kida slept for a full 24 hours. The exhaustion from such intense training was overwhelming. When he woke up, he stretched his body a little. Tat 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 tat. A very relaxing sound of bone cracking came from every stretch. His body was so stiff after that torture comb exercise. By the end of the 3 days, he was doing exercises while maintaining a weight of 230 kilograms. He decided to check whether it had any benefit or not, so he increased the weight of the seal from 0 to 35 kilograms and was able to move without much difficulty. Slowly, he increased the weight, and by the time he reached 180 kilograms, it became too difficult to move. Seeing the improvement, he was very satisfied. He made 10 shadow clones to clean the house and cook food. After completing his bathroom routine and brushing his teeth, he went to the hall to eat breakfast and found Yami already waiting at the dinner table. Good morning, Yami. Good morning. Now hurry up, I'm dying of hunger here. Ha ha ha, okay. After that, They ate their breakfast in silence. So, was there any improvement after the training? Da asked after eating. Yes, these training sessions are more useful than I initially thought. I think I'll master my lightning jutsu in the next 2 sessions. Oh. That's great. Since they had already done enough training, Da and Yami skipped their morning exercise and went straight to take missions at 6 a.m. after resting some more. That day, they completed 24 missions, followed by some light training, and then went to sleep. Chapter 51, Training ends for the next 2 weeks. Da and Yami followed a similar routine, 4 hours of physical exercise, then 16 missions. They could rush and complete 24 missions, but since there was no urgent need for money, both decided to take their time. After that, it was 3 to 4 hours of ninjutsu training, followed by sleep of course, with many kisses in between. After 2 weeks, Da once again bought 2 soldier pills and booked Training Area 33 for 3 days. You remember the drill, call me if you have any problems, okay? Oh, are you free to listen to my problems? I thought you only talked with Iam now. Okay, come on, we've already talked about this. How long are you going to keep bringing it up? Humphrey. This was because, on one of their missions, they once again met with the same father-daughter pair. On the way to transporting their items, Iam kept talking to Da. Although Da found nothing wrong with it, Yami could smell a rival, so she kept pestering Da about talking to another girl. However, she was never serious about it, and Da knew that too. After a bit of bickering, Da went to a different area and ate his soldier pill. Since this time he had to focus on ninjutsu, he made 20 shadow clones after taking breaks in between, each with 10% of his chakra. The goal of the training was to reduce the hand signs and timing of his elemental jutsu. The first jutsu he focused on was the fireball jutsu. Since he already knew how to create a fireball, he just needed to learn how to throw it out without hand signs. All of his clones kept performing the jutsu to get a feel for how to mold it without hand signs. By the end of the day, while Da was doing his weight training, a clone dispersed. Da had succeeded in creating his first signless jutsu. He moved his hand in front of him, formed a fireball in 5 seconds, and threw it at a boulder 40 meters away. Okay, now it's time to move on to fire style, fire breath jutsu. He once again made 20 shadow clones, who began training in the fire breath jutsu. This jutsu would be super effective in ranged fights if he could make it signless and fast. This jutsu was more difficult, as he had to work on it from the basics, but in 1.5 days, he managed to make this jutsu signless as well. Since only half a day remained, Da focused on the wind blade jutsu, as it was the easiest for him to learn. He already knew how to create a wind blade and cut rocks with it. In half a day, this jutsu was also successfully learned. With these 3 jutsu, my offense is solid for now. Though I still need to work on reducing the time it takes to perform them, that can come later. But the problem is that there's always someone stronger in this world, so I need to perfect my remaining 2 jutsu. Other than making them signless, I need to make them as swift as possible. Now that I think about it, this is more important than other training. I should complete this first before working on any new jutsu. Da had already sent a clone to prepare food and went toward Yami. Yami, it's enough. Let's go back. Are 3 days already over? Yes, now hurry, we need to go back. Coming. After eating the food, they talked for a while before going to sleep. So, how's your progress, Yami? Not good. I thought I'd be able to reach 30 meters today, but by the end of the 3rd day, I only managed to reach 26 meters. Just 4 meters more to go. Don't worry. Next time, you master it completely. How were your results? Yami asked. I've made 3 of my jutsu signless, but I need to work on decreasing the casting time for each. For now, though, I'm thinking of focusing on my other 2 jutsu. They'll be useful in dangerous situations. You should also focus more on your defensive jutsu. But I'm close to fully learning this jutsu. Once I complete it, then I'll focus on the water shield. Obviously. After that, they went back to their rooms and fell into a deep sleep. 2 more weeks of missions followed, and they returned for another round of training. Yami, once you learn your lightning jutsu, focus on the water shield. I have a feeling that we'll have to go on more dangerous missions soon. Okay. This wasn't just a gut feeling. Da had recently heard news that many students were ready to be promoted to Geinin at the academy. As Hiruzen had mentioned, they'd be assigned a new teammate when a student graduated from the academy. Da wanted to perfect his remaining jutsu as soon as possible. He went to a different side of the training area and made 28 shadow clones, another increase in chakra reserve, each with 10% of his chakra, while taking breaks in between to recover. All of them started practicing the wind instantaneous movement jutsu while he continued his weight training. The wind instantaneous movement jutsu was on the harder side compared to other C-rank jutsu, so Kda had to invest a lot of time in making it signless. After 3 days of continuous training, he was barely able to make the jutsu signless, but it still took him 10 seconds to activate. In a battle where half a second could mean the difference between life and death, 10 seconds was far too long. However, since time was already up, they returned home and slept for 24 hours straight. This time, they decided to do another 3-day training session, as both were sure that they didn't have much training time left. Yami was able to reach 30 meters with her lightning attack and make the water shield jutsu signless, but the time to create the shield was still too long, and its defensive capabilities were lower than the water wall. She had to work on these in the next session. As for Kda, he focused solely on the wind instantaneous movement jutsu to make it faster and reduce the activation time. He even stopped his weight training to practice this jutsu so that his body would get used to it. After another 3 days, their jutsu reached an acceptable level. Satisfied, they headed back to their flat. Finally, my lightning jutsu and water shield jutsu are somewhat usable in fights. Yes, my wind instantaneous movement jutsu is also ready to be used in fight or flight situations. Now we can focus on other jutsu. They ate a meal fit for 8 people all by themselves and went to sleep. When the sun rose the next day, Kda and Yami decided to rest for the day and start doing missions tomorrow. Just as they were about to go out, an Anbu ninja appeared at their door. "Ding ding, Lord Hokage has summoned you to his office at 10 a.m. the ninja said, then used the body flicker jutsu to disappear. Kda and Yami looked at each other. Looks like our training days are coming to an end now, huh? Chapter 52, Team 13. Since they had 4 hours before they had to report to the Hokage's office, Kda and Yami decided to enjoy some Akiraku ramen in the meantime. They headed straight toward the shop. Ayam came to see who had arrived so early in the morning and was elated to find them. "Oh. Kda-san, Yami-san, welcome back. Where have you been for the last 3 months? We were training under our new sensei, and we've become super powerful now," Yami said. "Also, we were doing some missions. We're now Genin," Kda added with a proud smile. "Oh, that's great. So, what do you guys want to eat?" Ayam asked. "The usual. Coming right up. Now that I think about it, Ayam is a name shared by both her and the girl from the D-rank transport mission. Maybe that's why Kda was talking to her so much," Yami thought. After 30 minutes, Ayam and Taki came out with a hot bowl of miso ramen with all the toppings. They served it, and Kda and Yami ate until their stomachs were about to burst. They paid the bill and then headed toward the Hokage building, walking leisurely. On the way, they both wondered who would be their new teammate. They only had a single friend in the academy, everyone else just used to give them the cold shoulder. At 9:50, they reached the Hokage building and were surprised to find Ryota waiting there. "Hey, Ryota, how are you?" Kda asked. Ryota, upon hearing Kda, stood up from his seat, walked over to him, and punched him straight in the gut. "I'm fine, you asshole. You never visited us after your sudden graduation, and here I thought we were friends." Kda thought, Ryota's words hurt more than his punch. "I'm sorry, bro. We were really busy. Heck, we didn't even have time to sleep during our training under our new sensei," Kda said with a sad face. Bark Kiba also showed his displeasure at not receiving his treats and pats for such a long time. "Sorry to you too, buddy," Kda said, patting Kiba. Since he was expecting to meet them, Kda had brought some treats with him, which he gave Kiba as an apology. "Hey, Yami. Hey, Ryota." Yami and Ryota had a normal interaction since Ryota's anger was already over. This was one of the best things about members of the Inuzuka clan, they didn't hide their feelings. "Lord Third is calling you guys," the receptionist said, interrupting their reunion. They headed toward the Hokage's office. "Greetings, Lord Hokage." Ryota bowed to Hiruzen. "Good morning, Grandpa," Kda and Yami said, bowing slightly. "Good morning to all of you." "It seems Kenji's words were true. You three are well acquainted with each other," Hiruzen said, then looked toward Kda and Yami before continuing. "As you may have guessed already, Ryota will be your new teammate. He graduated from the academy in 1 week and completed his necessary D-rank missions to go on C-rank missions." "Yes, Grandpa, but who will be our team leader and new sensei?" Kda asked. "Oh, you know him very well," Hiruzen said. As if on cue, the office door opened, and Yukihiro walked in. "How are you doing, kids?" "Yukihiro-sensei," Kda said, pleasantly surprised. "Yes, he will be your new sensei," Hiruzen confirmed. "That's great," Kda exclaimed, while Yami was happy but thought it would have been even better if Taiki were there. Ryota was the most surprised by this news. "The famous fire sword is going to be our sensei?" Ryota exclaimed. "Ha ha ha, yes. Now, you three wait outside, I have something to discuss with Yukihiro. Hiruzen said. The three of them went outside of the office. Hey, what was that about the fire sword? Ba asked. You don't even know about that? He's one of the most powerful swordsmen in Hidden Leaf Village and had a bounty of 35 million ryo on his head in the bingo book. The higher your bounty, the more powerful you are. Some even say he's S rank in terms of kinjutsu. How do you guys know him? He's the one who taught me elemental jutsu and kinjutsu. Da said sheepishly, ashamed of not even knowing about his sensei. Now I'm not even angry about you not visiting me, just too jealous of you. Ryota said. Me too. Yami added. While they were discussing this, Hiruzen and Yukihiro were having a different conversation. Yukihiro, I had some Anbu ninja watch Kda's and Yami's progress, and the results were astounding. If we talk about Yami, she has enough strength to go toe-to-toe with any Chunin. As for Kda, his growth is monstrous. He can be compared to an elite Chunin, and I'm not saying Jonin only because of his inexperience. I don't see any problem with this, Lord Third. There is a very big problem with this. They have enough power but no experience and haven't even had their first kill. A ninja of their strength is being wasted doing nothing in such a turbulent time. I want you to take whichever mission you want and make sure they gain enough experience, including their first kill. Yes, Lord Third. Yukihiro left the office after that. Sensei, I didn't know you were so famous. Kda said when he saw Yukihiro coming toward them. Yes, I'm super cool. Now, leave that aside. We're all going to meet in training area 55 in 30 minutes. Don't be late. Yukihiro said and moved away using wind instantaneous movement jutsu. We better hurry if we don't want to be late. Ryota said. Though Kda could reach there within a minute using wind instantaneous movement jutsu, he decided to walk with his friend. They reached training area 55 10 minutes before the required time and were not shocked to find Yukihiro already standing there. Now that you guys are here, let's begin with our introductions. My name is Senju Yukihiro. I am a kenjutsu and ninjutsu user. I dislike people who don't value time. What I like is none of your business. I am Senju Kda. I am also a kenjutsu and ninjutsu user. I dislike wasting my time. I like utilizing my time most efficiently. I am Yami. I am a ninjutsu user. I like spending time with my friends and dislike staying away from them. I am Ryota Inuzuka. I am a ninjutsu and taijutsu user. I like spending time with my friend Kiba, and I dislike people with double faces. Good, but from now on, you also have one more identity, a member of Team 13. Since you guys already know each other, let's not waste time on team bonding. Doing missions together is the best team bonding exercise, according to me. Now, come here and take your mission kit. Yukihiro handed each of them a handguard with a symbol on it. Wear it and channel your chakra into it. They wore the handguards and channeled their chakra, surprised to find that the guards contain 12 shurikens, 4 kunai, ninja wire, and 60 nutrient bars. These handguards have storage seals in them. You can store 10 times the amount already present. Whenever you go on a mission, this is the basic requirement, your weapon and food for at least twice the duration of the mission. Yes, Sensei. I hope you guys are ready because we're going on a mission right now. Yukihiro said with a full grin on his face. Since Kda and Yami didn't have any problem with that, they agreed, but Ryota mentioned he had to notify his family. Okay, Ryota, tell them you'll be out for 3 days on an escort mission, and we'll all meet at the village gate in 2 hours. They all went back after that. Chapter 53, Actual Mission. After 2 hours, they all arrived at the village gate, where a caravan was ready to head out. It was different from the usual caravans Kda was used to seeing. It had many carts filled with items and even 2 carts for some people to sit in. Yukihiro arrived after them. Seeing them watching the caravan, he said, "This is the caravan of a very wealthy merchant. Only they can afford to post a mission for a full ninja squad. Most small merchants only hire small-time ninjas as their escort. They don't have enough money to issue an escort mission." Kda remembered hearing something similar from Ayam's dad. Since it was a well-organized caravan where everyone was doing their job, Team 13 didn't have much interaction with anyone. They just showed the papers that confirmed they would be escorting them, and that was it. Kda, you'll be in front. Yami and Ryota, you'll be on the left and right. I'll handle the back. If you find any problems, try to handle them on your own. I'll interfere if you need my help. Any objections? No, Sensei. They all replied. Yukihiro was not planning on spoon-feeding them on how to behave during a mission. They should have gained theoretical knowledge during their time at the academy. As for practical knowledge, that couldn't be taught. They had to learn by doing things on their own. This was the first time Kda had stepped out of Hidden Leaf Village since coming to this world, and he felt a little happy. Though Hidden Leaf Village was not a bad place to be, the best thing about having power is freedom, the freedom to go wherever you want without worrying about anything, to explore the world and all that. This was like the first step toward every man's dream, adventure. They traveled for half a day without any stops. When the night was slowly approaching, Ryota came to Kda and said, "There are 10 people hiding ahead of us. I can smell blood on them." "An ambush, huh? How far are they?" Kda asked while thinking of a plan, but deep down, he was hoping they wouldn't have any confrontation. Killing someone was not a small matter for him, and he hoped he wouldn't have to do that so soon. "They're 1 kilometer away from us." "Wait, they're moving away. I think they're running." Kda quickly made a shadow clone and sent it in the direction Ryota pointed out. His clone found 10 fully armed bandits running away. They must have seen the size of the caravan and fled, thinking that a ninja must be escorting it. After confirming this, the clone dispersed itself. Kda received its memory and sighed in relief. He didn't have to kill anyone, but there was one person who was not happy about this. Yukihiro had sent his clone to follow Kda's clone. When he saw the bandits, he was expecting Kda to fight them, but instead of seeing him getting ready for a fight, Yukihiro saw Kda sighing in relief. Even though there was no immediate need to handle those bandits, since they wouldn't have caused any problems for their mission, those people were bandits, and if they lived in the land of fire, they would cause harm one way or another. It is a ninja's duty to handle them, otherwise, civilians will suffer. Kda knew that, but his aversion to killing made him ignore this detail. Yukihiro now understood what the Hokage was saying. Kda and Yami don't know the consequences of their actions. Even if they have power, they don't have the resolve to use that power for good. Though Yukihiro could have killed them, it was Kda's decision, not his. Kda had to face the consequences of his decision. The rest of the mission was completed with no more problems, and they returned to the village on the 3rd day. When they entered the village, Kda was shocked to find a familiar face there. Ayam's father was running toward the Hokage building. Kda used wind instantaneous movement jutsu and appeared in front of him, then he saw a face full of tears and grief. Kda had a bad feeling about this. "What happened, mister? Why are you crying?" Kda asked as all his team members arrived. "Kda-san, my daughter. My daughter has been kidnapped. Those bandits kidnapped her. Please save her. Please save my daughter. Calm down first and tell us what happened." Yukihiro came forward and asked. "We were going back to our village after selling our goods, but we were attacked on our way back. The ninja who was protecting us died during the attack. They kidnapped all the girls, killed most of the men who tried to stop them. I somehow survived by hiding under the corpse of my friend. Sob sob. Please, save my daughter." Yukihiro looked toward his team and said, "This is a rescue mission, time is of the essence. I am going to the academy to register the mission. Kda, take him to the hospital and patch him up a little. He is going to lead us to the location." There was a large wound on the old man's shoulder, but in his grief, he didn't even seem to be in pain. Yukihiro pointed toward the injury and then disappeared. "Yes, sensei," Kda said, then picked up Ayam's father and took him to the hospital using wind instantaneous movement jutsu. In just 20 minutes, they were back at the village gate. The medical ninja only had time to bandage the wound and give some painkillers to Ayam's father. Yukihiro said, "Yami, since you don't have any movement jutsu, you'll stay here, and I won't hear any objections." "Yes, sensei," Yami said begrudgingly, completely deciding to learn a movement jutsu as soon as possible. "Kda, I am taking him, and you'll take Ryota and Kiba on your shoulders. We will need him to find those bandits. Old man, point us in the direction where you were attacked." "Okay." The old man kept pointing in the direction, and Yukihiro and Kda kept using wind instantaneous movement jutsu to travel. Both of them had eaten a soldier pill by now. In half an hour, they reached the attack location. There were still bodies lying there, 2 ninjas and the rest were men who were killed by the bandits just for fun. "Old man, you will stay here," Yukihiro said, then looked toward Ryota and said, "Find the direction they went." Without wasting any time, Ryota and Kiba got to work and started running in a direction. After 20 minutes, they were in front of a hideout in a cave. There were some bandits outside, laughing. Chapter 54, Sharingan. Kda was shocked to see that they were the same bandits he had encountered during his previous mission. Now he was angry with himself. If he had killed them then and there, none of this would have happened. "We are going to silently kill these bandits so they won't alarm the others and harm the hostages," Yukihiro instructed. "Kill? We are going to kill them. Can't we capture them and bring them back to the village for punishment?" Kda thought, still holding on to the mentality and innocence from his previous life, where he lived in a peaceful world. While this was going through his mind, and Yukihiro was making plans to save the captives, Kda saw something. He looked toward the entrance of the cave and saw a bandit dragging a half-naked girl out of the cave. Her clothes were torn in many places. "Throw her in the hole," the bandit said as he tossed her body aside and went back inside. Kda was stunned by what he saw. His anger and hatred grew to an astronomical level because that girl looked like Ayam. The anger wasn't just toward the bandit, it was toward himself. If he had killed those monsters before, she wouldn't have had to go through that. And then something inside him broke, like a thin film of glass, shattering his last remnants of innocence. His aversion to killing was almost gone, replaced by pure rage. His anger grew to such an extent that he started feeling pain in his eyes. Drops of blood began to fall from them. His already red eyes became even more crimson, and a single tomoe emerged in his pupils. Suddenly, the whole world became clearer to him. He could see every little detail now. Sharingan. With the help of his newly awakened Sharingan, Kda noticed that the girl was still alive. Kda was about to rush toward the cave when he felt a hand on his shoulder. "Kda, you will put everyone's life in danger if you let your anger get the best of you. There are still hostages inside," Yukihiro cautioned. Kda understood what Yukihiro was saying. He took a deep breath and said, "Sensei, I will save everyone. Not a single person will die. Can I go now?" Yukihiro looked into Kda's eyes for a moment. He could see the boy's anger and the newly awakened Sharingan. He wanted Kda to stay out of the fight, but he knew that stopping him now would be a huge loss for his growth. So, he decided to let Kda go and only help if necessary. After all, Yukihiro was an elite jonin, capable of handling 100 bandits on his own, but the captives were still a concern. He decided to trust his student and nodded. Without wasting any time, Kda ran in the opposite direction and created 20 shadow clones. Each one used Earth-style, Earth military movement jutsu and went underground, slowly making their way toward the cave. Inside the cave, there were 3 rooms. In the first, they stored the items they had stolen. In the second, they kept the 5 women they had captured. In the last room, 12 bandits were eating and laughing. Since only 2 bandits were in the second room, 2 of Kda's clones emerged from the earth from their blind spots and covered the bandits' mouths while the other 2 clones emerged and sliced their throats. The bandits died without anyone knowing how. One of Kda's clones dispersed, relaying to him that the hostages were safe. Along with the memory, Kda felt the weight of having killed 2 people so easily. It was shockingly simple to end a life, but he pushed those thoughts aside, letting his anger guide him once again. Meanwhile, outside the cave, Kda saw 2 bandits fighting over who would be the first to enjoy the girl's body. It became increasingly difficult for Kda to control himself. He used wind instantaneous movement jutsu and appeared right behind one of the bandits, delivering a punch to his head. Kda had been doing physical exercises while carrying a weight of 330 kilograms for quite some time, but he had never had the chance to test his strength, so even he didn't know how powerful he had become. When he punched with full force, the bandit's head exploded, sending brain matter and blood flying in every direction. Some of it even splattered onto Kda. The other bandit, who had just witnessed his friend's head burst open, was about to shout and attack Kda when Kda appeared right in front of him, gripping his neck. With a twist of his hand, he snapped the bandit's neck, letting the lifeless body fall to the ground. Kda then ran toward the girl, took off his jacket, and placed it over Ayam's upper body. Feeling Ayam stir and open her eyes, she saw Kda's face and a look of relief washed over her. "Thank you," she whispered before closing her eyes again. Not knowing how to describe his feelings, Kda simply sat there, holding Ayam in his lap. Then, his clone emerged from the cave with the remaining 5 hostages. One of them, an older woman, ran toward Kda. "Ayam, are you alright?" "Ayam," the woman cried out. "She's just unconscious. Please take her with you. My clone will escort you to a safe location," Kda said, passing Ayam to one of his clones. 5 of them then escorted the hostages to Yukihiro's location. Hearing the commotion outside, a bandit came to check the situation. He was the same one who had thrown Ayam out. Kda could have easily killed him without giving him a chance to alert his comrades, but he was too angry to grant him such an easy death. The bandit saw that all of the captives were running away with some ninja. Since he couldn't see the faces of the ninjas, he couldn't guess that they were clones. "Come out, you bastards. Some twerp here is trying to be a hero," the bandit shouted. By now, Kda had dispersed all of his remaining clones, except those escorting the captives and 2 others who had transformed into Chakra weapons, not swords, but tiger claw-like weapons, which Kda now wore on both hands. He had studied many things in the library, including weaponry. Hearing the bandits' shouts, the remaining bandits emerged from the cave, each carrying some type of weapon, from swords to axes. Yukihiro observed this and prepared to assist Kda if necessary. Although Ryota wanted to help his friend, Yukihiro had assigned him the task of guarding the hostages along with Kda's clones. On Kda's side, one of the bandits, a grunt, decided to handle the kid alone. "Hey, kid, you shouldn't have come here. We were already in a bad mood because of a bitch who kept resisting, and now you've freed the remaining ones. We weren't even able to enjoy her before she went nuts and committed suicide. Just you wait after I deal with you, we'll find the rest of them and fuck them crazy." Unaware that each word was sealing his fate, the grunt finished speaking, licked his dagger, and ran toward Kda. Chapter 55, Bloodbath with a blur. Kda disappeared from his position and appeared behind the grunt. Both of the bandit's hands fell to the ground, cleanly cut from his shoulders, with burn marks from his shoulders to his waist on both sides. Even though he should have been soaked in blood by now, no blood came from his wounds. They were burned and sealed due to the fire Chakra had coated his claws with. The bandit fell to the ground and started shouting for help. Kda lifted his leg and crushed the bandit's legs into the ground. His cry became a source of fear for the other bandits. The bandit who had thrown Iam out ordered another, "Go call the boss here." Kda ignored him and kept walking toward the other bandit. With each of Kda's steps, every bandit took a step back. "What are you terrified of, you bastards? He's just a single kid, and there are so many of us. Go kill him." The bandit shouted again. Hearing this, the bandits ran toward Kda not because they were motivated by the command, but because they knew there was no way they would survive if they ran. The ninja was far too fast. They prepared to fight for their lives. But the problem was that Kda's kenjutsu defense was so strong that even veteran ninjas would have struggled to land an attack on him. These half-assed bandits didn't stand a chance. Now that he had the Sharingan, he could see every minute detail and movement of the bandits. Kda kept walking, and with each step, one bandit would fall to the ground with holes in various body parts, some burned and sealed, others missing limbs. Each one was left barely alive, suffering from a slow and painful death. With each passing second, the intensity of the screams on the battlefield increased. Yukihiro watched as Kda easily handled every bandit. Though he didn't want to admit it, he even felt pity for the bandits, seeing them in this condition. After just 20 seconds, only Kda and the bandit who had thrown Iam remained standing. Seeing that he had no other choice, the bandit picked up his battle axe and slashed at Kda. Kda easily dodged, then simply bisected the axe in two with his claw. He followed up with an attack on the bandit's hands and legs, leaving only the torso behind. The last bandit simply joined the rest in increasing the screams in the area. By this time, the bandit who had gone to call the boss returned with a ninja dressed in bandit attire. Yukihiro tensed up once again, just as he was about to go and help Kda. Kda disappeared from his location again and appeared behind the ninja, slashing his claw toward him. Though the ninja tried to block the attack with his kunai, the claws, made of chakra metal and coated with fire chakra, easily sliced through the kunai. One of the ninja's arms fell to the ground. Yukihiro appeared behind the ninja and knocked him unconscious with a strike to the neck. "He's a ninja, Kda. We should take him back to the village for interrogation," Yukihiro said. Kda nodded, then turned to see the hostages he had rescued. Seeing that they were frightened by all the screams, he simply used wind blade jutsu to kill every bandit on the ground. Afterward, he sat down on the ground, his spirit completely broken. Seeing him so down, Yukihiro approached and said, "Kda, don't worry. It wasn't your fault. These were bandits. There are much worse people in the world doing things we can't even imagine. And we can't save everybody. The only thing we can do is our best every day. Sensei, I had a chance to kill these bandits during a previous mission. If I had done that, none of this would have happened. I know, Kda. But even if you had killed these bastards, someone else would have taken their place. As I said, it wasn't your fault. Just do the right thing from now on. No need to blame yourself." Kda nodded, and Yukihiro left him alone for a while and went to clean up the mess Kda had made. First, he buried every bandit in the ground using earth jutsu, then stored everything inside the cave in a storage scroll. He restrained the ninja with ninja rope and a paper seal that would keep him unconscious for the entire journey. By now, Kda was up and ready to move. They went to where Ryota and Kiba were handling the hostages. Kda made 3 shadow clones, one transformed into a cart with enough seats for everyone, while the other 2 transformed into 2 bulls. They headed toward Iam's father, who was coming in their direction with a kunai from the dead ninja in his hand, ready to fight for his life to save his daughter if necessary. Kda picked him up onto the carriage too, and they headed toward Hidden Leaf Village. For the entire ride, Iam was unconscious. Kda carried her on his lap, while Yukihiro stored the body of a fallen party member and the ninja in a scroll. Upon reaching Hidden Leaf Village after 4 hours, Ryota and Kiba got down from the cart with Yukihiro. "I'm going to report this to Lord Hokage. You can take them to Hidden Leaf Village Hospital," Yukihiro said. "I'll tell Yami about our return. You can go on," Kda replied. Kda nodded and went toward the hospital, while Yukihiro, Ryota, and Kiba went in a different direction. At the Hokage's office, "You're saying that on his first mission, Kda was so against killing that he left the bandits alive?" But when you returned to the village, you learned that some bandits had attacked someone they knew, and you went on a rescue mission to save the hostages. And there, they killed all the bandits in such a brutal way that you felt pity for them. He also unlocked his Sharingan when he saw a girl he knew thrown out by a bandit in a very bad state, right? The Hokage asked. Yes, Lord Hokage. He even handled a Chunin-ranked ninja alone? Yes, Lord Hokage. Are you sure? Yes, Lord Hokage. Yukihiro repeated. Arg, I'm getting a headache just thinking about the Uchiha's reaction to this. They won't leave that alone now that he's unlocked his Sharingan. They're very strict about this. Well, send that ninja to the T&I department for interrogation. As you wish. I'd like to request a week off for my team, Lord Hokage. Approved. Hiruzen said without any delay. The first kill is always difficult to handle, especially when you've lived in a place like Hidden Leaf Village where everything is relatively peaceful. After submitting his report, Yukihiro took the ninja to Hidden Leaf Village's T&I department. Just after 30 minutes of torture and investigation, the ninja started singing like a parrot. The result was something every higher-up in Hidden Leaf Village had been expecting. Given Hidden Leaf Village's current state, every village is trying to exploit the situation. They are sending their ninjas disguised as bandits to attack Hidden Leaf Village's economy. This particular ninja was from Hidden Sand Village, in the Land of Wind. The Hokage was already aware of this but couldn't do much as every ninja in Hidden Leaf Village was already stretched thin with their duties. They were doing missions back to back. Though he was sending ninjas from time to time to exterminate bandits, they kept increasing, no matter how many were killed. Chapter 56, Killer. While Yukihiro was submitting his report to the Hokage, Ryota went to find Yami, who was waiting near the gate for their arrival. Yami, we're back. We were able to save all the hostages. Well, most of the work was done by Kda. Where is Kda? Is he alright? What happened on the mission? Is he hurt? Yami started asking all the questions running through her mind. Kda is taking the hostages to the hospital, and yes, he's fine. But I can't say the same for the bandits. Ryota began recounting everything that happened on the mission to Yami. How Kda became enraged seeing Iam thrown out, how he brutally killed everyone, and how he single-handedly saved all the captives without their help. Yami listened intently, but she didn't share Ryota's enthusiasm. While Ryota thought Kda was impressive during the mission, Yami knew how soft-hearted Kda was. Killing someone for the first time, especially in such a brutal manner, would surely affect him. Not to mention the guilt of not killing the bandits earlier and blaming himself for what happened to Iam. She was deeply worried for Kda and wanted to be near him, so she went straight to the hospital. Kda admitted everyone to the hospital. Iam was in particular need of medical treatment. She had banged her head on a stone in a suicide attempt. Ryota had tied a bandage on the wound as soon as Kda's clone escorted everyone to safety. If not for the quick action, Iam would have definitely died from blood loss. Medical ninjas took her to the emergency room while Kda sat outside, waiting. Everyone else was also receiving treatment, as none of them were without injuries. Kda had been sitting there for an hour when a small hand gently squeezed his shoulder, jolting him to full alertness, ready to attack. It's me. Yami said with a gentle smile, not the least bit afraid that Kda might have attacked her. She knew that would never happen. What are you doing here, Yami? Are you here to check on Iam's condition? She's in the emergency room right now. Kda said, his voice filled with guilt. Yami gave Kda a tight hug. It wasn't your fault. You can't predict the future, and most importantly, you saved her. She's alive thanks to you, so don't blame yourself. No, Yami, get away from me. I'm a monster. You know how I kill those men. Even you will hate me like I hate myself now. They were begging to be saved or even killed, but I let them live and die a slow, painful death. I failed twice. First, by not saving those people who died because of those bandits, and then, to calm my mind, I tortured those bandits. Kda said, pushing Yami away. They deserved much more than what you did to them. You did nothing wrong, don't blame yourself. Yami insisted, continuing to hug him. Kda needed to hear that, and the emotions he had been suppressing for so long broke free like a dam giving way. He sat down on the chair and started crying. Yami stood beside him, letting him cry out his guilt. After about 10 minutes, Kda calmed down. Take this. Yami said, handing Kda a pill. What is this? Sensei said you'd need some sleep. This will remove the effects of the soldier pill, though you'll feel extremely sleepy afterward. Yami explained. This was why she had been late to the hospital. But, I know. I meant after she recovers. Yami said, knowing full well that Kda wouldn't leave until he was sure Iam was safe. After waiting for another half hour, they finally saw the doctor come out of the emergency room. Sir, how is she? Kda asked as soon as the doctor opened the door. She's out of danger now, But we still need to keep her here to monitor her condition. The doctor said. Even though medical ninjas can heal a person much faster, that's usually for ninjas. In the case of a civilian, they can't use any major jutsu suddenly since their bodies aren't accustomed to chakra. Even mild chakra, like medical chakra, might harm their bodies. Can we see her now? They asked without missing a beat. Yes, but make sure she doesn't talk too much. She's just out of danger, not healthy. The head doctor said before leaving. They nodded and went inside, while Yami stayed behind for a moment. Thank you for saving our friend, doctor. She said before following The doctor just smiled and went on his way. How are you? They asked. I'm fine, Kda-san. Thank you for saving me. But what happened to the others? What about my father? Ayam asked, still worried about the others from the caravan, especially her father, who had been wounded while trying to protect her. All the women captured by the bandits are safe now, and your father is alive. He is getting treated in this hospital and is actually in better condition than you. Yami said, as Kda once again fell into guilt, thinking about the people from the caravan who died. Thank God. Thank you for saving us. Ayam said to Yami. I wasn't the one who saved them, he was. Yami said, pointing to Kda. Yami, I'm sorry for what I'm about to say. Ayam said and then looked at Kda. Every time you helped me and my father in the past month, I started to like you more and more. And when you came to save me today, those feelings became permanent. I know you love Yami, and it's shameless of me to tell you this now, but when I was about to die, it was my last regret. I don't want to have it anymore, so. I love you. Both Kda and Yami were speechless. Neither of them had expected this. Yami's mood suddenly shifted, her thoughts racing. What the heck? I came here to meet a friend at the hospital and am leaving with a love rival? But it was nowhere near as chaotic as Kda's feelings. Already burdened by the guilt of thinking everything that happened was because of his indecisiveness, and after his first time killing someone so brutally, Ayam's confession was just too much for him to handle. I'm not sure what to say, Ayam, but I know one thing, if you knew the truth, you'd hate me. I'm the reason you suffered this. I could have killed those bastards a day before yesterday, but just because I didn't want to kill anyone, I left them alive, and they did this to you. Kda said, almost on the verge of crying again. Ayam looked at Kda with a confused expression, unable to make sense of what he was saying. Yami understood and clarified, during our previous mission, we had to escort a large caravan. Those bandits tried to ambush it, but seeing the size of the caravan, they ran away. Kda went ahead to check if the path was safe and saw those bandits fleeing. He feels guilty that if he had killed those bandits, this wouldn't have happened. No, Kda-san, it wasn't your fault. You might have killed those bandits, but others would have taken their place. It was our fault. We had a very bad sale this week and couldn't make much money, so our village elder decided to save some money on our escort and hired only gain-ins. Otherwise, this wouldn't have happened. Ayam said, trying to lift Kda from his unnecessary guilt. Yami smiled, seeing Ayam trying to cheer Kda up, but she wasn't about to share Kda. So what if you love him? I love him more, and if she shared him with every girl who liked him, well, with Kda's looks and kind personality, that number could easily reach 100 in the future. But there was no need to make a scene, especially when Ayam was still in the hospital. Just as Kda was about to respond, the nurse in the room interjected, the patient is getting too riled up, she's still not healthy. So please, you two, leave. You can continue your conversation after she's recovered. And boy, I know the first kill is always the hardest, but remember, they deserved it. You didn't just kill someone, you saved tens, if not hundreds, of civilians from getting killed. He patted Kda's shoulder reassuringly. Thank you. Take care, Ayam. We'll come back to see you. Kda said to the nurse and Ayam. Kda-san, don't think too much about what I said. I don't expect a reply from you, I just wanted to let you know. Ayam said with a smile. Kda nodded and left the room. Now, only Yami, Ayam, and the nurse were left in the room. I don't know why you said that, but if you love him, feel free to try to win him. But let me tell you, I love him more, and I will make sure I'm the one who becomes his wife. But I'm not going to hate you if you win, that would just mean you loved him more than I do. Yami said, not liking how Ayam seemed to give up when she said she loved Kda. I don't think I have time for that, Yami. I have to go back to my village and handle many things after this. But in the future, you may find me constantly pestering you and Kda. Ayam said with a smile so big that it was hard to believe she had been injured. As you wish. Yami replied as she walked towards the door but then stopped and said, get well soon. Before leaving. She's a good girl. The nurse commented. I know, and that's why I don't have much confidence in my love life. Ayam said with a sad smile. It's so good to be young. the nurse said with a chuckle before returning to his seat. Kda went home and took the pill as Yami had instructed. The effects were immediate, and he felt overwhelmingly drowsy. He collapsed onto the bed like a log. Yami returned about 10 minutes later and shook her head at the sight of Kda. She adjusted his posture, placed a pillow under his head, and then went to her room, also exhausted, and fell asleep immediately. After sleeping for an entire day, Kda finally woke up. This is new. Even after training for 3 days straight, I've never felt this tired. Kda thought. It was true, normally, he would have woken up much earlier, but many things had piled up: his anger, the Sharingan, guilt, and finally the medicine, all of which resulted in him getting much more rest than usual. But the good thing was his mind was now clear. Though he still felt a bit guilty about killing someone, he now understood the price of dwelling on the past. He wasn't on Earth anymore, he had to change, or else. You finally woke up, Yami said, coming into the room to check on him. Yeah, I needed that sleep, Kda said with a small smile. Great. I've already ordered food. You get freshened up, Sensei asked us to come to the training area in 2 hours. Yami said, wanting to keep Kda busy so he wouldn't dwell too much on the recent incident. Kda noticed this and was grateful to have someone so caring by his side. Okay. Kda agreed. After they ate, they headed toward the training area. Chapter 57, Preparation for Missions. Yukihiro saw all member of Team 13 in front of him, especially Kda, who looked much more relaxed and mature. Completely opposite of the gloomy version Yukihiro had last seen yesterday. Kda, are you fine now? Yukihiro asked. Yes, Sensei. Good. As you may know, Kda has already had his first kill, which is a very important part of a ninja's life. We kill people not to show our power or superiority, but to protect those we care about and love. You might not know, but there are many bandit camps like the one Kda just cleared in the Land of Fire. Due to our lack of ninja, we're short on manpower to remove them, and some other villages are using this as a chance to weaken our village's economy. This is a top secret, and you are not allowed to share it with anyone else. The reason I'm telling you is that I plan on taking every bandit extermination mission available in Hidden Lee Village from now on, as it will be like killing 2 birds with 1 stone. If any of you have an objection, you can tell me now. Though Ryota and Yami were a little terrified by the idea of killing someone, they understood why they had to do it. Unlike Kda, they didn't have the moral compass of someone from a peaceful world, and in this world killing someone was not too unnatural even for civilian, let alone ninjas. Their main job was killing. No, Sensei, we don't have any objections, Ryota said, and Yami nodded. Kda was still thinking. But after a second he asked, Sensei, when will we have to depart for the mission? Seeing that none of his students had any problems with this, Yukihiro smiled a little and said, we have to complete some preparations before that. 2 of you don't know any movement jutsu, so you will learn that in 1 week. As for Kda, you have something much more important to master. So here, eat a soldier pill each. He handed soldier pills to Ryota and Yami since Kda had already taken one during the mission to save Ayam. Yukihiro made 2 shadow clones and took Ryota and Yami to a different area of the training ground to teach them body flicker jutsu. Since they didn't have wind chakra affinity, wind instantaneous movement jutsu would be difficult to learn. Body flicker jutsu was the second best option. Then he turned toward Kda and asked, do you feel anything different after killing those bandits? Kda thought Yukihiro was asking if he felt guilty about killing them. No, Sensei, I don't feel any guilt killing those bastards. I'm not talking about that, brat. You activated the Sharingan during that time. Kda was shocked upon hearing this. What? I activated the ultimate cheat-like ability, the Sharingan? Me, who had the least chance of awakening it due to mixed blood. How the hell what? Despite thinking so much, only this word came out of Kda's mouth. Yes, you've awakened your Sharingan. Now, the Uchiha clan won't leave you alone like before. There's a chance they'll try to bring you back under their command. So, what do you want to do? Kda was stunned by the sudden flood of information, but one thing was certain. Hell no, I'm not going there. Just because I've awakened the Sharingan, they want me back? Before this, I was just an orphan to them. I'll continue living as I always have, Kda said firmly. Besides, the Uchiha compound isn't exactly the safest place for those who know about the Uchiha massacre. Yukihiro had anticipated this response. But they're the only ones who can help you reach your full potential with the Sharingan, you know. I don't even need the Sharingan, Kda said, thinking, my life is more important than any cheat-like ability. Huh, even if you say that, the Sharingan is too powerful to ignore. So, even though I can't train you like an Uchiha would, I'll still help you learn how to use your Sharingan. Kda's eyes sparkled at this. He bowed slightly and said, thank you, Sensei. No problem, boy. Let's start with activating your Sharingan. Transfer Chakra into your eyes and focus on awakening it. Huh, that's it? Ba asked. Well, I'm not an Uchiha, so how would I know? Your Chakra control is good, so I'm sure it won't be difficult for you. Yukihiro scoffed. For the first time, Ba felt that having a goofy teacher might not be the best, but he decided to give it a try. He channeled his Chakra into his eyes and tried to activate the Sharingan. Suddenly, his vision became clearer, as if he had been looking at the world through a veil and someone had just lifted it. He could now see every small detail around him, from the falling leaves of a tree to the insects crawling on the ground. One thing he noticed was that he could see something ethereal in the air. Congratulations, Da. You succeeded on your first try. But, Sensei, why am I seeing colorful air now? That's not air, my boy, it's Chakra. With a Sharingan, you can easily see Chakra. With practice, you'll be able to see a person's Chakra and the Chakra path of a jutsu being performed. This greatly aids in learning jutsu. That's why the Uchiha are the most feared ninjas. They can easily copy most of an enemy's jutsu, which is a nightmare for other villages. That's so cool. Yes, but you're still miles away from achieving that level. Your eyes will help you learn jutsu faster, but copying a jutsu will require practice and luck. You've unlocked the 1 Tomoe Sharingan, which consumes the most Chakra. As you upgrade to the 3 Tomoe Sharingan, Chakra consumption decreases. For most ninjas, that's the limit, although there's also the Mangekyō Sharingan, which is way above your current league. Sensei, how can I upgrade my Sharingan further? Ba asked, even though he already knew the answer. Well, upgrading to the 2 Tomoe Sharingan is simple. This version is awakened after maturing or through continued usage of the Sharingan. It automatically upgrades whenever the user experiences strong emotions, so you can't force the upgrade. But even the 1 Tomoe Sharingan is powerful enough to kill 4, so you should focus on mastering its powers. Okay, Sensei, but what can I do with the 1 Tomoe Sharingan? The 1 Tomoe Sharingan has many powers, with the major one being analysis. It will help you see every minor detail in your environment, including your opponent. With enough practice, you can predict your opponent's moves. The Sharingan also helps you cast Ganjutsu and prevents you from falling into one. Lastly, it allows you to see Chakra movements, which ultimately helps in copying a jutsu just by observing it. Sensei, if the 1 Tomoe Sharingan can do this much, what can the 2 or 3 Tomoe Sharingan do? Well, the powers are pretty much the same, but your Chakra control will increase, and your existing powers will strengthen with each upgrade. Now enough with the questions, we don't have all day. Let's begin our practice. Yukihiro drew his sword after saying that. Da understood the meaning behind this and created a shadow clone, which used the transformation jutsu to transform into a Chakra blade. They began their sparring match. At first, their speed was slow, and anyone could easily follow their moves. But gradually, Yukihiro increased his speed, and Da continued to defend. As time passed, Yukihiro's speed continued to escalate. After 10 minutes, they were fighting at such a speed that many of their attacks would have been invisible to a normal civilian. Da was just barely able to keep up with the help of the Sharingan. His body struggled to match his reaction speed. Though Yukihiro hadn't planned on taking the match seriously, Da kept defending against his attacks, so Yukihiro increased the speed even further. Even when Yukihiro was going at his top speed without using Chakra, Da somehow managed to keep up. Though the Sharingan helped him see the attacks, it would have been less effective if his body weren't fit enough to react to his enhanced perception. They sparred for an hour straight, and much to Yukihiro's surprise, he wasn't able to land a single cut on Da. Although he wasn't attacking with full force, the speed was enough to put many Jonin under pressure, and Da was able to match that speed. After an hour, Da started feeling the strain on his Chakra reserves. The Sharingan did consume Chakra at an alarming rate, but thanks to the soldier pill he had taken earlier, he could continue after a brief rest. Yukihiro and Da sparred many times over the next 2 days. By the end, Da had somewhat mastered predicting his opponent's moves with the Sharingan. During their final spar, Da even managed to land a small hit on Yukihiro, though he shouldn't have smirked afterward. Seeing that smirk, Yukihiro got angry and used Chakra to enhance his speed and strength. Da only managed to block the attack because he predicted it, but the force behind it still sent him flying backward. His hand went numb as he looked at Yukihiro and thought, no wonder he's considered an S-rank ninja in Kenjutsu. Even predicting his attacks isn't enough to fight him. That's enough, Da. I think we've analyzed your Sharingan's potential enough. Now, try to observe the Chakra of the ninjutsu I'm about to perform. Yukihiro quickly performed a series of hand signs. While any normal person might not have been able to follow his movements, a Sharingan user like Da saw every hand sign clearly. Then he noticed Chakra emanating from various parts of Yukihiro's body before Yukihiro suddenly vanished. To recognize the jutsu from the hand signs, it was the wind instantaneous movement jutsu, but seeing the wind chakra flowing from every part of Yukihiro's body and coating him like a protective barrier was fascinating. Were you able to follow that jutsu? Yukihiro asked, appearing next to Kda. Yes, sensei. Good. Now create a shadow clone and try to predict its every move. That way, you'll be able to practice your Sharingan and see the true nature of your jutsu. Kda nodded and created a shadow clone with 70% of his chakra, instructing it to randomly perform any jutsu. At first, the clone used the fire breath jutsu. Kda observed 2 different chakras moving from the clone's solar plexus to its throat, mixing there, and then emerging from its mouth as a stream of fire. Similarly, he watched the clone perform all of his jutsu and gained a better understanding of each one. When Yukihiro saw that Kda could perform 4 out of 5 jutsu without hand signs, he was speechless. Even though the jutsu were just C rank, mastering them in such a short time was impressive. Yukihiro became certain that Kda was a genius. Though this was partly true, the main reason Kda could master the jutsu so quickly was his excellent chakra control. Through daily practice, including leaf concentration and other exercises, he had developed chakra control comparable to that of a medical ninja. This control was further enhanced by the Sharingan. After a full day of practice, Kda was also able to predict ninjutsu attacks from his opponents. Chapter 58, Hidden Benefits of Sharingan. While Kda was practicing his Sharingan powers, Ryota and Yami were training hard to learn the body flicker jutsu. Ryota also discovered the special use of the shadow clone jutsu from Yukihiro. Since his clan didn't learn many techniques and relied on instinct in battle, they never really focused on such jutsu. Though Yukihiro advised not to share this with anyone, it's one of Hidden Leaf Village's trump cards for training powerful ninjas quickly. Realizing the benefits, Ryota spent an entire day mastering the shadow clone jutsu before starting on the body flicker jutsu. By the time, Yami had already learned it and was getting familiar with the technique. She often used it to check on Kda, only to find him sparring with Yukihiro at speed she could hardly follow. Understanding that Kda was advancing faster than she was, Yami resolved not to be left behind and continued her training with renewed determination. By the end of the 3rd day, both Ryota and Yami had learned the body flicker jutsu. 2 hours before their training session ended, Kda's clone informed them that the training time was over and that he had prepared food for them. Yukihiro and Ryota also joined them for the feast. So, you guys have moved in together? Yukihiro asked teasingly. It was a good flat near the training area and the academy, that's all. Kda replied, his face turning red. Oh, sure. Yukihiro continued with a stupid smirk on his face. But by then, the food was served. From steaks and burgers to fruit salad and juice, everything was laid out. Everyone enjoyed the food before Yukihiro took out 3 envelopes and said, I nearly forgot. This is the payment for the 2 missions we did, 20,000 ryo each. Everyone took an envelope. Kda thought, we'd have to do 24 D rank missions to earn this much, and we got it from just 2 C rank missions. How much does a higher rank mission pay? You guys can take some rest. We'll meet at 7 a.m. the day after tomorrow. Bye, guys. See you soon. Bark bark. All of the guests left after eating. Since it was late, Kda and Yami also went back to their room. My clones can't use Sharingan like me. Well, that was expected. Otherwise, this broken ability would have become too overpowered. Life is going to get more hectic from now on, and I don't want to think about it right now. Good night. As Kda drifted into sleep, something surprising happened. With both Senju and Uchiha blood, but only his Senju blood active so far, Kda had been using only half of his true potential. Now that his Sharingan was awakened, he could fully utilize his potential, increasing his chakra growth further. The most significant change was the expansion of his chakra reserve. To put it simply, if he had 30 units of chakra before, he now had 45, due to the activation of his Sharingan. Now Kda had 45 units of chakra, compared to Ryota's 11 units. Kda already had a massive amount of chakra, though it was still not even 1/5 of what an A-rank ninja possessed. As for S-rank ninjas, there was no comparison. The next day, Kda woke up from his sleep, the exhaustion from the mission and training gone. After a satisfying stretch and the sound of cracking bones, he was heading toward the bathroom but suddenly stopped and sat down in a lotus position. I wasn't wrong, my chakra has increased. It's at least 1.5 times what it was before. How does Sharingan increase chakra? This is too OP. I'm really lucky to have these cheats in my transmigration. Though it comes with a death sentence, if I become powerful enough before that, I think I can at least run from Itachi. Happy with his discovery, Kda created 10 shadow clones to clean the house and cook food while he went to take care of his morning routine. When he returned to the hall, Yami was already waiting not for him, but for breakfast to be prepared. Hey Yami, how was your practice this time? Well, What do you expect? I've already learned the body flicker jutsu. Though it takes some time and chakra consumption is high, I can travel half a kilometer every time I use it. That's great. What were you training with Yukihiro-sensei this time? Yami asked. Kida smiled and activated his Sharingan. What? Yami exclaimed. No one in Hidden Lee village was unfamiliar with the Sharingan, as the Uchiha were responsible for the village's safety and managed the police department. Yami was shocked to see Kida's Sharingan. Hahaha, I awakened my Sharingan during the mission, so sensei wanted to train me to use its power. Kida explained. Damn, you were already more powerful than me, and now you even have Sharingan. Life sure is unfair, huh? Says the girl with lightning chakra. Now will you go to the Uchiha compound? Yami asked, her voice barely audible. Of course not. They didn't want me when I didn't have Sharingan, and now I don't want them. Yami sighed in relief at Kida's reply. So what should we do now? Since Yukihiro-sensei told us to meet him at 7 a.m., we still have 2 hours. Did you meet Ayam after that time? Yes, I sent a clone to the hospital. She was with her father, and when I met her, she said she would wait 3 more years before moving in with us. Well, that was expected. Let's go for a walk around the village. Okay. After eating a breakfast that could compare to a sumo diet, they went out for a walk. After roaming around the whole village, they arrived at training area 55 before 7 a.m., only to find Ryota and Kiba already waiting there. Kiba saw Kida and became happy. Kida went to him and started scratching behind his ears, treating him as usual. Hey Ryota, how are you? Kida asked. Great, but Kida, why do you smell more powerful now? Kida once again activated his Sharingan. With a smug smile on his face. What? Now you even have Sharingan? Ryota had a similar reaction to Yami, as it was the first time he noticed Kida's Sharingan. During the mission, Ryota had been focused on saving hostages and later worrying about his friend's safety. Because Kida's eyes were already red, Ryota had missed his Sharingan during the mission. Chapter 59, Bandit Extermination Part 1. What? Now you even have the Sharingan? Ryota reacted similarly to Yami, as it was the first time he noticed Kida's Sharingan. During the mission, he had been focused on saving hostages and later on the safety of his friends. Due to Kida's eyes already being red, Ryota had missed his Sharingan during the mission. Kida, I think you should stop showing off your Sharingan if you don't want to deal with the Uchiha clan for now. Yukihiro said after appearing. Everyone stood up after hearing Yukihiro's voice. Yes, sensei. Kida replied. I called you all because I want to discuss something. I applied for a 1-week break for our team because I thought you guys would require that much time to learn those jutsus. But since you've already learned them, we have 2 choices. We can take a 3-day break, or we can start taking missions immediately. What do you guys want? Everyone looked at each other, and with a smile, Kida said, let's start taking missions, sensei. We're ready for it. Well, I was expecting that. Okay, we'll start doing missions now. Ryota and Yami, be prepared. This time, you 2 will also have your first kill. Yukihiro said. Yes, sensei. Both of them replied. Okay then, I'll go and take a mission. Meet me at the village gate in 1 hour, and don't forget to make the necessary preparations. Yukihiro said this and then used the wind instantaneous movement jutsu. Since none of them had used any supplies from their storage seals other than nutrient bars, they simply replenished those and headed towards the village gate. After an hour, Yukihiro arrived as well. Are you guys ready? Yes, sensei. Then let's go. I've taken a bandit extermination mission. We'll reach the location in 1 day at full speed. Sensei, we can use movement jutsu to get there. Ryota suggested. No, Ryota. We have a limited amount of chakra. If you waste your chakra like that, you won't have enough when you need it the most. The reason I taught you body flicker jutsu was so you could use it in emergencies. Okay, sensei. Ryota said. Let's go. They all started running towards the mission location, with Yukihiro leading. After running for 6 hours, they took a break near a brook for 1 hour before resuming their journey and arriving at the location before sunset. 10 kilometers away from the bandit camp, Yukihiro spoke. We'll rest for now and attack in the morning. He saw that everyone on his team was out of breath, including himself. We have information that there's a bandit camp in the forest ahead, but we don't know its exact location. Our first goal is to find the camp. Ryota and Kiba will be responsible for that, but they can't search the whole forest alone. So, make 5 shadow clones each and search for any traces of bandits. Once you find them, let Ryota and Kiba know. Also, don't engage in a fight with the bandits alone, even if you find their location. They're like rats, and once they run away, it'll become very difficult to find them. Everyone nodded and started making shadow clones. Since they only needed to make 5 shadow clones, they decided to give them sufficient chakra to search for the entire night. After sending their clones to search the forest, they set up a tent and took some rest. While they were resting, one of D's clones found 2 people heading deep into the forest. Suspecting them to be bandits, the clone started following them silently. After following them for 2 hours, the clone reached a normal-looking cave where both individuals entered. D's clone used Earth-style, Earth military movement jutsu to go underground and search the cave for bandits. The finding surprised the clone. The cave was filled to the brim with bandits. It was a very large cave with many sections. After searching the cave, the clone discovered that there were 30 bandits inside. The clone dispersed itself, and Kda received the clone's memories. Sensei, I found the location of the bandit camp. One of my clones spotted some bandits heading back to their camp and followed them. Kda reported. Do you have any more information about the bandits? Yukihiro asked. Yes, Sensei. There are at least 30 bandits, and I didn't find any hostages there. Good. We'll attack at 5 a.m. when there's enough light, and they'll still be drowsy from sleep. Yukihiro said. Everyone nodded in agreement, understanding the plan. They rested a bit more and then got ready for the mission. This mission will be carried out by you guys. I'll only intervene if there's something you can't handle. Yukihiro stated. Okay, Sensei. Kda took the lead, and everyone arrived at the bandit camp. Since there might be some ninjas there, let's avoid direct confrontation. We'll try to reduce their numbers first. Kda suggested. First, let's check for another exit in case we're discovered and they try to run. Ryota said. Good idea. Yami agreed. All 3 of them dispersed and searched for another exit from the cave. They even made 3 clones that used the Earth-style, Earth military movement jutsu to search the cave from the inside for any exits. They found another exit half a kilometer away from the first one. Kda used Earth chakra manipulation to seal the exit and left 2 shadow clones in case the bandits somehow managed to unseal it. After that, everyone returned to the bandit camp. Since it's your first kill, don't worry. These guys fully deserve it. Kda tried to console them. I know, bro. There's a thick smell of blood in this area, they've killed many people. Ryota said while Kyuba growled. Yami listened to this and steeled her resolve to kill. Everyone got ready. Just as they were about to attack, Ryota spoke up. Guys, 2 people are coming out of the cave. That's great. Let them come. Kda said with a smile. When the bandits came out of the cave and reached 100 meters away from the exit, Ryota used an earth bullet, and Yami used a water bullet to kill them. Use transformation jutsu and kill as many as you can silently. Kda instructed. Ryota and Yami used transformation jutsu and transformed into bandits. They entered the cave and reached the first room. Hey, why did you come back so early? Where's the alcohol you were supposed to bring? One of the bandits asked. We left our money here. Ryota replied. Ha ha ha. Everyone started laughing. Since when do we need money to get things? One of the bandits asked while laughing. Yami realized the situation was getting worse and shouted, Hey, what's that on the wall? All 4 bandits turned towards the wall. She quickly took out 4 shurikens and threw them at the bandits' necks. All 3 of them dropped dead without being able to say anything. Sorry. Ryota said. After that, they continued to kill bandits from the shadows using shuriken and kunai, ensuring the bandits didn't have a chance to make any noise. When they killed the 12th bandit, the others noticed and alerted the entire camp. Realizing their chance to kill silently was ruined, they dispelled their transformation jutsu and used body flicker jutsu to exit the cave. They're alerted. We only managed to kill 12 of them. Yami informed Kda. That's great. Let them come out. Prepare your long-range jutsus. Kda said and made 10 shadow clones. Yami and Ryota prepared their water and earth bullet jutsus. After a minute, when the bandits thought the attackers had fled, they decided to pursue them. All 18 bandits came out of the cave. Kda's clones had already prepared wind blade jutsu and launched 10 wind blades from different directions toward the bandits while Ryota and Yami also attacked. All 17 of the bandits died before they could comprehend what was happening, but one of them used the substitution jutsu to evade the attack. Everyone realized he was a ninja. Yukihiro also prepared to assist. Chapter 60, Bandit Extermination Part 2. Kda had activated his Sharingan and quickly located the enemy ninja 70 meters away. Using his wind instantaneous movement jutsu, he appeared behind the ninja, sword in hand, aiming for a fatal blow. The ninja, sensing the danger, managed to leap forward, but not without receiving a cut on the back of his neck. Realizing he was cornered, the ninja crushed the poison capsule hidden in his mouth and died instantly. Yukihiro appeared beside Kda, his expression somber. Most ninja are very loyal to their village and choose the village over their life most of the time. Yukihiro explained. Go handle your friends, I'll take care of the rest. Okay, sensei. Kida replied before using his wind instantaneous movement jutsu to return to Ryota and Yami. He found them both in distress, vomiting as the reality of their actions set in. Kida, though also feeling nauseous, managed to maintain his composure. Kiba was barking, trying to comfort Ryota and Yami. Let them be, buddy. Kida said softly to Kiba, giving the dog a reassuring pat. They then sat quietly in a corner, waiting for the others to finish. Meanwhile, Yukihiro efficiently stored the ninja's body in a scroll and buried the bandits, before joining Kida. Killing never gets any easier. It's us who get stronger. Yukihiro said with a sorrowful expression. Once Ryota and Yami had recovered, Kida offered them some water, and they all returned to their camp for a brief rest. During this time, Kida and Yami had a quiet conversation. Are you alright? Kida asked gently. Yami sighed. Yeah, I'm okay. It's just, I didn't expect it to be like this. I know, it's tough. Kida said, understanding. But we did what we had to do. I know, but taking a life, even if they were bandits, it's never easy. Remember what Sensei said? Sometimes, as ninjas, we must make difficult choices to protect the ones we care about. I know, but it doesn't make it any less painful. Yami replied, her hands clenched into fists. Yeah, it is painful. But we're a team, and we'll always have each other's backs. Kida reassured her. Thanks. Let's focus on protecting the village and keeping everyone safe. That's the spirit. Now go and take some rest. Yami nodded and went into the tent to nap. Yukihiro, who had been observing the exchange, sat down next to Kida. Nice motivational speech, Kida. Yukihiro said with a small smile. Kida chuckled. Thanks, sensei. When they wake up, we'll head back to the village. We'll rest for today and take another mission tomorrow. Kida, there's something I need to tell you. The Land of Fire is infested with bandits not just because our village is short on ninjas, but also because other villages are using this as an opportunity to weaken Hidden Leaf Village's economy. Most of our trade routes are plagued with bandits. Since these bandits have support from other villages, they've become more brazen, attacking and killing innocent people. We have to keep taking missions, we don't have a choice. I understand, sensei. And I'm sure they'll be alright by tomorrow. After resting, the team returned to the village, this time using movement jutsu to cover the distance in just 3 hours. They parted ways, with Yukihiro going to submit the mission report, while Kida and Yami headed home. Ryota and Kiba returned to the Inuzuka compound to recount their mission. That day, none of them trained, instead, they took a much-needed rest. The mission had been mentally exhausting for Yami, and Kida decided to stay with her. They spent the day indoors, then went for an evening walk, had dinner, and returned home. By then, Yami seemed to have recovered. Kida, reflecting on the day, thought to himself, this time killing was much more easier on my mind. I don't feel the same guilt I felt that day. Is it because of Sharingan or am I getting used to this world? That night, one of Yukihiro's clones visited Kida's house to inform them that they had to meet at the village gate at 5 a.m. the next day. The next morning, Kida and Yami woke up at 4 a.m., got ready, and headed to the village gate. Yukihiro was already there, and Ryota arrived shortly after using body flicker jutsu. So, how are you guys feeling? Yukihiro asked, his gaze focused on Yami and Ryota. We're fine, sensei. Ryota replied, with Yami nodding in agreement. That's good. We have another bandit extermination mission. This time, it's near a village where the bandits have been harassing the villagers. The chances of ninja involvement are low, but stay on guard. Yes, sensei. All three of them responded in unison. The team set off, and by 4 p.m., they arrived at the village where the mission request had originated. An elderly village guard greeted them at the gate and escorted them to the village chief's house. Thank God you arrived. The village chief said, visibly relieved. The bandits gave us 3 days to hand over half of our crops and 1 million ryo, or they would kidnap every girl in the village. Today is the last day. Don't worry, old man. We'll take care of it. Yukihiro assured him. Do you know where their camp is? Unfortunately, no one who has gone to their camp has ever returned, so we don't know its exact location. The village chief admitted sadly. We'll handle it. Yukihiro said confidently. He then turned to Ryota. Can you find the bandits' tracks? Yes, sensei. Ryota and Kiba began searching, with Kida activating his Sharingan to assist. After a few moments, Ryota paused and looked at the village chief. Sir, do the bandits come to the village on horses? Yes, 3 bandits came on horses yesterday to remind us of the deadline. The chief confirmed. That makes it easier. Sensei, I can track them. Ryota said. Okay, we'll follow you. Yukihiro replied. The team followed Ryota, with Da also tracing the horse's tracks, though he conserved his chakra by letting Ryota take the lead. Soon, they arrived at the bandit camp, located in a bamboo forest. The camp consisted of 3 makeshift huts and a larger central building, likely where the leader resided. Yukihiro decided to assist this time. He spread his chakra field, scanning the camp. There are 27 bandits in total, 24 in the huts and 3 in the central building. No ninjas. Yukihiro reported. Sensei, how were you able to find that out? Da asked, voicing the curiosity of the others. Chakra can do many things, Da. Sensing is one of them. Yukihiro explained. Now that I remember, you all need to choose a specialization soon. Becoming a sensor ninja is one option. But let's focus on the mission for now. You guys know the drill. The team nodded, preparing to execute their plan. Chapter 61, Uchiha Summon. Since there were no ninja and no hostages in the bandit camp, they didn't have to worry too much. Kta made 10 shadow clones, Yami made 5, and Ryota made 3. All of them went toward different bandits and killed more than 15 at the same time. The rest of the bandits were small fry and were easily defeated. When the boss heard the noise and came outside, all the other bandits were dead. Seeing this, he knew that whoever killed his men was not weak at all, so he decided to run. But before he could even go 10 meters,